Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Pseudo Immortality Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was 10 years old and was curled up in the middle of his living room, and only a somewhat odd sight except for the fact that just a moment ago he had been at school. He had been at school outside curled up into a ball trying to protect himself. A few of Bakugu's lackeys, if you could even call them that, had kicked him, and then Bakugu had started towards him, his hands already setting off small explosions. Izuku had felt sick when he saw his ex-friend's face. He had seen so many faces from Bakugu, but the one leveled at him made him flinch harder than ever before. There had been a sort of mad look in the boy's eyes, and Izuku saw the explosions coming from Bakugu's hands get bigger. He knew what would come next. Explosions that would do so much more damage than the ones Bakugu had used before. An explosion that would most likely force Izuku to go to the doctor and his mom to pay more money that they couldn't spare. All he could do was curl up. He couldn't run away or fight back. All he could do was curl up into a ball. His legs were tucked into his chest. His arms surrounded his head while his hands cupped the back of his head. Izuku curled up tighter and tighter, trying to cover as much as he could. He gritted his teeth and wanted for pain. His heartbeat pounded in his head as Bakugu stepped closer and closer. He felt sick. I don't want to be here. 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 I don't Wait. It was silent. There was no wind. There was no laughter and jeering from the other boys. There were no sounds of steps coming towards him or the little pops and fizzles of explosion. There was nothing. There hadn't even been warm dirt underneath his body. When Izuku opened his eyes, he gasped at what he saw. How did he get home? Izuku looked around his own living room, at the photos on the shelf of him and his mom, at their couch and decorative pillows he picked out with mom. He was home, except Izuku could have sworn he was just about to get hit with Bakugu's quirk. So how did he get back home? He barely had a chance to think of an answer before the door of the apartment opened and his mom walked in. She was carrying groceries and didn't even notice him until she looked up from setting her purse down. Izuku, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be at school. She was right. He was supposed to be at school. He was just at school. I don't know. He didn't know, and as much as he had been scared waiting to get burned, this was a bit scary too. He didn't understand. There was a moment of silence before Izuku heard his mom put down the bags of groceries and the small footfalls of her walking toward him, much softer than Bakugu's had been. She kneeled down on the floor and cupped his face. Honey, what do you mean you don't know? She asked softly with worried eyes. I was outside at school, and the boys were kicking me, and then Bakugu was coming. He was using his qui mom. His explosions were bigger. I was so scared. I didn't want to be there anymore, Izuku said with tears building up in his eyes. I wished I wasn't there. I didn't want to be there, and then I was here. He could barely make out her face with his blurry vision, but he felt her pull him into a hug. She pulled him to the point where he was almost completely on her lap. He didn't dare move. Oh my sweet baby. I'm so sorry that happened, she said, and Izuku could feel her tears wetting his skin. He just hugged her back even tighter. Mom, I don't know what happened. I don't know how I got here. Her hands brushed at his hair gently. We'll figure it out. That day Inko called the school and explained what happened, along with how the administration had kept up with their promise of making sure Izuku was not being bullied due to his status as quirkless. Already she had come to them with several concerns because of the injuries Izuku had come home with from other children using their quirks on him. There would always be a period of good before soon enough Izuku came back home with bruises and so on. She had even threatened to get the higher-ups involved, but practically no one showed any concern once they learned Izuku's quirk status. She would have taken legal action if it weren't for the same prejudice among lawyers and the fact that she simply did not have enough money. Hisashi Midoriya had been a good man until he wasn't. His correspondence from overseas dwindled, and so did the payment he made to help support them. Inko had even looked to see if something bad had happened to the man, possible death or injury. He had been completely healthy, and his last gift to them was nothing more than a souvenir statue. Inko had used her quirk to pull the object and smash it to the ground before dissolving into tears that day as Izuku had watched secretly from the hallway. So Inko tried, but in this day and age, she was met with roadblock after roadblock to get Izuku to a better school, possibly online. Inko even spoke to Mitsuki about Katsuki. The woman said she would handle that brat. He's getting too headstrong. It seemed to have worked for a while. At most, Izuku would only be glared at, but it wasn't long until that wasn't enough. Katsuki would never admit it, but for a moment he had been worried when Deku had vanished in front of his eyes. He had looked everywhere that day for him, even back inside the school, and going as far as to ask the teachers where he was. It was only when he got home that his mom told him where Deku was. Even then, it wasn't an explanation for what happened, but instead a scolding for what he had been doing to stupid Deku. That useless idiot had been fine and was just causing trouble for him now. He still couldn't even ask him what he had done to get away last time at school. That day he looked like an idiot using his quirk on just dirt, even more so when he couldn't find him. Katsuki wanted to know why. Stupid Deku, what was that last time? Where did you go? Bakugo asked as he stalked towards Izuku. Izuku stepped back from Bakugo, ignoring the feeling in his gut that only got stronger the closer Bakugo came. I don't know, he said, because even now he still didn't know. What do you mean you don't know? Bakugo yelled, and there were some small pops coming from his hands. Izuku looked around at his classmates and other students who were just watching in the hallway. They didn't do or say anything. I don't know, okay, Izuku said. 1 second I was there and then I wasn't. And so, Bakugo scowled and reached out his hands, which were already lighting up with another explosion. Izuku closed his eyes in anticipation of the pain, but instead, all he felt was as if something pulled hard at his stomach. Then there was nothing. Just like last time, when he opened his eyes he found himself back home. Again, he asked no one in particular. He used the home phone to call Mom and told her what happened. She sounded upset but said that he should stay home, she'd handle the rest. So he sat and waited, only accompanied by his thoughts about what happened. Izuku sat there for a good while just going through all the details until he realized something. Maybe, just maybe, he did have a quirk. Then maybe with a quirk, there was still a chance for Izuku to be a hero. After all, the only reason he had been told so many times that he couldn't was because he was quirkless. If he had one, wouldn't he be able to be a hero now? That would only make sense, wouldn't it? Everyone had made it seem that not having a quirk was the only issue. Right, except, as time passed by and there were more incidents of almost getting attacked or hurt. But appearing back home, Izuku realized what his quirk was doing. It was pulling him away from danger. Whenever he saw one of his bullies or was about to get hurt, Izuku would always feel a tugging sensation in his gut. If the threat was serious enough, he ended up back home. How could he be a hero if his quirk was always taking him away from the danger? Heroes needed to be where the danger was, but he couldn't do that if he was pulled away. Izuku had been so happy to have a quirk, to get that chance back, but in the end, there was no point. Having a quirk didn't even help with the bullying. Even the administration barely changed. If anything, they had gotten laxer, considering that most attempts to hurt him were unsuccessful because of his quirk taking him back home. Students couldn't get in trouble if in reality they didn't actually hurt him, was what they had told Izuku's mom on several occasions. He was still called Deku, still called worthless. Suddenly having a quirk hadn't changed anyone's mind at all. When they saw that his quirk kept taking him away, they said he couldn't be anything with that power. Stupid Deku. How are you going to save anyone if all you do is run? Even if he does have a quirk, he's still useless. He's so lame. If anything, having a quirk seemingly made Bakugo hate him more. The boy seemed adamant about trying to blast him despite how Izuku disappeared before the heat of the explosion could even hit him. Bakugo would yell at him how he was still Deku, how he lied, how he could never be a hero. It took a while for Izuku to stop denying that last statement, but eventually he did. It started to become just an old childhood dream that didn't even make him light up like it used to. However, Izuku did think those two other statements were stupid. It was exhausting to hear about Bakugo going on and on about how Izuku had lied for years, saying the same thing again and again for 3 years after getting his quirk. They were almost 13 years old, for God's sake. Couldn't he come you with something more reasonable than a 4-year-old lying about something that made them a social pariah? Bakugo, why on earth would I lie about not having a quirk? Izuku asked for the 1000th time. The doctor told me I was quirkless, so I thought I was quirkless. Even have an extra toe joint. It's as simple as that. Once again there was that familiar tug in his gut, and another of Bakugo's attacks failed to reach Izuku. He sighed when found himself back at home in the living room. Izuku still had classes that day. Damn it at Bakugo. I can't tag the school, you asshole. A while ago, Izuku noticed that he had put some sort of tag on his home. With this tag in place, he would always end you back home when his quirk activated. It was like a set point for him to come back to. After focusing on the feel of the tag at home, he thought that maybe he could tag his school. If he could do that, he could stop having to walk all the way back to school and miss classes when someone decided to try hurting him. Except, he couldn't tag his school. The first time Izuku tried to do that, he got an excruciating migraine. The action caused him physical pain and made him keel over, clutching at his stomach. The theory he came up with was that, if his quirk solely took him from danger, pulling him to the safety of his home, then safety was key. Izuku had never felt safe at school. How could he? The place was where he had been hurt, insulted, and ignored. This was the place that this quirk always took him away from. So, of course, he couldn't tag his damned school. Because, in his eyes and the eyes of his quirk, he wasn't safe there. By all designations, school was dangerous. So whenever his quirk was activated, whether it was by Bakugo or some other student, an ocean by a teacher, Izuku would curse them because he couldn't back easily. His teachers kept giving him extra work for missing classes, despite the valid reasons he had. They said it was his responsibility to control his quirk. as he had not gotten it 6 years later than most of the population. Once again, walking back to school, he passed by the police station. He stopped. The station was closer to school, and even though there are heroes, the police were still vital. It would be useful to go there if he needed to. Before there were quirks, one of the things people were told was to know how to contact the authorities, and if you could, to actually memorize where your closest station was. So Izuku looked at the station and focused as he did for feeling the tag at home. He imagined a map in his head. He could see the tag he had for home, but now he imagined placing another, like a pin for the station. It was somewhere he wanted to go, somewhere that would have been safe. A few moments later, with a headache, Izuku could feel the familiar sensation of a tag, except this one was for the place in front of him. Izuku smiled. He now had 2 tags. Hopefully, the next time his quirk pulled him away from school, he could end up at the station instead of home. It was really tiring having to walk 3 or maybe even 4 more times a day. Although Izuku didn't really have to worry about exercise. One time, he had decided to run back to school because of an exam. He ended up being late, but after running a few more times he noticed it had been a bit easier. It was still annoying though. The next week, when a few students thought it would be good to shove him while he went down the stairs, he felt the tug and he thought of the police station. Take me there. Take me to the police station. This time there wasn't the silence of his living room. Instead, there was the sound of people outside the station. The sound of their radios going off speaking of police codes, and even a police motorcycle driving out the station. That day Izuku ran back to school with a huge smile on his face, too happy to even acknowledge what the students had tried to do. For the next few months, whenever Izuku felt that tug, he tried to practice switching between the tag on the station and home. It became easier and easier to do, and eventually, Izuku found no issue in deciding where it was he wanted to end up being, or essentially teleported to. When he told his mom how he learned something new with his quirk, she had been so happy she cried. Nothing surprising in the Midoriya family. But she had also been sad since his quirk took him away from danger and had done that so many times. Again and again, she talked to the school, taking to the teachers and principal. She had them switch which classes Izuku had been in. When that didn't work, she tried to transfer Izuku to a different school or sign him up for an online program. She would have done homeschooling too if she could, but she worked long shifts that did not pay nearly enough already. But still, he ended up staying. Izuku would tell her he was fine. He rarely got truly hurt anymore because of his quirk, and it would only give her bitter relief. Izuku had lost count of how many times his mom apologized to him, even when he knew she had tried so hard. And Ko herself had noticed that in all these years, Izuku had never asked her if she thought he could be a hero. He hadn't even mentioned UA to her anymore. At dinner later, she finally asked him about it. "Oh, I'm not going to go to UA." Inko shifted in her seat, remembering the way Izuku would go on and on about the school. "But I thought you always wanted to go there. Not all of the programs were to become heroes." She had heard Izuku say so himself. Izuku stopped eating but played with his food. "I did before, but it isn't smart. UA is expensive." He looked up from his plate at her. "And I don't want to make things harder than they need to be. Anyways, I don't think I'd make a good hero." He had enough reasons to tell him why. "I'm actually planning to do online school with some advanced classes. I've been researching it, and there are a lot of better ones that would accept me since I'll be graduating from tldr. That way, I can get a small job and help with the bills so it can be easier for us." Inko stared back and slowly her eyes filled with tears. "Oh my baby." She reached out a hand to Izuku's and gripped it tightly. "You'll always be my hero, my brave boy." Izuku knew his mom loved him. She always spoke sweet words. He had used to wonder if she was afraid of hurting him, if she thought he was weak. But when he heard these words, he felt as if a weight in his chest was lifted. He quickly got up from his seat and pulled her into a hug. It was a reversal of the time she pulled him onto her lap the first time he used his quirk. Now he stood taller as she sat, her head tucked into his chest. He made sure to not let go. The next place Izuku tagged was the hospital. Who knows, maybe one day his quirk wouldn't be quick enough to save him from injury. After all, his classmates had gotten more brave since the stairs attempt didn't work out. In a twisted way, it was working out for Izuku. While he tried to avoid his quirk pulling him away from school, it let him practice using it. He was getting better at figuring out when one of the others was going to try something. His reflexes got faster. Izuku had gotten used to the feeling in his stomach too. It was a sensation that reminded him of his mom's quirk with how she could pull things towards her. His quirk always felt like he was being taught. It was curious. Just how did his quirk work? He already had a page in one of his notebooks dedicated to breaking it down. Already those pages consisted of how he thought the limit so far for tags was 5. But Izuku wanted to try out if he could use his quirk without being in a dangerous situation. Maybe it was possible to do short-distance telepo. A hand slapped down on his desk. Familiar red eyes were glaring at him. "Yes, Bakugo?" Izuku asked. "The fuck? You still writing about heroes, shitty Deku? Can't fucking be one with your quirk." Izuku sighed. "Yes, I know, as you have told me so many times before. but I can still write about heroes. Why does it even matter to you? Bakugo scowled and smoke was come from underneath Bakugo's hand still recessed down on his notebook. Before Izuku could pull it wavy, Bakugo snatched it and sneered at Izuku. Damn it, don't be stupid, Deku, Bakugo said before letting off an explosion. Izuku gritted his teeth when he saw the blackened edges of the notebook. Give it back. He stood up from his seat. Bakugo laughed while his lackeys called Izuku stupid for trying to act brave. He swung his hand back and threw the notebook out the window, but Izuku had already run past Bakugo and reached out his hand to grab the notebook. He managed to grab it, half his body leaning out the window. When Izuku leaned back and he saw Bakugo infuriated. If you want to be a hero so fucking bad, how about you take a swan dive off the roof and wish you get an actual useful quirk in your next life? Bakugo said before turning his back on Izuku and making his way out of the classroom behind two other boys. After a few seconds, Izuku spoke. Maybe I will. Bakugo froze and turned around. Izuku was there with his book bag already on and notebook in hand standing in the opening of the window. What the fuck are you doing? Bakugo yelled. Izuku smiled. I think it's about time I listened to you, isn't it, Kaken? Bakugo froze at the name he hadn't been called since he was 4 and he watched as Izuku stopped backward off the edge of the window and fell. The other two boys that were behind him ran to the window and looked out. Bakugo didn't move. He didn't want to see what was on the ground outside. But instead of horror or even a scream, one of the boys let out a what? And the other asked, where is he? That caught his attention. The fuck you mean? The boys turned around. Bakugo, he's not there. I don't see him anywhere. He's gone. When Bakugo looked out the window for himself, he saw the same thing, nothing. Izuku did not, in fact, kill himself. He was very much still alive. When Bakugo had told him to kill himself, all Izuku felt was disappointment and anger. So when Bakugo had turned around, Izuku got his bag, notebook, and got up on the window's edge. He decided why not, even going as far as to call Bakugo by his old childhood nickname. The name Kaken felt weird on his tongue after so many years of disuse. Then before any of them could stop him, Izuku let himself fall. Obviously, he had known he'd be fine. He knew he wouldn't even get close to the ground, courtesy of his quirk. That's why he had gotten all his things before even doing it. He didn't want to go back to school for his bag. Once he stepped out that window, he would wind up back home, safe and sound in no time. Of course, Bakugo didn't know that. But in that moment of being told to kill himself, he didn't care. He felt like teaching Bakugo a lesson. Was it possible cruel? Yes, but so was the treatment Izuku suffered at Bakugo's hands. So for a few seconds, Izuku felt the air whip around him and the weightlessness that came from falling until he was back on his own 2 feet at home. Though there still remained the pounding of his heart and tingling of his skin, along with the strange desire to just do it again. After jumping out the window, Izuku didn't go to school. He stayed home to catch up on the extra work teachers kept assigning him, along with just letting Bakugo simmer in whatever thoughts he was having. His mom made no protests. Instead, she was more than happy to call in sick and stay home. She went around doing household tasks as he did his work at the dining table. It was helpful with no distractions that he would get at school. However, it was a bit difficult to focus when he could feel the looks she was sending his way. Every time he looked, she was smiling lovingly, almost physically tangible with how much it seemed. When he looked, her smile would brighten and then she went back to whatever task was at hand. It was sweet. That night they ate katsudon and watched a movie. It had been a while since the last time Izuku just got to spend a day with his mom, especially with how much she worked. They always made the best of what time they did get before the next day they would inevitably have to go back to school and work. Bakugo froze when Izuku walked into class the next day. Izuku simply smiled at him before taking his seat. Bakugo did nothing. He was just silent. He continued to be that way for the rest of the day. It had been so unusual that Izuku noticed how his teacher kept scowling whenever they looked in his direction and how antsy his classmates were getting. Apparently, they had gotten so used to some sort of conflict happening between Izuku and Bakugo that a day of nothing was unnerving. If that didn't say how problematic Aldera was, then Izuku didn't know what did. But he wouldn't have to worry about it soon. Eventually, he would graduate from Aldera and do online school. He was actually excited about getting a job. Maybe he could work at the bookstore he passed by a few times. The atmosphere inside was nice and the bookstore keeper was a kind old lady named Flora who, funnily enough, had a plant quirk. Izuku just had to bide his time. He got better at avoiding classmates who looked at home with calculating expressions. He made sure to keep up with the extra work his teachers kept assigning him even when he had fewer incidents of teleporting away from school. It was annoying dealing with so much work, but he took advantage of it. At one point, a teacher had given him advanced work, probably in the hopes that he would do badly on it. The look on the teacher's face when Izuku turned it in completely filled out was priceless. Is something wrong, sensei? Izuku asked innocently. They looked at him with a strained expression. No, Midoriya. I was just surprised. Surprised? They shifted in their seat and coughed. "Oh, never mind, you may go back to your seat," Izuku did with a knowing smile. It seemed that they wouldn't want to admit they gave him work above his grade. That day, the teacher didn't call him out, but when they inevitably gave Izuku more extra work to complete, he saw it was more advanced work. In the next class, it happened again. He accepted that challenge. If he did it well, it would benefit him anyway. The online program he wanted to get into was asking for copies of some of the work Izuku has done, so the surplus amount and now with advanced work would be useful. The petty part of him wanted to thank the teachers for their attempts at sabotage. Of course, he kept quiet and resigned himself to enjoying their reactions as he continued to submit completed assignments again and again. Izuku wrote more about quirks, not just quirks of heroes, in his notebooks. He even tried to come up with a code to write them in, though that was slow going. He also researched different types of villain attacks or accidents caused due to quirk usage. A few times he was there in person during an attack, watchful but at ease knowing that his quirk would take him away if things became too dangerous for him to be there. It didn't let him forget the danger. His quirk was a constant reminder that there was danger. On other days, Izuku tried to experiment with his quirk. His main goal as of now was to use it even when he was in a safe situation. Though his quirk was predisposed to benign, activated in the opposite. Izuku even had a theory about why. For 2 hours he would try to imagine the pulling sensation in one of his tagged locations. Though even after months he hadn't been able to do anything. It felt like there was some sort of block, something stopping him from going farther. Maybe it was because he was still in tldr. Hopefully finally getting out would do some good. At least that's what Izuku hoped. He wanted more out of his quirk than just escaping bullies. Izuku wanted to do more than just run away. The end of the school year was accepted with open arms and cheering. The teacher had a hard time calming everyone down at the news, and then even worse when asking what they all had planned. Practically everyone yelled out some iterations of "to be a hero." Izuku had to ignore his gut feeling with all the quirk usage around him. He was almost sure that the majority of his class wouldn't actually be unable to be heroes. A lot of them showed overconfidence or not enough critical thinking when it came to their quirks. The teacher's praises and lack of proper teaching only did more to exacerbate the issue. Really, the only person who truly had a chance was Bakugo, and that wasn't even factoring his behavior and personality. When a teacher proudly stated that Bakugo was applying to UA and surely would attend, Izuku could almost laugh. Silence. Everyone was staring at him and the sensation in his gut got stronger. Shit, he laughed out loud, didn't he? "The fuck is funny, Deku?" Bakugo asked. His face was once again in a scowl, his hands splayed out ready to use his quirk, though not yet directed at him. Izuku sighed, leaning back, and dropped one of his hands to grab the handle of his book bag that was at his side. "Oh, nothing," he said nonchalantly. "Just funny a bully like you even wants to be a hero." Izuku would have been able to hear a pin drop from the silence that followed, though it only lasted half a second before Bakugo yelled and lunged across Izuku's desk. Of course, as usual, Bakugo never reached Izuku. When the smoke cleared in the classroom, there was only a burnt desk. One of the first things Izuku did after graduation was go to Flora-san's bookshop. She was moving her plants into sunny spots when he came in. "Hello, Midoriya-kun, I see school ended." He smiled at her. "Yeah, so I was wondering if I could start working now." Flora-san laughed at the eager expression on Izuku's face. She waved him towards the counter. "Go ahead, Midoriya-kun. I already have a list of things you can get started on. Figured you would come here as soon as possible once you graduated." She walked past him and patted his cheek. Izuku followed her to the counter where she had a list. After explaining the tasks and other details, she handed it to him and told him to do his best. That, along with how she was thankful for the extra help he would be giving around here. "Oh, it's no problem. I've always really liked the shop. It's nice here and I'm just happy you actually hired me." Flora-san laughed. "Oh, how could not hire such a sweet boy? You make the plants happy too whenever you're here." She leaned and whispered, "I think they mistake your hair for their kind most likely." Izuku smiled. "Well, thank you." With that, Izuku started working. His mom had even agreed that it was a nice shop to work. The pay was good, especially when Flora-san had been adamant to pay him what she thought was a reasonable amount for a growing boy helping his mother. Izuku thought his mom would cry once she met Flora-san in person. The people who came into the store were nice, none of them from tldr, and he doubted any of them would. None of them ever showed interest in books. After getting paid, Izuku was actually able to buy himself some wireless earplugs. He had wanted headphones, but when he saw how he looked with it on his head and pushed out his hair, he decided on the earplugs. He could even hide them behind his hair. Now he could reshelve books while listening to music. When he wasn't working at the bookshop, he helped around home and studied for when he would start the online program that had accepted him. It was nice to have more time and not have the thought of returning to tldr on his mind. Other than that, he was practicing using his quirk. Like before, he was still trying to use it when he wasn't in danger. Not much had changed, but he could tell the block he felt when he had still been in school had become weaker. It actually supported his earlier theory that his quirk was a teleportation quirk. but one that, because of all the bullying he went through and constantly getting hurt growing up, developed first in a way to get him out of those situations. Danger had become the trigger, but now he wanted to be the one to decide when it would activate. Izuku wanted to be able to teleport when he wanted to, not just when he was about to get hurt. But getting to that point was going to be difficult considering all the years of reasons why it hadn't worked that way. After 2 hours of trying before getting a headache, Izuku lay on the floor of his living room before saying, "Fuck bullies. It's gonna take a while all cause they decided to be assholes." Izuku Midoriya. His mom stood with her arms crossed and a frown. Izuku winced. "Sorry, Mom." She looked down at where he lay. "I know you'll curse, but don't do that when I'm near. You don't see me curse when I'm around you." Izuku sat up. "Just how often do you curse?" She didn't say anything, just smiled and walked away. "Wait," he said, getting up and trying to follow. "Tell me." Except suddenly she was a very fast walker and he didn't get very far before he hit his foot on the corner of some furniture and fell. Shit. Language. Izuku kept working and saving up money. He felt the block continue to get weaker and even managed to push past the limit of 5 tags. He still didn't know what the new limit was, but he hoped he would be able to have more in the future. Izuku had even found out that he could change tags, but he needed to be near the new place where he wanted to switch out an old tag. All of this went into his notebook. It made him feel giddy with how much he was learning just from some time of no longer being at tldr. Other than improving his reflexes and allowing him to do some advanced work, Izuku didn't see what good tldr did for him. Although, that time he jumped out the window was fun. He kind of wanted to do that again. It had been so freeing to just fall, to feel gravity pulling him down and hear the rush of wind in his ears for a few seconds before his quirk pulled him home. In all honesty, it had been exhilarating. He really wanted to do that again. That was the thought echoing in his mind for a straight week before he finally gave in. So one day, after getting out of work, he made his way to one of the abandoned buildings that were along the beach that was filled with trash. The sun was setting as he reached the entrance of one of them. Izuku made sure his hood was still secure on his head and that no one else was around to see him walk inside. It took a few minutes to find the stairs leading up to the roof. By the time he reached the top and saw the door labeled Rude Access, his heart was pounding in his chest and he couldn't help smiling. The door wasn't even locked. When he walked out onto the roof, wind blew in his face and the sight of the beach and horizon greeted him. The giddy feeling he felt earlier that was bubbling inside finally overflowed, making him laugh into the wind. If anyone had been there, they would have said he looked crazy. But Izuku couldn't care less at that moment. He spent a few more minutes just looking at the view from up top and relished in the feeling of the wind before he started to walk towards the edge. He could already feel a slight tugging in his gut when he reached it. Izuku knew that it was dangerous, being so close to falling, but he knew that he would be safe. Was it still a bit foolish? Yes, it was. But he couldn't resist and his quirk had already saved him countless times. Just like when he went out the window, it would save him here. With that though, an odd sense of calmness came over him and everything slowed down. The wind felt like nothing more than a whisper as he stepped forward into the open air and let himself fall. Then a second later he felt everything. The wind pushed his hood back and he could feel it go through his hair. The sleeves of his hoodie flapped in the way. There was wind resistance against his hands. He could feel himself falling and he laughed even as he got closer to the ground. Finally, he closed his eyes and stopped fighting the pull of his quirk. When he opened them, he was back home. His feet were safely on the ground and there was only an echo of the sensation of wind on his face. Izuku practically ran to his room to write about the experience but stopped when he passed a mirror in the hallway. Looking back at him was a boy with green eyes open wide that seemed so bright, a smile that seemed unable to go away, and a head of green hair that was crazier than usual. Whoa. That night Inko was pleasantly surprised by her son's good mood and the tight hug he gave her the moment she walked through the door. After that, it became routine for Izuku to go looking for a building to jump off. He always went at night and made sure to hide his appearance. Obviously, he was aware his late-night activities weren't exactly legal considering illegal quirk use. But if he never got caught, then no harm, no foul. Eventually, after weeks of jumping off roofs, Izuku started running into an array of people who were surprised to see him there in the first place. It made for some funny and memorable interactions, he had to admit. But no matter how many times they asked who he was or to go down via the stairs, he never did. Especially since Izuku started to listen to music while falling. Honestly, he was disappointed that he hadn't thought of it sooner considering that there were so many songs that were absolutely perfect to fall off a building to. It had taken a few days, but Izuku managed to come with a playlist full of perfect songs, so more often than not, there were nights that he would end up jumping off a building listening to a song before going back home. It was always just one building cause even Izuku knew not to stay out too late at night. And he wasn't going to push his luck with the pro heroes by trying to do that more than once a night. Izuku may be a little too into jumping off of buildings, but he wasn't reckless. Also, he made sure to spend time with his mom when they could. Ever since he started working, she hadn't needed to pick up so many shifts like before. She was actually able to spend just a bit more time at home. It was nice to see that she wasn't as worried about the bills like before. A part of Izuku was proud that he was now actually able to really help her with it. It reminded him of what she had said that dinner when he told her his plans. "You'll always be my hero." Whenever Izuku felt frustrated with his quirk still having a block, felt tired after work, or got anxious about how he would do with online school, he thought of those words. He thought about how sure she had sounded when she said them. Izuku thought about how things were so much better than before and how they were happy. Yes, he missed dreaming about being a hero and saving people. He had even considered being a rescue hero, but he needed to help his mom. UA was expensive and rigorous. It would have just added another thing to worry about for his mom. She was a single working mom, for God's sake, with a son who had a past of getting hurt and ending up at the doctors. Even with this quirk, he still had scars and the signs to prove he had gotten hurt. People did not become kind even after he got his quirk. There was still a part of him scared. Izuku didn't want his mom to worry about him, and he already worried about her. Over the years, being a hero lost its sparkle. He noticed how heroes looked in fights, how many times they were so close to being killed. He saw heroes who were more concerned about publicity than actual hero work. He saw heroes that had a personality that resembled too much of Bakugo's. Izuku had even seen flaws in All Might. He had seen moments where the man's smile was strained, or how sometimes it would have been better if a different hero fought instead of All Might. So many people solely depended on All Might, but he was just a man too. After years of being bullies and watching the world around him closely, the curtain that hid the flaws of heroes was pulled back. He understood it. Unlike what most would want to believe, the world of heroes they lived in was anything else but perfect. Izuku decided a different direction. Yes, he knew there were still good heroes. He was actually rather fond of underground heroes like Eraserhead and heroes like Fat Gum and Power Loader. He even liked Present Mike. Despite the man's appearance, he was wickedly clever and could fight avoiding unnecessary damage, easily talking to the criminal as a distraction. At and Present Mike's radio station was really fun to listen to as Izuku swung his feet off the edge of a building. After all, being on a rooftop could be pretty relaxing when you weren't jumping off. As such, Izuku made sure to work hard at work. He made sure to help around the house and budget the money he was paid. Then when it was time to start online school, Izuku made sure to cut down on his late activities. It had been a bit nerve-wracking to start, but without the bullies and the past label of quirkless attached to him, things were going well. His current teacher had been impressed by the work he had done and even pushed him into an advanced program. That was another thing. These teachers were actually nice and helpful. The first day of classes, where the teachers usually held video conferences with their students, had been unusually nice given with how nice they were to Izuku. It was a bit off-putting in the sense that Izuku wasn't used to it, but still, he was excited. Even his mom had noticed a change in Izuku after he started classes. There were several times when she caught him excitedly taking notes while he watched a lecture video. There was even a time when he was beaming after a teacher had praised him for his addition to the class discussion. At one point, she even saw Izuku receive a message during class from a classmate who complimented him on a question he posed earlier. They were happy, and she hoped that things would continue to be good. So did Izuku. Things had been going well until Inko's boss kept asking for her to take more shifts. They wanted her to work more and more hours, while Inko wanted to do anything but that now that Izuku was home and they were better off financially. But they kept pushing and pushing. Each time she had pushed back, there was that small inkling of a threat that it would be reason enough to fire her. She needed that job. When she was told she would have to go on a work trip, she couldn't say no. She had tried to get out of it, using the little connections she had in the company, but it had proved unsuccessful. This time, the threat of termination was clear if she refused to go. "I'm so sorry, Izuku. I really don't want to," she said, trying to keep from crying again as she broke the news to Izuku that she would have to leave for a few weeks. She failed to hold them back as Izuku just smiled and hugged her tight. "I know," he said softly. "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. I have Florus, and if I get lonely, I know you two have been talking. I bet she'll try to give me more money once she finds out you're leaving, so don't worry." His voice was light, but Inko could tell that it was just a facade. She had never had to leave him so long and knew that he didn't like to be home alone. "I leave next week, but while I'm still here, I want us to do some things together when you have the time," she said, desperate to make up for the time she'd be gone. We could go get ice cream and see one of those hero movies you liked when you were little. How does that sound?" "Sounds good." Over the next week, Inko rushed to get things in order so that Izuku would be okay living on his own for a while. She made lists of what he should get in grocery runs and what coupons to use, what to do if the oven stopped working again, and bought a heavy-grade medical emergency kit. Once that was all done, they finally went out. They ended up going to an ice cream shop they hadn't been in years. "Oh my god, is that you, Midoriya-san? And little Izuku too?" asked an older lady behind the counter. Inko laughed and saw the blush on Izuku's face from the nickname. "Yes, it is. I can't believe you still remember us. It's been so long, Suzuki-san." Well, how could I forget my two favorite customers? Suzuki-san asked. It was always so nice seeing you come here with little Izuku. I still remember when he first came here and asked so many questions about all the flavors. He tried every single one. Izuku's face grew redder. Suzuki-san laughed at the sight. It's so nice seeing you again though. I had almost thought you moved away. Now what flavor would you two like? After some deliberation, they decided on mint chocolate with rainbow sprinkles, which only made Suzuki-san laugh when they told her. I see that hasn't changed, she said while serving them the ice cream. That's the same you chose the first time you came in here. Now how could you remember that? Oh, I just have a very good memory. Some say that it's a part of my quirk, but really, like little Izuku told me last time, I think it's just photographic, Suzuki-san said, winking at Izuku. And really it's very helpful with the regulars I get, especially during the summer. Inko saw Izuku perk up at the mention and she went to pay, but Suzuki-san waved her off. Nope, it's on the house for brightening up my day. Oh no, I couldn't. It's fine, really I must insist. It's been so long since I last saw you both and business is doing fine. So go out and eat the ice cream with little Izuku before it melts. Inko looked at Suzuki-san with pleading eyes, but the woman did not crack. An impressive feat. All right, Inko said with resignation. But next time I will pay Suzuki-san. Huh, I'm sure. Now get going, shoo. Both Midoriyas walked out with their cups of free ice cream with a light feeling in their hearts. Do I look that little to you? Izuku asked. Inko laughed. Oh, always. The ice cream was sweet and refreshing from the sunny day. They walked to a park and found a bench in front of a fountain in the shade. When they sat down, Izuku sat close to her side. He leaned his head on her shoulder. Inko looked at her son and scooped some ice cream. She really did cry too easily. For the rest of the week, there were similar outings. They went to watch a movie, but not a hero one like Izuku liked to watch when he was little. They walked around a museum about architecture. One day, Izuku ended up secretly setting up a spa day where she was able to get her nails done and her hair. When Inko protested how he might get bored waiting, he smiled. When they arrived for the appointment, to Inko's surprise and amusement, Izuku was set up right beside her to get his nails done too. When he posed with his newly done nails, he batted his eyelashes and asked, "Oh come on mom, don't you think this color matches my complexion?" She couldn't help but laugh. Then when it was time to get their hair done, Izuku told her he wanted his to be a surprise before running off to be situated where she couldn't see. Was that you, son? Her hairdresser asked. Yes, he actually planned this all out, Inko said warmly. Oh, that sounds lovely. Must be a good son. He really is. An hour later, once they were finished, Inko was met with the sight of Izuku with longer hair and a suspiciously familiar hairstyle. I asked my hairdresser to make it longer. They have a quirk that does that, which is cool. Anyways, I wanted it to be like how you style it. I've always seen your hair that way. Do you like it? Oh, Izuku, you look so beautiful. Mom, he whined and looked at the surrounding giggling hairdressers. You can't just say that. But Inko just laughed and continued to compliment her beautiful boy. It warmed her hair to see his curly hair longer and tied up in the same style she usually had. She even wondered about how it would look if it was braided as well. That night, Inko practiced braiding her hair, hoping that maybe Izuku would one day ask her to braid his. Izuku had helped with her bags when it was time for her to go. The idea of not letting go crossed his mind, but still, she had to go. She had kissed his forehead and gave him a hug before leaving. I'll be back soon. Promise you'll be safe. Safe? Izuku had a quirk that pulled him to safety. He jumped off of buildings for fun. Yeah, I promise. And eat healthy food, not just junk food. Yes, and work hard for Flora-san and do all your homework. Izuku laughed. Yes, I promise I'll be fine. Now do before you miss your flight. Oh, all right. She smiled at him. I love you, sweetheart. I love you too. Watching her walk away and disappear into the crowd, Izuku felt a lump in his throat. He knew she would be back. He shouldn't worry. But despite his efforts, his eyes still watered. Even more so when he got home and saw the small meal Mom had prepared for him just before leaving, still on the plate with wrapped in plastic. Later that night, Izuku was on the edge of a building crying while he listened to the present Mike's radio show. He didn't let himself fall for the longest time, not wanting to be pulled back to an empty apartment. It was weird to be there without seeing his mom or hearing her put around in the kitchen or her room. Whenever she was home, he could always hear her humming or talking to herself about tasks that needed to be done. Now it was too quiet. It made him feel the need to fill the silence. After one day, Izuku fell back into the habit of mumbling. He mumbled about everything, from the material he was going over in class to the random thoughts that came across his mind. Slowly, the mumbling filled a small part of the void that was left by his mom. Although, when he was out, he made sure to keep the mumbling in check, though he didn't feel the need to do that when he wasn't home. Other than home, Izuku spent most of his time in the bookshop. Just as he predicted, Flora-san had given him more money and even started giving him lunch as well. When he tried to refuse, Flora-san insisted, saying all she had was money and time, so she was perfectly fine giving it to him. It was nice, and he felt a bit less lonely than he did before eating lunch in the bookstore than his dining table. He even started just helping out at the store in his free time off the clock. Flora-san, of course, insisted on paying him for that too. "Don't try to stop me, Midoriya-kun. I'm your boss and you will accept this money." She scolded him when he tried to sneak the money back to her. "Ooh, no buts," she said while looking him in the eye. It really was funny how she looked like a typical sweet old lady and sometimes talked like one, but at the same time teased and was like this. Eventually, he accepted the money, only reminded of how stubborn his boss could be. It really didn't match up with the gentle look she had whenever she was attending to her plants. Izuku kept putting his hair into his mom's hairstyle. It was actually a lot nicer than he thought having longer hair. Other than the half up and half down, Izuku tried doing a bun and braids. The bun had been easy, but the braids ended up with him getting his hair tangled and a cramp in his hand. He'd have to practice that one. That or just ask mom to send a video of her braiding hair. He was sure she'd know how. School was going well and Izuku luckily wasn't struggling with the material. His teachers were still helpful, even checking up on how he was dealing with the advanced classes he was taking. He had told them he was doing fine and actually really enjoyed the ethics class he was taking, especially when they discussed the ethics behind heroism and what made someone a villain. His pre-quirk era class was cool too. There was even a section of the types of music they had which he was excited to get into later on. Other than that, Izuku had actually already finished a project due in a week, so he had some free time on his hands. Of course, he used it to jump off some buildings. It was amazing every time and Izuku was sure he wouldn't ever be able to get tired of it, especially with his ever-growing playlist of songs to listen to as he let gravity pull him to the ground. Izuku had even gotten to see Eraserhead in person. There were so many questions he wanted to ask, but he reined it in as he didn't think fanboying in front of one of his favorite heroes while inches away from a 40-story fall was smart. There was also the fact that the man was under the impression he was trying to end his life, which was definitely not the case. Izuku was very well enjoying his life at the moment. Unlike with other heroes, Izuku tried to make sure that the pro knew he would be okay once he fell, but Eraserhead still tried to reach him as he leaned back into the open air. That interaction had only made Izuku like Eraserhead even more. The next time he had seen Eraserhead was actually while the pro was after a villain alongside another hero. To get to see Eraserhead take down a villain right in front of him at just the moment when they had gotten distracted by Izuku's presence had been something he'd never forget. Izuku couldn't wait to write about it when he got home. Then this time, Eraserhead accepted that Izuku would be fine as he fell since he didn't try to get him off the ledge, unlike the other hero who was with him. Izuku really wished he could have seen the aftermath of that incident. To him, Eraserhead seemed like a really tired man and he bet that dealing with a teen jumping off of buildings wasn't something he wanted to do. Overall, a very fun night. Izuku was wondering when he might see the underground hero again as he walked down a street when suddenly, something small crashed into his legs. Shaken out of his thoughts, he noticed that he was at the opening of an alleyway, and in front of him was a blonde boy wearing a costume. He recognized them as a third year at UA who had been in the sports festival not so long ago. If Izuku remembered correctly, his name was Lemillion. The small thing that had crashed into him was actually a little girl with white hair and a small horn sticking out of her head. She held his pants in a tight grip, her arms covered and banged along with her legs sticking out of a dirty dress. She was barefoot and shaking. Izuku dropped down to her level. "Hey sweetie, what's wrong?" he asked gently. "Are you hurt? Do you need help?" Red eyes looked at him through strands of white hair. "Please help," she whispered desperately and grabbed his shirt instead. "The bad man is coming." At those words, Izuku felt a tug in his gut and immediately brought his arms around the little girl. One of his arms went her legs, effectively scooping her from the ground, and the other brought her close to his chest. She didn't resist. In fact, her grip on his shirt only tightened. She tucked her head under his chin and he could feel her horn poking slightly into his skin. Izuku looked at Lemillion, who was watching them with a concerned look on his face. Just as Lemillion opened his mouth, there was suddenly someone coming out of the shadows of the alley the girl had run out of. Both Izuku and Lemillion turned to look. Izuku could feel how the little girl started to tremble in his arms, her grip turned knuckle white. He saw a bird mask and the tugging in his gut turned to a painful degree he had never felt before. He tightened his grip on the girl. Whoever that was coming out of the alley was not good news. He had to be bad news. Very bad news. Like hell, Izuku was going to stay there any longer. The last thing Izuku saw before he let himself be pulled away from whatever the fuck was that bird guy was Lemillion's shocked face. It was only when he was back home that he slouched in relief and loosened the tight hold he had on the little girl. "Hey, you're safe now. Look," he said softly when she still had yet to remove her face from his chest. Slowly her grip relaxed and her face turned, revealing her face. Wide eyes looked at him and then their surroundings. "Where are we?" Izuku smiled at her. "We're home, well, where I live. That bad man isn't here, so you're safe." "But how did we get here?" "Oh, that was my quirk. It took us away from the bad man." Her eyes widened. She looked around the living room again, as if trying to see every possible nook and cranny there was. It was a new place and she didn't know him at all. By the way, I'm Izuku Midoriya. What's your name? She turned back to him and looked at him. Her eyes scanned his face, tracing the details he had gotten used to looking at in the mirror. Eri, she said softly. He smiled brightly at the girl in his arms. It's very nice to meet you, Eri. Eri stared in wonder at the boy with a smile that shined like the sun. Mirio Tagata. Or as he was called in his hero costume, Lemillion was just doing his normal patrol when he saw a little girl run out of an alley. The girl ran right in front of him and into the lets of a green-haired teenager who had been walking room the opposite direction. It seemed he had been stuck in his thoughts until the girl ran into him. He had looked at Lemillion before down, a flash of surprise on his face, but within a moment he got down to her level and asked her if she was okay in one of the softest voices Lemillion had ever heard. The little girl whispered about a bad man, and when she did, the teen had scooped her up as if it was something he did regularly. He held her close and the girl didn't fight him at all. If anything, she tucked in as close as she could. It reminded Lemillion of someone protecting their family. Then from the alley emerged a man that Lemillion had been warned about by Sir Nightai. Overhaul of the 8 Precepts of Death. He had looked back at the boy and girl and all he saw were wide eyes before they disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. A voice drew his attention away from the empty space on the sidewalk in front of him. Excuse me, hero. Did you see a little girl run out? She's my daughter, Overhaul said. It was a lie. Overhaul had no children. Sir Nightai's notes on the man were detailed to a scary degree and told him so. Lemillion couldn't exactly say that the girl, who no doubt was a victim of Overhaul's, came running out and into the arms of a teenager and then disappeared. So he did the next best thing. He lied. I'm so sorry, sir, but I haven't seen her. Do you want me to help you look for her? I can notify the other heroes on patrol to be on the lookout for her, Lemillion so helpfully suggested with a smile. Can you give me a description of what she looks like? Her name? Overhaul scowled at him. No, that won't be necessary. Ah, are you sure? Yes, he said with a dangerous look in his eye, and Lemillion didn't push further. Instead, he kept an eye on him when Overhaul turned back and walked into the darkness of the alley. Once he was sure he was alone, Lemillion let the smile fall from his face. He was definitely going to have to tell Sir Nightai about this new development. He later did that day. Sir, I don't know who that boy was, but from what I saw it looked like he was only trying to protect the girl. Sir Nightai tapped a chess piece on the desk. Yes, it seems that way. But we still need to find the boy and girl. There must be a reason why Overhaul was looking for her. There was a reason she ran, and she might have valuable information. We'll need a description of both of them. Lemillion then described the girl and the boy. The boy looked like he could be a first year at UA, I think. He had shoulder-length green curly hair and green eyes. He also had freckles on his face. He was wearing a short-sleeve white t-shirt, dark pants, and he was wearing red shoes. He was also very gentle with the girl and didn't hesitate to pick her up at all. I think it was his quirk that made them disappear. What makes you say that? Lemillion rubbed the back of his neck. It's just that one movement he was looking at me with really wide eyes and the next he was gone. The look on his face before he disappeared made me feel like he knew that Overhaul was bad news, even before you could fully see the man's face. Sir Nightai hummed as he typed up the report on his computer. I see. After a few more seconds he looked away from the screen and saw that Lemillion was still looking at him with an odd expression. Yes, Lemillion laughed. Oh sir, I was just wondering if it would be useful to know if the boy had painted nails or not. What color were they? Be safe. That's what his mom asked Izuku to be before she left. Then what did Izuku do? He essentially kidnapped a child from someone who he thought was a bad guy. Yep, and all of this in front of a soon-to-be hero, one who worked with Sir Nightai. What if Izuku stayed? What if he had given Eri to Lemillion? Surely Lemillion would have known what to do more than Izuku. Or would Eri be back with the bad man? Eri looked at him with bright eyes. She was so young. No, Izuku was sure he did the right thing. At least he tried to. Eri hadn't been safe with that man, and who knows if Lemillion would have been able to take her somewhere safe. Something could have gone wrong. It wasn't always a sure thing for the hero to win. But Izuku knew he could take Eri somewhere safe. He may not be a hero, but he wasn't going to let Eri get hurt again. So he carefully held her and made sure she was okay before he set her down, though she didn't move away from him when he did. Eri, are you hungry or thirsty? She stared at him again, like she was searching for something before she gave him a small nod. As he walked to the kitchen, she followed like a duckling. Her eyes never strayed from him as he poured a glass of water and cut an orange for her onto a plate. He placed them on the coffee table in front of the couch. Here you go, sweetheart. Eri stared at the cut-up fruit before slowly sitting down at the table and reaching out to grab one of them. She lit up once she bit into a slice. Do you like it? She gave Izuku another small nod. He smiled. If you want any more, just let me know. I like oranges too, but we also have some strawberries if you want, he said before stepping back to give her space to eat and drink in peace. He was going to the hallway when he heard a silent wait. Eri had stood up and looked scared. Don't leave, she said. "Oh, I'm not going to leave. I'm right here." Izuku looked at her and then at his computer at the dining table. "How about I just sit at the table and do some school work? I won't leave if you don't want me to." She watched as he sat down at the table and opened his computer. It wasn't until he hadn't moved for a few seconds that Eri sat back down and ate. For the next few hours, Izuku didn't make a move without staying in Eri's line of sight or her following closely behind. She probably didn't want to be alone, so Izuku kept quiet so she wouldn't be uncomfortable. Later on, he even managed to find some old clothes from when he was younger so that Eri could get out of the dirty dress she was wearing. "I know it might be a bit big, but I thought you might want to get out of that dress. Only if you want to though, Eri, so don't worry," Izuku said before handing over a gray shirt that had one lone stitched green bunny at the edge. It had been from his mom when he turned 7. Izuku also gave Eri some old shorts that managed to find. Eri grabbed onto the shirt as if it would disappear once she touched it. She slowly traced the ears of the green bunny at the bottom with her fingers before looking up at Izuku. "You match, huh?" Izuku asked. Eri traced the bunny again and softly said, "You have green hair like the bunny." Izuku laughed. "You're right, I do." After that, Eri went into the bathroom while Izuku stayed outside in the hallway talking to her so she didn't think he left. When Eri opened the door, she was grabbing the edge of the shirt where the bunny was. "All right, Eri, how about you and I eat some sandwiches for dinner? I'm thinking classic American peanut butter and jelly." Eri had never had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but thankfully she didn't hate it. Izuku had cut them into little squares that she seemed to like. Once they were finished and it started to get late, Izuku told Eri that she could take his bed, but once she found out he would take the couch, she shook her head. Izuku ended up setting Eri up on the couch while he, still in her line of sight, was at the coffee table with his computer. A pile of blankets and pillows was ready to use when he was done doing his assignments. He had planned to do them earlier, but considering the situation, it was just better to get them done as soon as possible. Eri fell asleep to the mumbling of Izuku and the sound of his fingers tapping on the keyboard. Meanwhile, Izuku tried to think about what exactly he was going to do now. He figured he'd either have to call Mom or talk to Flora-san. Izuku decided it would be better to talk to Flora-san first. The next morning, Eri woke up with a start but calmed down once she saw that Izuku was still at the coffee table. "You stayed," she said. Izuku looked up from the computer. "Yeah, of course, you asked me to." His answer made her hide behind the blanket he gave her. Apparently, she was shy. He smiled at the sight. "It's okay, Eri," he reassured her. "Now I think it's time for breakfast, don't you?" Once again, like the day before, they ate at the coffee table while sitting on the floor. Eri was still quiet, but she looked a bit more comfortable in the shirt. Her bandages, though, peeked out from the sleeves. Izuku wanted to help her with those, but he didn't know how injured she was. Maybe Flora-san could. She had told him a couple of stories about her crazy days back then. "Eri, would it be okay if we went to where I work? It's a bookshop and my boss is a really nice lady. Her name's Flora and she had a ton of plants. I'd think she'd like her," he explained as he washed dishes. Eri wrung her hands with the shirt. "But we'll be together." "Yup. I can even show you what I do there and some books too. I'm pretty sure there are some you'd like too." "Then okay. Thank you. Now one more thing. To get there I'll have to use my quirk so we get there quick and don't run into anyone." Eri tilted her head. "Like how you took me away from the bad man." Izuku nodded. "Yeah, that's my quirk, but the thing is, we have to something a little weird to use it," he said awkwardly, thinking about how exactly a 6-year-old might react to being told they'd jump off a building to his job since he had it tagged. "That's okay," Eri said softly. "All right, so it might be a little scary, but I promise we'll be fine. I won't let anything bad happen to you," Izuku said seriously because he'd have a hold of her the whole time. Eri nodded with a sort of look of wonder in her eyes at his declaration of protection. A few minutes later, with the medical kit in his backpack and Eri secure in his arms, they were on the balcony of the apartment. "Okay, Eri, for a few seconds we'll fall and then the next thing you know we'll be in the bookshop. I won't let go for a second, so just hold tight and if you want to close your eyes, it's okay," he explained slowly and clearly to the little girl in his arms. "I believe you." At those words, Izuku felt a warmth in his chest and he smiled brightly at Eri. For some reason, her belief in him felt like he could do anything. Izuku looked at the makeshift stairs he made to be able to jump off the balcony. He got into position. "Let's go." He ran forward, placing one foot onto the box that was set against the railing and then the other on the railing before he pushed off and soared into the air. He saw Eri's eyes widen, but she didn't look scared at all. He only let them fall for a few milliseconds before letting his quirk take them to the bookshop. Surrounded by the familiar bookshelves, he quickly asked Eri if she was okay and only said her done when said she was. With that, he called for Flora-san and made sure Eri followed. He almost froze when Eri's hand grabbed him, but he just continued walking to where he heard his boss's voice come from. "Oh, Midoriya-kun, I thought you didn't work today," Flora-san said once she caught sight of his familiar mop of hair. But her attention quickly shifted to the little girl holding his hand. "Well, now who is this young lady?" After Izuku explained and Eri moved to look at Flora-san's flowers, the old woman sighed. while Midoriya-kun, I can't believe you're becoming a parent at such a young age. Inko will be so happy to become a grandmother, she said with a smirk. Izuku sputtered, Flora-san. She laughed. I'm just joking, she said not a second before suddenly putting on a serious face that contradicted what she just said. I can't believe you're my boss. Flora-san waved him off. Now, respect your elders. Anyway, you're in quite the situation. It's good that you came here. I can help a bit, but really, Midoriya-kun, you need to go to the police or a hero, she said seriously. Oh, I know. Izuku rubbed his hands down his face. I just panicked and Eri is still really skittish even with me. What if the police scare her or make her go back to that man? What if the heroes make her go back? I can't do anything if they do. Flora-san leaned back and brought a hand to her chin. You're not wrong, but you should still talk to them. You can explain you're worried, and Eri is already attached to you. You could still help, but you need to talk to someone who knows what to do. You're right, Izuku admitted. And I will. I think I could call tomorrow to at least let Eri have a day where nothing crazy is going on. All right, Flora-san said. Now with that settled, let me see what I could do for her bandages. She might not me get close, but I'll do what I can. In the end, Eri didn't let Flora-san do anything more than replace her bandages with clean ones. It was better than nothing, but there were some cuts that were new on her skin. Then to distract Eri, Flora-san requested her help to make a list of things Izuku needed to do in the bookshop. For lunch, Flora-san brought out food to the both of them and Eri ended up staring at the bunny-shaped rice. Flora-san cackled when Eri simply pointed to Izuku and said, it's you. When it was time to leave, Izuku once again had Eri in his arms, but instead of a balcony, they were on top of the building next to the bookshop. Ready, Eri? Eri nodded. Ready, she said, almost sounding excited. When they were back in the apartment, Izuku checked up on her again, even making her lift her arms and turn around just to double-check. For a small moment, it almost looked like Eri was smiling. He hadn't seen her smile once since meeting her. He hoped that one day she could. That night, Eri slept on the couch again while Izuku was at the coffee table again. He had finished his notes and put his computer in his book bag. He wrote down the number of the police station he'd call first thing in the morning. A man who wore a bird plague mask and white gloves scowled at the men before him. For the past day, they had no answers as to the disappearance of Eri. Several had paid for that. But now someone had just shown a photograph of the supposed person who took Eri from him. It would only be a matter of time until he had her back. Izuku was washing dishes. It had barely been an hour since they started the day. Eri was happily listening to music with Izuku's earplugs on the couch while he cleaned up after the breakfast he ate. His phone was in his pocket, playing a playlist that he thought was appropriate enough for Eri. It seemed she liked it so far. It had been going well and Izuku was going to call the number he wrote down last night after he finished. Except it had been barely an hour before suddenly there was a loud crash from the entrance of the apartment. Izuku's heart dropped when he saw two individuals with bird plague masks walk inside and he gritted his teeth fighting the tugging in his gut. He didn't have Eri. He needed to get to Eri. She was frozen in fear, her eyes on the two men who stared right at her. Dude, look, she's right there. Get her, the shorter man of the two said once they laid their eyes on her. Be quiet, Tanaka, the taller man said, looking bored to even be in the apartment. Your voice is unnecessarily loud. Just grab her already. But right as Tanaka took a step forward, Izuku was throwing the knife he used to cut fruit earlier at the man. What the? Get the fuck away from her. Izuku practically snarled at the two masked men. Who the fuck do you think are and what you gonna do about it, huh, punk? Tanaka asked Izuku, who now grabbed more kitchen knives and whatever sharp things were close by. Tanaka, calm down. You mustn't lose focus on our objective. This is just the peasant who took Eri away from Overhaul. Tanaka scowled at the taller man. Oh, shut up, Ito. You're so annoying with that bored look on your face. Now just a mo, Ito began to say, but Izuku made a run for Eri. If he could just make it to Eri, then everything would be okay. Izuku threw the knives he held at Ito and Tanaka, hoping he could hit at least one of them, just to keep them away from Eri just a bit longer. He had only been able to cut Tanaka's arm by pure luck as Ito simply dodged the poorly thrown knife. Ito frowned at the curses coming from Tanaka before throwing his own sharp projectile at Izuku with a simple flick of his hand. It was something unsettling to see a shagged white thing poke creep out of skin. But it happened in a second before it was heading towards him. Izuku ducked, feeling something go through his hair and then the sound of the glass door to the balcony breaking. Tanaka cursed even more and Izuku was suddenly very grateful that Eri was still wearing his earplugs. He hoped she hadn't heard him cursing earlier. Speaking of Eri, she had gotten up from the couch and came closer to Izuku. Except she was still out of his reach. When Izuku made another go to get Eri, he managed to dodge another thing Ito threw, but on the third one, he didn't move out of the way in time. Izuku cried out in pain as something cut through the skin of his cheek. He could feel the hot blood that flowed down from the cut. But now Eri was within his reach, so he wrapped one of his arms around her and pulled her close while the other, in his panicked state, managed to grab the yellow book bag. With his hands full, he ran for the broken balcony door. He knew those men wanted Eri, so they couldn't afford to throw a bone-like knife his way while she was in the line of fire. Hey, wait, what the fuck are you doing? Tanaka yelled as he scrambled to stop Izuku from running to the balcony. Izuku paid them no mind and just kept going, willing his body to hurry and for his foot to hit the box that was still up against the railing and for the other one to touch the railing. Then with all the power he had in his body, Izuku launched himself off the railing to get as far away from Ito and Tanaka as he could. He squeezed Eri tightly, scrunching himself up into a ball with her covered as much as possible. His head was screaming from fighting the tugging in his gut, but finally, he didn't have to anymore. Instead, he began scrambling to think of all the tagged places he had in rapid succession. Fuck, 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 shit, I need heroes. Shit, where the fuck are heroes? Wait, while there. Ito and Tanaka watched as the crazy green-haired boy with Eri suddenly disappeared in midair. Overhaul is gonna kill us, won't he? Ito sighed. Most likely. At UA, Class 1A was going over the rules of battle and rescue simulations when an alarm went off. What's going on? Are we getting attacked? What do we do? Eraserhead ignored the questions from his students and listened to the announcement made on the intercom system. He gritted his teeth when he realized what it meant. Intruders. There were intruders at UA. He turned back to his students. Everyone stay here and do not leave this classroom, he said, flashing his quirk when at first they didn't respond. Hey Arazu, Ida, you're in charge. No one leaves. When he received nods of confirmation from his students, Eraserhead left the room, already headed in the direction where the intruders were said to be. He ran towards the entrance of the UA campus where he already saw a few other heroes such as Midnight, Ectoplasm, and Present Mike. Cementos was there too and already managed to create something of concrete that everyone surrounded. It seemed that the intruders were now stuck in a concrete box. It looked like there were two, Cementos reported once Eraserhead went to his side. Both of them are inside right now. There's no movement. We were waiting for you in case they try to do something with their quirks. Eraserhead nodded. Ready when you are, he said, and readied his capture weapon as the others got ready for an attack. At his signal, Cementos removed the walls that surrounded the intruders. Once Eraserhead could see a hunched-over figure, he activated his quirk, not giving them a chance to use their quirk. But then the figure did nothing and they could finally see the intruder clearly. What the hell? Eraserhead asked and started to get closer. They were two kids. A boy, a teen from the looks of it, and a little girl. All they had with them was a yellow backpack. The boy was curled protectively around the girl and Eraserhead could see blood dripping from his hunched-over head. His face was still hidden. After a few seconds, the boy started to move and everyone tensed. But all he did was lift his head and Eraserhead found himself looking at green eyes that for some reason seemed oddly familiar. There was a deep cut still bleeding on the boy's cheek. The little girl still had her face tucked into the boy's chest and there was a small horn sticking out of her white hair. What the hell? When the boy looked at Eraserhead, his eyes widened before he let out what sounded like a sigh of relief. Despite the blood on his face or being surrounded by a bunch of heroes ready to fight if provoked, he smiled. Hey, Eraserhead, be safe. That's what his mom asked Izuku to be before she left. Then what did Izuku do? He essentially kidnapped a child from someone who he thought was a bad guy. Yep, and all of this in front of a soon-to-be hero, one who worked with Sir Night-Eye. What if Izuku stayed? What if he had given Eri to Lemillion? Surely Lemillion would have known what to do more than Izuku. Or would Eri be back with the bad man? Eri looked at him with bright eyes. She was so young. No, Izuku was sure he did the right thing. At least he tried to. Eri hadn't been safe with that man, and who knows if Lemillion would have been able to take her somewhere safe. Something could have gone wrong. It wasn't always a sure thing for the hero to win. But Izuku knew he could take Eri somewhere safe. He may not be a hero, but he wasn't going to let Eri get hurt again. So he carefully held her and made sure she was okay before he set her down. Though she didn't move away from him when he did. Eri, are you hungry or thirsty? She stared at him again, like she was searching for something before she gave him a small nod. As he walked to the kitchen, she followed like a duckling. Her eyes never strayed from him as he poured a glass of water and cut an orange for her onto a plate. He placed them on the coffee table in front of the couch. Here you go, sweetheart. Stared at the cut-up fruit before slowly sitting down at the table and reaching out to grab one of them. She lit up once she bit into a slice. Do you like it? She gave Izuku another small nod. He smiled. If you want any more, just let me know. I like oranges too, but we also have some strawberries if you want, he said before stepping back to give her space to eat and drink in peace. He was going to the hallway when he heard a silent wait. Eri had stood up and looked scared. Don't leave, she said. Oh, I'm not going to leave. I'm right here. Izuku looked at her and then at his computer at the dining table. How about I just sit at the table and do some school work? I won't leave if you don't want me to. She watched as he sat down at the table and opened his computer. It wasn't until he hadn't moved for a few seconds that Eri sat back down and ate. For the next few hours, Izuku didn't make a move without staying in Eri's line of sight or her following closely behind. She probably didn't want to be alone, so Izuku kept quiet so she wouldn't be uncomfortable. Later on, he even managed to find some old clothes from when he was younger so that Eri could get out of the dirty dress she was wearing. I know it might be a bit big, but I thought you might want to get out of that dress. Only if you want to though, Eri, so don't worry, Izuku said before handing over a gray shirt that had one lone stitched green bunny at the edge. It had been from his mom when he turned 7. Izuku also gave Eri some old shorts that managed to find. Eri grabbed onto the shirt as if it would disappear once she touched it. She slowly traced the ears of the green bunny at the bottom with her fingers before looking up at Izuku. You match. Huh? Izuku asked. Eri traced the bunny again and softly said, You have green hair like the bunny. Izuku laughed. You're right, I do. After that, Eri went into the bathroom while Izuku stayed outside in the hallway talking to her so she didn't think he left. When Eri opened the door, she was grabbing the edge of the shirt where the bunny was. All right, Eri, how about you and I eat some sandwiches for dinner? I'm thinking classic American peanut butter and jelly. Eri had never had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but thankfully she didn't hate it. Izuku had cut them into little squares that she seemed to like. Once they were finished and it started to get late, Izuku told Eri that she could take his bed, but once she found out he would take the couch, she shook her head. Izuku ended up setting Eri up on the couch while he, still in her line of sight, was at the coffee table with his computer. A pile of blankets and pillows was ready to use when he was done doing his assignments. He had planned to do them earlier, but considering the situation, it was just better to get them done as soon as possible. Eri fell asleep to the mumbling of Izuku and the sound of his fingers tapping on the keyboard. Meanwhile, Izuku tried to think about what exactly he was going to do now. He figured he'd either have to call Mom or talk to Flora-san. Izuku decided it would be better to talk to Flora-san first. The next morning, Eri woke up with a start but calmed down once she saw that Izuku was still at the coffee table. You stayed, she said. Izuku looked up from the computer. Yeah, of course, you asked me to. His answer made her hide behind the blanket he gave her. Apparently, she was shy. He smiled at the sight. It's okay, Eri, he reassured her. Now I think it's time for breakfast, don't you? Once again, like the day before, they ate at the coffee table while sitting on the floor. Eri was still quiet, but she looked a bit more comfortable in the shirt. Her bandages, though, peeked out from the sleeves. Izuku wanted to help her with those, but he didn't know how injured she was. Maybe Flora-san could. She had told him a couple of stories about her crazy days back then. Eri, would it be okay if we went to where I work? It's a bookshop and my boss is a really nice lady. Her name's Flora and she had a ton of plants. I'd think she'd like her, he explained as he washed dishes. Eri wrung her hands with the shirt. But we'll be together. Yup. I can even show you what I do there and some books too. I'm pretty sure there are some you'd like too. Then okay. Thank you. Now one more thing. To get there I'll have to use my quirk so we get there quick and don't run into anyone. Eri tilted her head. Like how you took me away from the bad man. Izuku nodded. Yeah, that's my quirk, but the thing is, we have to something a little weird to use it, he said awkwardly, thinking about how exactly a 6-year-old might react to being told they'd jump off a building to his job since he had it tagged. That's okay, Eri said softly. All right, so it might be a little scary, but I promise we'll be fine. I won't let anything bad happen to you, Izuku said seriously because he'd have a hold of her the whole time. Eri nodded with a sort of look of wonder in her eyes at his declaration of protection. A few minutes later, with the medical kit in his backpack and Eri secure in his arms, they were on the balcony of the apartment. Okay, Eri, for a few seconds we'll fall and then the next thing you know we'll be in the bookshop. I won't let go for a second, so just hold tight and if you want to close your eyes, it's okay, he explained slowly and clearly to the little girl in his arms. I believe you. At those words, Izuku felt a warmth in his chest and he smiled brightly at Eri. For some reason, her belief in him felt like he could do anything. Izuku looked at the makeshift stairs he made to be able to jump off the balcony. He got into position. Let's go. He ran forward, placing one foot onto the box that was set against the railing and then the other on the railing before he pushed off and soared into the air. He saw Eri's eyes widen, but she didn't look scared at all. He only let them fall for a few milliseconds before letting his quirk take them to the bookshop. Surrounded by the familiar bookshelves, he quickly asked Eri if she was okay and only said her done when said she was. With that, he called for Flora-san and made sure Eri followed. He almost froze when Eri's hand grabbed him, but he just continued walking to where he heard his boss's voice come from. Oh, Midoriya-kun, I thought you didn't work today, Flora-san said once she caught sight of his familiar mop of hair. But her attention quickly shifted to the little girl holding his hand. Well, now who is this young lady? After Izuku explained and Eri moved to look at Flora-san's flowers, the old woman sighed. Wow, Midoriya-kun, I can't believe you're becoming a parent at such a young age. Inko will be so happy to become a grandmother, she said with a smirk. Izuku sputtered, Flora-san. She laughed. I'm just joking, she said not a second before suddenly putting on a serious face that contradicted what she just said. I can't believe you're my boss. Flora-san waved him off. Now, respect your elders. Anyway, you're in quite the situation. It's good that you came here. I can help a bit, but really, Midoriya-kun, you need to go to the police or a hero, she said seriously. All I know, Izuku rubbed his hands down his face. I just panicked and Eri is still really skittish even with me. What if the police scare her or make her go back to that man? What if the heroes make her go back? I can't do anything if they do. Flora-sen leaned back and brought a hand to her chin. You're not wrong, but you should still talk to them. You can explain you're worried, and Eri is already attached to you. You could still help, but you need to talk to someone who knows what to do. You're right, Izuku admitted, and I will. I think I could call tomorrow to at least let Eri have a day where nothing crazy is going on. All right, Flora-san said. Now with that settled, let me see what I could do for her bandages. She might not me get close, but I'll do what I can. In the end, Eri didn't let Flora-san do anything more than replace her bandages with clean ones. It was better than nothing, but there were some cuts that were new on her skin. Then to distract Eri, Flora-san requested her help to make a list of things Izuku needed to do in the bookshop. For lunch, Flora-san brought out food to the both of them and Eri ended up staring at the bunny-shaped rice. Flora-san cackled when Eri simply pointed to Izuku and said, "It's you." When it was time to leave, Izuku once again had Eri in his arms, but instead of a balcony, they were on top of the building next to the bookshop. "Ready, Eri?" Eri nodded. "Ready," she said, almost sounding excited. When they were back in the apartment, Izuku checked up on her again, even making her lift her arms and turn around just to double-check. For a small moment, it almost looked like Eri was smiling. He hadn't seen her smile once since meeting her. He hoped that one day she could. That night, Eri slept on the couch again while Izuku was at the coffee table again. He had finished his notes and put his computer in his book bag. He wrote down the number of the police station he'd call first thing in the morning. A man who wore a bird plague mask and white gloves scowled at the men before him. For the past day, they had no answers as to the disappearance of Eri. Several had paid for that. But now someone had just shown a photograph of the supposed person who took Eri from him. It would only be a matter of time until he had her back. Izuku was washing dishes. It had barely been an hour since they started the day. Eri was happily listening to music with Izuku's earplugs on the couch while he cleaned up after the breakfast he ate. His phone was in his pocket, playing a playlist that he thought was appropriate enough for Eri. It seemed she liked it so far. It had been going well and Izuku was going to call the number he wrote down last night after he finished. Except it had been barely an hour before suddenly there was a loud crash from the entrance of the apartment. Izuku's heart dropped when he saw two individuals with bird plague masks walk inside and he gritted his teeth, fighting the tugging in his gut. He didn't have Eri. He needed to get to Eri. She was frozen in fear, her eyes on the two men who stared right at her. "Dude, look, she's right there. Get her," the shorter man of the two said once they laid their eyes on her. "Be quiet, Tanaka," the taller man said, looking bored to even be in the apartment. "Your voice is unnecessarily loud. Just grab her already." But right as Tanaka took a step forward, Izuku was throwing the knife he used to cut fruit earlier at the man. "What the? Get the fuck away from her," Izuku practically snarled at the two masked men. "Who the fuck do you think are and what you gonna do about it, huh, punk?" Tanaka asked Izuku, who now grabbed more kitchen knives and whatever sharp things were close by. "Tanaka, calm down. You mustn't lose focus on our objective. This is just the peasant who took Eri away from Overhaul." Tanaka scowled at the taller man. "Oh, shut up, Ito. You're so annoying with that bored look on your face." "Now just a mo," Ito began to say, but Izuku made a run for Eri. If he could just make it to Eri, then everything would be okay. Izuku threw the knives he held at Ito and Tanaka, hoping he could hit at least one of them, just to keep them away from Eri just a bit longer. He had only been able to cut Tanaka's arm by pure luck as Ito simply dodged the poorly thrown knife. Ito frowned at the curses coming from Tanaka before throwing his own sharp projectile at Izuku with a simple flick of his hand. It was something unsettling to see a shagged white thing creep out of skin. But it happened in a second before it was heading towards him. Izuku ducked, feeling something go through his hair and then the sound of the glass door to the balcony breaking. Tanaka cursed even more and Izuku was suddenly very grateful that Eri was still wearing his earplugs. He hoped she hadn't heard him cursing earlier. Speaking of Eri, she had gotten up from the couch and came closer to Izuku. Except she was still out of his reach. When Izuku made another go to get Eri, he managed to dodge another thing Ito threw, but on the third one, he didn't move out of the way in time. Izuku cried out in pain as something cut through the skin of his cheek. He could feel the hot blood that flowed down from the cut. But now Eri was within his reach, so he wrapped one of his arms around her and pulled her close while the other, in his panicked state, managed to grab the yellow book bag. With his hands full, he ran for the broken balcony door. He knew those men wanted Eri, so they couldn't afford to throw a bone-like knife his way while she was in the line of fire. Hey, wait, what the fuck are you doing?" Tanaka yelled as he scrambled to stop Izuku from running to the balcony. Izuku paid them no mind and just kept going, willing his body to hurry and for his foot to hit the box that was still up against the railing and for the other one to touch the railing. Then with all the power he had in his body, Izuku launched himself off the railing to get as far away from Ito and Tanaka as he could. He squeezed Eri tightly, scrunching himself up into a ball with her covered as much as possible. His head was screaming from fighting the tugging in his gut, but finally, he didn't have to anymore. Instead, he began scrambling to think of all the tagged places he had in rapid succession. Fuck, 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 shit, I need heroes. Shit, where the fuck are heroes? Wait, while there. Ito and Tanaka watched as the crazy green-haired boy with Eri suddenly disappeared in midair. Overhaul is gonna kill us, won't he? Ito sighed. Most likely. At UA, Class 1A was going over the rules of battle and rescue simulations when an alarm went off. What's going on? Are we getting attacked? What do we do? Eraserhead ignored the questions from his students and listened to the announcement made on the intercom system. He gritted his teeth when he realized what it meant. Intruders. There were intruders at UA. He turned back to his students. Everyone stay here and do not leave this classroom, he said, flashing his quirk when at first they didn't respond. Arazu, Ida, you're in charge. No one leaves. When he received nods of confirmation from his students, Eraserhead left the room, already headed in the direction where the intruders were said to be. He ran towards the entrance of the UA campus where he already saw a few other heroes such as Midnight, Ectoplasm, and Present Mike. Cementos was there too and already managed to create something of concrete that everyone surrounded. It seemed that the intruders were now stuck in a concrete box. It looked like there were two, Cementos reported once Eraserhead went to his side. Both of them are inside right now. There's no movement. We were waiting for you in case they try to do something with their quirks. Eraserhead nodded. Ready when you are, he said, and readied his capture weapon as the others got ready for an attack. At his signal, Cementos removed the walls that surrounded the intruders. Once Eraserhead could see a hunched-over figure, he activated his quirk, not giving them a chance to use their quirk. But then the figure did nothing and they could finally see the intruder clearly. What the hell? Eraserhead asked and started to get closer. They were two kids. A boy, a teen from the looks of it, and a little girl. All they had with them was a yellow backpack. The boy was curled protectively around the girl and Eraserhead could see blood dripping from his hunched-over head. His face was still hidden. After a few seconds, the boy started to move and everyone tensed. But all he did was lift his head and Eraserhead found himself looking at green eyes that for some reason seemed oddly familiar. There was a deep cut still bleeding on the boy's cheek. The little girl still had her face tucked into the boy's chest and there was a small horn sticking out of her white hair. What the hell? When the boy looked at Eraserhead, his eyes widened before he let out what sounded like a sigh of relief. Despite the blood on his face or being surrounded by a bunch of heroes ready to fight if provoked, he smiled. Hey, Eraserhead. It was an odd scene. A small mammal sitting at a rather large desk and a teenage boy with a fresh scar and dried blood on his shirt, both drinking tea across each other, teacup being held by paws and another by hands with painted nails. All the while, a little girl sat calmly on the couch listening to music while keeping her eyes on the boy's green hair. Then off to the side was a man with tired yet still attentive eyes. Nedzu spoke first. So Midoriya, it seems that you have found yourself in a tricky situation. Midoriya sipped his tea. Seems so. With a man such as Overhaul after you and Eri, I do not think it is safe at your home. Midoriya snorted. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing considering what Tanaka and Ito did to two of my doors. Tanaka and Ito, the two villains who showed up at the apartment. I think Tanaka had some sort of strength quirk since the door was busted and Ito had a quirk where they could shoot out sharp projectiles at me. I actually think the projectiles were made out of bone, which is interesting. They were really sharp too, Izuku said, absent-mindedly brushing a finger over the new scar on his cheek. I see, and they were there for Eri. Yes, I don't think this Overhaul guy was happy with me taking Eri away from him. But when she ran out of that alley and I saw the guy with the plague bird mask, I couldn't let her go back. He was dangerous and she had run away for a reason, Midoriya said, progressively reaching a tone that did not invite disagreement. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and saw Nedzu's tail wag just the tiniest bit. Do not worry, Midoriya. I will not fault you for saving Eri. I am more interested in how you did such a thing considering how dangerous Overhaul is. You said you had a teleportation quirk? Yes, Midoriya nodded. My quirk essentially teleports me away from danger. So if I'm in a situation where I might get hurt, there's a sort of tugging in my gut, and if I don't fight it, then suddenly I'm somewhere else. I get teleported away. Over time I figured out that I could tag certain locations to go to the next time my quirk teleports me away from danger. Nedzu leaned a little bit forward. So when I met Eri and I saw the masked man, my quirk went sort of crazy. The tugging feeling was really strong. That's how I knew that whoever that person was, he was dangerous. So I let my quirk teleport me and Eri back to my home, Izuku explained. So essentially your quirk allows you to escape danger easily and take you somewhere safe that you have tagged. Yep, most of the time if I just let my quirk do its thing, then I don't really get hurt. Aizawa saw Nedzu's tail wag a bit more. Then how did you manage to get that cut from Ito? Nedzu asked, his beady eyes looking at the scar on Midoriya's right cheek. Oh, I got that because I couldn't let my quirk take me away yet when they broke in. I didn't have Eri and I wasn't about to leave her behind. So when I was trying to reach her, one of Ito's sharp bone things managed to cut me. But I was able to grab Eri and jump off the balcony. Jump off the balcony? Midoriya nodded. Yeah, the glass door of the balcony was shattered, and when I got Eri, I wanted to put as much space between us and the villains. So I ran out of the door and off the balcony since they couldn't follow us. Eri and I were going to be okay since my quirk would take us away before we could get anywhere near the ground. And as we fell, I focused on Yue since it was the only tagged place that I knew that had heroes. Something clicked in Aizawa's mind as he listened to Midoriya's story. It was you, Aizawa suddenly said, looking at Midoriya. Huh, you're the kid I saw those 2 nights that jumped off the roof and disappeared, Aizawa declared. Midoriya took another sip of tea before answering. I have no idea what you're talking about, Eraserhead. Shadow was positive that Midoriya was the one he saw. He was sure that the reason those green eyes seemed so familiar was that he had seen them before that night on the roof. The way Midoriya had nonchalantly talked about jumping off a balcony with a little girl reminded him of how the boy he saw that night on the roof had talked about falling off the building like it was a walk in the park. It had to be him. But Midoriya simply looked at him and acted as if he had no idea what Shadow was talking about. Shadow resisted the urge to string him upside down in his capture weapon. Meanwhile, Nezu looked like he was having the time of his life. Shadow could see how the teacup that Nezu had was shaking, the telltale sign that the mammal was hiding in his laughter. It was obvious that everyone in the room knew that Midoriya was lying. But that didn't stop the boy from smiling at him as if he was innocent. Shadow knew better. He also knew that he couldn't really do anything about it, despite knowing that it was Midoriya. There wasn't enough evidence to actually get Midoriya in trouble for most likely illegal quirk usage. Shadow remembered how the police had barely any information about the figure who fell off buildings. The descriptions were inconsistent, and there was the fact that some people thought the figure was actually some sort of illusion instead of a real person, since no one had even gotten their hands on the figure. So even if Shadow were to go to the police and say this is the one, there was reasonable doubt. He doubted that Nezu would help either. The principal was fond of these sort of things. Then there was the whole situation the kid was now in with being targeted by Overhaul and how he seemed to be taking care of a little girl on his own. It made Shadow wish he didn't go to work that day. Izuku resisted the urge to laugh when he saw the look on Eraserhead's face when he denied he knew anything about what he said. It was difficult, but he managed, even though he knew that Aizawa didn't believe him and that Nezu could obviously see through the lie too. Was he concerned? No, not really. There were more important things at hand than trying to prove that Izuku had been partaking in jumping off of buildings several times within the last few months. Things like how his apartment wasn't safe and that there was some Yakuza dude after him and Eri. Izuku really didn't know how he was going to explain all that to his mom. She was going to be so worried. Now Nezu was telling him about the reality of his situation. With someone as dangerous as that, and now that they know who you are, I do not know many places where you will be safe. Then what should I do? You can go to the police, where most likely you and Eri would be separated and put into witness protection. Izuku's heart dropped when he considered about going into hiding. Would he be able to stay with Eri? Would he be able to talk to Flora-san or his mom? What if he had to drop out of his online school? No, he couldn't do that. He was finally having something good, something of his own. He wasn't about to let some weird bird-masked dude ruin that. He was tired of running and tired of people ruining things for him. Or, Nezu continued, you could live here. As you saw earlier, we have an effective security system and a surplus of qualified heroes here. Also, we have a faculty dorm building where there is plenty of room for you and Eri to live comfortably while something is done about Overhaul. Izuku liked that option much more than going into witness protection. You have that sort of authority? Izuku asked. Nezu's smile turned a bit sharper, exposing the tips of the fangs he had. You'll find that I have the authority to do many things. After a moment, Nezu's smile returned to its normal state. So Midoriya, what do you think? Izuku thought it over. Well, I'm going to have to talk to my mom before I decide something like this. This involves her safety too, since the apartment isn't safe anymore. Yes, of course, I'm sure it would be no problem to house her as well if she wished. I'll be sure to tell her that, thank you. Then finally Izuku grabbed his phone to call his mom. The phone barely rung twice before Inko answered. Hi honey, I'm so happy you called. How are things? Are you okay? Have you been eating all right? Izuku listened to his mother's nervous rambling and questions about how he had been doing. He winced at the thought that he was about to drop some not-so-good news on her. Mom, he said, interrupting her never-ending line of questions. Yes, Izuku, she asked with a worried tone at how serious Izuku sounded. Izuku took in a deep breath before telling his mom about the mess he somehow managed to get himself into. Oh, my poor sweet boy. Is Eri all right? Are you all right? Don't worry about the apartment. I'm just happy that you're safe now. I am a bit upset that you didn't go to someone earlier when you took Eri, but I can understand wanting to let her rest, even if it was just for a short time. I'm glad you were able to talk to Flora-san. I must thank her with something when I come back. Oh honey, I wish I could go back to Japan right now. No, Mom. Stay there. It isn't exactly safe here right now and I don't want you to get in trouble with your bosses, Izuku quickly told her. I'm actually really happy you weren't home when the villains came. I don't know what I would have done if you were there too, Mom. He clenched his fist in the bottom of his shirt at the thought of what could have happened. He could hear his mom let out a heavy sigh on the other side of the line. All right, Izuku, I'll stay here. But where will you go? Izuku looked back up at Principal Nezu and Aizawa, who were respectfully giving him some semblance of privacy by turning away and talking to each other. The principal of UA offered tldr, and I live on the UA campus where they have a bunch of heroes and a security system. They even said that you could stay here too if you wanted. They really said all that? She asked, sounding unsure. Izuku understood her hesitance. It almost seemed too good to be true, but really, it was the best option that he had considering their situation. Yeah, they did. Izuku paused. So what do you think? After a few seconds of silence, she responded. If that's the best option and they promise to keep you safe to the best of their abilities, then yes. And I will not hesitate to take a flight back home if they fail. My job be damned. Izuku couldn't help the smile that appeared on his face at his mom's declaration. Thanks, Mom. I'll do my best too. Izuku mouthed. She said yes to Nezu, who sent a smile back at him. So it was decided. Midoriya and Eri would live on the UA campus until Overhaul was caught and they were deemed safe again. After talking a bit more on the phone with his mom, Izuku went to Eri, who was still on the couch, and told her about their new living situation. So, I can still stay with you? She asked immediately. He nodded. Yup, we'll stay here together until we can go back to my home when it's safe. My mom said it was okay and she even asked about you too. Eri's eyes widened. She did. He smiled at her. She wanted to make sure you were okay and she's excited to meet you when she can come back from her trip. Is she nice like you? She's even nicer. And she looks like me too. Her hair is even in the same style as my hair. Izuku pointed at his hair that had part of it tied up and the rest down. Eri's eyes went to Izuku's hair and he could see they were bright with excitement. Wow, she whispered. Izuku chuckled before Nezu asked to speak to him again. At the moment it may be unsafe to let you return back to your apartment, but if you will give us a list of things that you need to have picked up from there, I'm sure it would be no problem. Nezu told him. That would be fine. There are actually some things that are really important. So if you give me a piece of paper, I'll make the list right away, Izuku said, thinking about all his analysis notebooks that were hidden in his desk. When Aizawa gave him a sheet of paper, Izuku immediately started writing. It took a few minutes, but when he was done he had written items ranging from socks to the important documents his mom had organized in a file box. Surprisingly, he was able to keep the list limited to the one sheet he was given by writing smaller than usual. When Izuku handed the paper to Principal Nezu, he could see interest flash in the mammal's eyes. He would have been correct since Nezu was especially interested in how practical and detailed the list was. When Nezu's eyes came across the item of Midoriya's hidden analysis notebook, Nezu had to refrain from cackling like a madman. Yes, Nezu was very interested in Midoriya. Later on, when Nezu would give the list to the heroes who were designated for the job, they would look in disbelief at the list. Kami, just how old is this kid? He wants us to get what? Not even I have that. Dude, there's a hidden compartment in his desk. Hey, help me with this file box. For some reason he wants it too. Oh, he listed some family photos. I think we have everything. After we leave, someone should come by and secure the apartment so no one else can break in. Although I feel like everything that was important is what the kid listed. Huh, smart kid. Present Mike was the one who ended up showing Midoriya where he would end up living with Eri while they stayed at UA. Nezu had stayed in his office while Aizawa returned back to his class, albeit very slowly. Present Mike was nice though. The man was much calmer than before. Izuku had a feeling that it was because Eri was there. He smiled at the hero's consideration. All right, here will be your home away from home. He opened the door to what would be their dorm. It was bigger than Izuku expected and much more than just a bedroom with a bed. Instead, there was a sitting area with a couch and a table to the side. There were 2 more doors that led to a bathroom and to a bedroom. Here it is. And the kitchen area you passed by downstairs is free to use too. Not a lot of faculty stay here, so majority of the time it will be you and Eri alone in the building. Except you might see a teacher or 2 if they decide to come here and rest, Mike explained. Izuku set Eri on the ground to walk around as he took a look around too. Izuku turned back to Mike, who was watching him. I think this will be fine. Thank you, present Mike. Mike waved him off. Oh, it's no problem, Midoriya. Anyways, your stuff should get here soon, so go ahead and take a look around the building. Later on I'll see how you're settling in. He paused. Oh, does Eri need clothes? If she does, I know just the person to get her some. A certain radar hero flashed in the man's mind. Yeah, she does. I don't have any clothes that would be alright for her to wear other than the shirt she's wearing right now, Izuku said, looking embarrassed. No worries. When I come back I'll bring some clothes for her, present Mike said before walking out the door and leaving Izuku and Eri alone. Finally alone, Izuku let out a deep breath and practically collapsed into the couch where Eri had already taken a spot on. He closed his eyes trying to think of all the things that had happened just earlier that day. Eri looked at him with concern. "Are you okay, Mom?" Izuku froze in place with a deep blush appearing on his face. He opened his eyes to see red ones looking back down at him. He smiled and squeaked out, "I am fine, Eri, just a little tired. How about we take a little nap, yeah?" Eri blinked at him. "Okay, Mom." Izuku could feel that his face was on fire, but Eri made no comment on it. It only worsened when he felt her start to play with his hair. Eventually, his blush died down and he closed his eyes, just focusing on how nice it was for Eri to mess with his hair. Soon enough, Izuku fell asleep. The tension he had since the attack melted away, and Eri's hand stopped as she too also slowly fell asleep. When Shouter returned to Class 1A, he was instantly bombarded with countless questions. What was that alarm about, Sensei? Were we attacked? Did you defeat a villain? Why were you gone for so long? What shitty villain tried getting in here? Are we going to continue the lesson we were going over before the alarm? What happened? They all spoke on top of each other, and Shouta held in a grimace at the noise. He silenced the class with a flash of his quirk. God, all he wanted to do was sleep. Shouta took in a deep breath before addressing his class. The situation had been dealt with. There were no villains. Now here is a worksheet to complete. As he watched his class work together to complete the worksheet, he lamented the fact that he had a certain green-haired teen now added to the list of kids that he stressed about. A couple of hours later, Izuku was awake in the kitchen of the building making lunch for Eri. They had slept, and after the nap he felt refreshed. Eri was sitting on the counter swinging her feet. Izuku blushed every time he looked at Eri, reminded by how easily she had called him Mom. Since she had woken up, she had not stopped. "Thank you, Mom," she said after Izuku pushed the plate with apple slices and a sandwich towards her. He almost choked his own sandwich. He was going to have to get used to that eventually. They were both eating when Izuku's stuff from the apartment arrived, along with Aizawa and Nedzu, who was among the capture weapon like before. Izuku thought that maybe Nedzu thought it was a comfortable spot. It did look comfortable. "Midoriya, I see that you are getting acquainted with the building's facilities," Nedzu said. "Yeah, the kitchen is nice, Eri, and I like the room too. Thank you again for letting us stay here." "It is no problem." Now it seems the heroes had no issue with getting everything that was on your list. "I must say it was very well thought out and practical." Izuku shrugged. "Has to be, since I don't know how long it will be until I can go back home. I prefer to have certain things with me than for it just to be sitting in an empty apartment." Aizawa mumbled. "That's logical," and Izuku had to hold back a smile. "Yes, now, Midoriya, I came here to discuss something we failed to go over in my office." Izuku sent Nedzu a questioning look. "Your schooling situation. As I know you're aware of, you will not be likely to go to the school you're attending at the moment due to your situation. I was going over the possibilities of having you become a student of UA, most likely general education course, since you have not taken the entrance exams for the hero or the support courses," Nedzu explained. Without any hesitation, Izuku replied, "No, I won't be switching schools." Aizawa spoke up before Nedzu replied. "It isn't safe for you to go to your school with the target that's on your back." Then Izuku laughed. Nedzu's ear twitched and Aizawa was taken aback. Eri simply kept eating her apples, her eyes watching her newly designated mom. "I am sorry, but it seems that you guys have something wrong," Izuku said after collecting himself. "I don't actually go to a school. I do online school, so there's no issue." "Well, then it will be fine for you to continue your education as before," Nedzu chirped before saying. "Although, if you wish, I do not see an issue if you were to transfer here to UA." Izuku looked at Nedzu with a smile that seemed to be reminiscent of when someone thinking about something that caused pain and sadness. "I'd rather not. I am very happy with my current teachers and classes, though I am grateful for your consideration. I will respect your decision. However, if you were ever to change your mind, the offer still stands. I believe UA would be glad to have a student like you." Then Aizawa and Nedzu left Izuku, who continued to eat his sandwich, albeit more slowly than before. Shouta had not been expecting Midoriya's response when the principal had essentially offered him a post in one of the most prestigious hero schools in Japan. Turns out the kid was in an online school, but still he was offered to go to UA. But he said no, and Shouta noticed the look on Midoriya's face. It was the face of someone thinking about the past. In the past, did Midoriya want to go to UA? Did he want to be hero? What happened? Why did he say no? The kid clearly had potential. He had even already saved a little girl and managed to escape villains. Not everyone was able to do that. Shouta could tell Midoriya was smart too. Even Nedzu was interested in him. He didn't doubt that Nedzu wouldn't have suggested becoming a UA student if he wasn't interested in him. But the kid said no. Nedzu rarely didn't get what he wanted. Shouta rubbed the side of his head while thinking about what that could possibly mean. Nothing good. God, he just wanted to sleep. Later on, Present Mike checked up on Eri and Izuku just as he said earlier, and with him he brought clothes. They were cute and Izuku thanked him. "Awa, don't thank me. Thank Midnight when you see her." Though she might thank you instead, she had a lot of fun shopping for clothes. That woman loves cute things. Izuku laughed. All right, he turned to Eri, who was looking at a dark green sweater that among the pile of clothes Present Mike brought. Do you like them, Eri? Eri nodded her head quickly and clutched the green sweater to her chest. Both Izuku and Present Mike smiled. After Present Mike left, Izuku got back trying to settle into the dorm. The first thing he did was take out the family photos that he had asked for. Very carefully, he picked the best spots to place them in. When he was done with that, he made his way to the bathroom where he placed his toothbrush and shower products. Then he went to the bedroom where he started to put away all the clothes too. He felt slightly embarrassed when he was putting his underwear away, wondering which hero it was that collected his clothes for him. Among the last few things that he put in its new place was the file box with important documents like his birth certificate, bills, and so on. He took out his analysis notebooks that luckily looked like they were all there and weren't messed with. He would have to find a new hiding place for the sensitive information, even if they were in code. He also took out the emergency medical kit that he had and put it in the bathroom. It took him a long time putting everything in its new place and making the previously empty dorm have some semblance to a home he lived in. When he looked around, he saw that it did seem more welcoming than before, especially with Eri curled up on the couch with one of the blankets Izuku asked for. She was even wearing one of the new shirts that Midnight had gotten for her. He could see that Eri was falling asleep. Even with the nap they took earlier, it looked like she was still tired. He should probably put her to bed. Izuku then went into the bedroom. There was one bed there, but considering that he would be living with Eri, he planned on removing it. And instead of setting up the 2 futons he had the heroes get from the apartment. For now, he set up one futon for himself on the floor and set up the bed for Eri to sleep in when he went back to the couch. Gently, he woke her up so she could be able to change into some pajamas. Apparently, Midnight really had thought of everything when she got Eri's clothes. Izuku made the plan to do something to thank the hero when he saw Eri in a pajama dress with unicorns on it. When she was finally dressed, Izuku scooped her up and carried her to the bed and tucked her in. Quickly, he got dressed in his own set of pajamas. Then, before going to sleep, he gave Eri a quick kiss on the forehead like his mom used to give him when he was younger. Good night, Eri. Over the next few days, Izuku and Eri got more settled in living in the building. Just like Mike said, they were the only ones there. None of the faculty members had stopped by yet. He was visited by Mike along with Midnight, who squealed when she laid her eyes on Eri. Izuku also made sure to call Flora-san and tell her that he wouldn't be able to work for a lot longer than he had originally thought. He tried to apologize, but instead he got scolded by his boss for trying to say sorry. Midoriya: Izuku, if you try to say sorry to me, then I will not hire you back once you can work again. Am I clear? After a hesitant yes, Flora-san began to ask him multiple questions about his and Eri's well-being, and she promised to him that the shop would be fine without him. Midoriya: I've been able to run this shop for years without any help. I'm sure I'll manage until the heroes get the bastard that wants to hurt Eri and you. You just stay safe. Thanks, Flora-san. I promise that when I can, I'll go back to work. I'll hold you to it, Midoriya. Other than taking care of Eri, Izuku watched a couple of class lecture videos and was able to attend one of the scheduled video classes while Eri took a nap. He was more than happy that he decided to do online school because he couldn't really imagine what he would have done if he had to transfer schools. UA was a good school and he was really thankful that the principal offered the opportunity to become a student. But the idea of becoming a hero was attached to a lot of bad memories. Years of being ridiculed does that to a person. So he had declined, stating he was happy in his online school, which he was. He was really happy with it, but he couldn't help think about how it might be as a UA student. After all, when he was little he had dreamed of going to UA and becoming a hero. But in the end, he decided no. He had given up on the idea of becoming a hero, and now that he had Eri to take care of, becoming a hero wasn't as important. Instead, protecting her, making sure that he did well in his school and learned as much as he could, and improving on his quirk was what he would focus on. He thought back to how he wasted precious time trying to get to Eri when Tanaka and Ito came. He had been lucky that he hadn't been stabbed. He needed to somehow teleport in more ways, and just not to tag locations when in danger. He was sure he would be able to do it. The block that was there was almost gone, and he hadn't even started to try to see if he could teleport to places close in proximity. So along with school, work, and Eri, he practiced with his quirk. Then one day something finally happened. He had been focusing on trying to imagine himself being pulled or teleporting to the other side of the room. He even thought about how he felt when the villains came after Eri. He remembered the thoughts that were running through his head, how he needed to get to her, how he needed to get across the room before the villains could. He wasn't focused on the feeling of a tag because that had to do with long-distance location. Izuku believed that short-distance teleportation would be easier, and that he should be able to do it before he could long-distance teleportation at will. Instead, he focused on just getting across the room and remembering how he felt when he had been in danger. Izuku had even asked Eri to stand to the other side of the room to where he wanted to teleport. Eri was watching him as he had his eyes closed. She thought it was really nice that they asked her for help. She hoped that she could help. Then suddenly Izuku wasn't in front of her anymore. He was gone. Where did he go? A hand patted her head. Eri turned her head and saw Izuku standing behind her with a wide smile. And she realized that he did it with excitement. You did it, Mom. Izuku's smile only grew bigger and Eri found herself being picked up and held up high. Eri, I did it. We did it. Then he pulled her into a hug and squeezed her tight. I was able to do it because of you, Eri. And Eri felt herself feeling so happy. She did it. She helped her mom. For the rest of that day, after Izuku practiced a bit more and got the hang of it, he kept teleporting around the dorm and the building. He even offered to teleport with Eri, who happily accepted. As Izuku kept popping up in different places, he could see that Eri was getting closer to smiling, which only made him happier. Midoriya was back in Nezu's office drinking tea. I wanted to see how you were settling in since arriving at UA, Nezu explained. I'm doing fine. My online classes have been going well and I even made an improvement with my quirk. Nezu's eyes showed interested. Do tell me about your classes, Midoriya. I am interested in seeing what exactly had you say no to my proposition. Given the opportunity to talk about his classes, Midoriya excitedly starting explaining. With bright eyes and a smile, Izuku told Nezu all about how cool his teachers were and how they had pushed him to do advanced classes. He talked about some of the topics that they had discussed in class and some of the projects he already started working on. He especially loved talking about the ethics class he was taking with some upper years and his quirk theory class. Midoriya even brought up some of the questions he had come up with when he first met Recovery Girl. Meanwhile, Nezu took note of Midoriya's enthusiasm and his obvious love of learning. It made Nezu want to get his paws onto Izuku's mind and dig deeper, even more so when Izuku shared his thoughts and questions about the healing quirk. It was an amazing sight to see this green-haired boy become so full of passion about knowledge, and Nezu felt the urge to start in-depth discussions about all of the topics that Midoriya had brought up. He had to have this great mind become a student at UA, but Nezu could tell that it would not be easy. The boy was absolutely thriving in his current school, even if it was online. The mammal knew it was unlikely that Midoriya would leave it, but he had to have the chance to dig deeper in the child's brain. Who knows what innovative, groundbreaking ideas it could have. Nezu would not let go so easily. After Midoriya finally reached the end of his excited ramblings, Nezu quickly spoke to him. Midoriya, you have a brilliant mind and I must insist that you see what UA has to offer other than the building you currently reside in. I know you said you would not transfer school. And while I respect that, I would like it if you stop by classes and see how they are. I would greatly appreciate the chance to get your opinion on the way my faculty teaches and the material they go over. Midoriya looked shocked. Really? Yes, really. I am giving you permission to go around UA and to any class and to give me your opinion and insight. I find myself very much interested in your thoughts, as your mind, I might say, is close to being on par with my own if not already is. Of course, it may not be, but even then I would like to hear what you would have to say, Nezu explained. Wow, I don't even know what to say, to be honest. You do not need to say anything. Just if you do take me up on this offer, simply come by my office when you can and have a discussion with me about what you have seen. Also, do not worry about the administration. I will notify them that you have my permission to join their classes and so on. All right, Midoriya said. I think I will take you up on your offer, but I'll have to bring Eri along. That won't be an issue. I know several teachers and heroes that would be glad to watch Eri if you would like. Midoriya smiled. Thank you, Principal Nezu. Just Nezu will suffice. Midoriya's smile brightened at the obvious privilege he was being given. Okay, then thank you, Nezu. After being given permission to essentially wander around UA and go into any class, Izuku waited exactly one day to do it. Eri followed closely behind with her pink shoes. Where are we going, Mom? She asked, looking up at him while holding his hand. How about we go to where they make all pretty costumes? When Eri nodded his head, Izuku started to make his way there. It had taken a while since UA is so big, but eventually they were able to find the class. From the doorway they watched as the teacher lectured about the versatility of different materials and how to decide which one to use in partnership with the wearer's quirk. At one point the teacher noticed Izuku and Eri. Why, hello, are you Midoriya? Izuku nodded. Then come in. You can take a seat up in the front if you would like. Izuku shrunk a little with the class's attention being directed towards him, but quickly made his way to an empty seat and put Eri on his lap. He could feel various eyes on him, but their presence quickly disappeared when the teacher continued the lecture once again. He was a bit tense but soon relaxed as he immersed himself in all the information the teacher was saying. He got so that, at one point he even raised his hand to ask a question. The teacher didn't hesitate to call on him. Yes, Midoriya. Isn't it possible for some materials to be infused with the wearer's DNA if regular material would clash with their quirk? Like how that one student who kept phasing through their clothes during the sports festival last year. If a costume had their DNA, wouldn't it stop being an obstacle and allow them to use their quirk more easily? Yes, you would be right, Midoriya. She turned to the rest of the class. Our department can make costumes that have some DNA if that is necessary with their quirk. Although this is a very time-consuming process and requires the student to provide their DNA and make their request ahead of time. Izuku could hear the other students write the information down, and he wished he had brought his notebook with him. Instead of writing, he played with his fingers, bending each individual finger before folding all of them with one hand. The two of them stayed until the teacher assigned their students an assignment, and Eri had told Izuku that she needed to go to the bathroom. As they were leaving, the teacher called out to them, "Stop by any time, Midoriya. It was a pleasure having you in class." The other classes that he visited went about the same way. Each of the teachers seemed to have already been notified about Izuku and quickly told him to come inside and make himself comfortable. None of the teachers explained who he was to their students, which was very amusing. They had no issue with Izuku interjecting and asking a question or making a comment. In fact, they seemed to get excited after he said something. Meanwhile, the students would stare at him with confused looks on their faces, especially when he would walk in with Eri. At one point, when Eri called him mom again, Izuku couldn't have sworn he heard someone choking. Also, none of the students ever got any questions they asked the teacher about Izuku's presence answered. Instead, the teacher would either ignore the question or simply redirect it back to the class material. Izuku had a feeling that Nezu had something to do with that, considering it seemed the principal loved causing confusion. Izuku would let him have his fun, especially since he enjoyed that as well, clearly evidenced by his past nightly activities. That being said, Izuku always disappeared from class before any of the students got the chance to ask him questions. It was good practice for the new aspect of his quirk, and Eri loved being carried by him. Later on that day, Izuku would appear in Nezu's office and set Eri down on the couch before sitting in front of Nezu. Then, after being given a cup of tea, Izuku would start talking and Nezu would sip his tea and listen to what the boy had to say. After Midoriya spoke, Nezu was more sure than ever that he had made the right choice with asking Izuku to do this, and even more sure that he wanted to discuss more things with Izuku and his brilliant mind. Rumors and questions quickly spread around UA about the green-haired boy and the little girl who was always with him. Eventually, it hit a certain third year's ears. Tagada had been walking to class when he overheard a conversation. "Yeah man, this random kid with green hair walked in with a little girl who had a horn or something on her head. The teacher even greeted them like they knew them. Then he just sat there and lied." Tagada froze, his mind recalling the scene that played out in front of him. A little girl with a horn running into a green-haired boy's arms who disappeared in front of his eyes. A girl who Overhaul was looking for and probably still looking for, including the boy who took her. Tagada wasted no time grabbing the student that was talking. "You," described the boy and little girl again. The boy was startled but managed to give a response. "Uji, green hair and green eyes." The little girl had whitish hair and there was some horn sticking out too. "Did you see them use a quirk?" Tagada asked, remembering how the kid had disappeared. I think so. Some of us were going to ask him a question about who he was, but he disappeared before we could. And I mean, like 1 second he was there, then he was gone." "Thank you." And then Tagada ran off. He had a phone call to make. Izuku was having a great time. After doing the assignments and work for his online school, like writing about how past pre-quirk trends may possibly return and gain popularity again, he would go around UA with Eri. The little girl always looked excited once Izuku decided that it was time to go. Mostly because Izuku would carry her and use his quirk. Also because he never got upset when she called him mom. In fact, Eri saw how the name always made him smile. She liked making him smile. So she was happy to tag along as they went around the big building and met all sorts of people. Her mom always looked happy sitting at the desk with her on his lap. Sometimes she would get a little bored, but that stopped when she would start to play with his fingers and when Izuku brought coloring books for her. At the moment they were in Present Mike's class with some second years. The hero had been more than happy to basically pull Izuku in the classroom and push him into an empty desk that just so happened to be in the front. The class was anything but boring with Mike's enthusiasm teaching English. Izuku found himself holding back from laughing when Mike would yell out a term or two in English while his students looked confused. But it seemed that he wasn't sneaky about it as Mike quickly turned his attention to him with a smile. "Oh come on Midoriya, care to share what's so funny with the rest of the class?" he said in English. Izuku let out a chuckle before responding. "I'm sorry Mike, I just think it's funny how energetic you are in saying all these things, but then I see your students' confused faces." Mike just stared at him with an empty face before a large smile took place on the man's face. Why did he do that? Well, because at that moment Izuku had said everything in English with no sign of difficulty and Mike was absolutely ecstatic. Even more so by the confused looks on his students' faces that were looking in shock at the green-haired boy. "When on earth did you learn English?" Izuku laughed. "I learned a majority of it when I was little because I wanted to be able to read and watch what English-speaking people had to say about quirks and heroes. And I have an advanced English class right now that helps me fine-tune it." Impressive, Mike said before deciding to go back to lecturing as if nothing had happened. Those poor students. The class he went to was second-year mathematics with ectoplasm. Despite the man's mask he had on, Izuku could actually tell he had looked a little bit surprised when Izuku showed up with Eri. "Oh, Midoriya and Eri, come in." Izuku nodded at him before taking place at a desk and setting up Eri's coloring book and pencils. He had been carrying a small bag to carry her things along with a notebook that he was using to notes of interesting things in the classes he went to, including things he wanted to discuss with Nezu. The principal had looked very happy after the first time that Izuku showed up in his office. At no point did the mammal interrupt Izuku or tell him to stop speaking. It was nice. At the moment he was taking some notes about a formula that ectoplasm was going over, he recognized it as something he had gone over in his own math class. So it was good reviewing it. At one point though, Izuku stopped taking notes and colored a bit with Eri. She seemed to have fun trying to color around his bigger hands. It was cute to watch her have that look of concentration on her face. When she stopped coloring, she looked up at Izuku. "Mom, can I have some apple slices?" "Sure, sweetie," he said before getting the container with the slices out and opening it up for her. When Izuku looked up, he noticed that majority of the students were looking at him with wide eyes. Ectoplasm quickly got their attention back when he started talking about another formula, although Midoriya still felt some glances sent his way. When the class was over, Izuku wanted no time teleporting away. He appeared in the hallway and saw that students were coming out of the classroom. Wanting to get away from so many people, Izuku looked out the window and focused on his quirk taking him there. A second later, he was outside, still holding Eri, and he looked up at the building he was just inside of. He was getting better at teleporting short distances. He still didn't really know the limit of how far he could go without using a tag was. But so far, places within his line of sight and places that he just focused on were fine. The times when he wanted to teleport somewhere that wasn't in his line of sight were familiar to how he would imagine a map in his head with the tags, except for the times when there wasn't already a tag there and he needed to focus on wanting to be pulled in that direction. If he knew where that place was and actually had seen it before, that made it easier. But now that he was getting much more familiar with UA campus, teleporting to different locations there was becoming a piece of cake. He could feel that the block for teleporting to a tagged location without danger was almost gone. It might even disappear in another couple of days from the look of it. Izuku was excited and happily sat against a tree with Eri curled up into his side. It was really nice outside. Shouta was walking to the teacher's lounge when he spotted a familiar figure outside. When he looked more closely, he saw that it was Midoriya and Eri sleeping under a tree. If anyone saw him smiling at the sight, he would threaten to expel them. In Nezu's office, his phone rang. "Hello, this is Principal Nezu of UA speaking." "Yes, hello, this is Sir Night-Eye. I have some important information to tell you regarding someone on your campus." "I see. Would you like to have a meeting to discuss this in person?" "I believe it would be appropriate to do so if it about is the individual I have in mind." "That would be fine. I will schedule a visit as soon as I am able," Sir said. "Then I'll see you then, Sir Night-Eye. Goodbye." Nezu hung up and smiled in a way that would make his faculty pale in fear. Yes, this would be interesting indeed. So far all the classes had been safe to go into and sit down. But standing in front of the door that led to Class 1H, Izuku felt a slight tugging at his gut. He made sure to carry Eri when he went inside. When he walked inside, it was to see basically chaos. On one side of the room, there were what Izuku thought were the other support students hiding. Then he looked at the other occupants. He could see Power Loader and a pink-haired girl chasing after what looked like an invention gone crazy. It looked like a robot and it was on the run. "Damn it, Hatsum. What did I tell you about activating this robot without ensuring all the safety protocols were in place?" "Oh, come on, Sensei," Hatsum said with wide eyes and an even bigger smile. "I could not shackle my poor baby to the laws that tie down humanity. My baby deserved to experience freedom before I was to imprison it. Well, its freedom is about to destroy everything in this classroom." Izuku watched as the teacher and student tried to back said recently freed robot into the corner only for it to suddenly rush at them and start swinging its arms again. When the robot turned around, Izuku caught sight of the open panel and inside wiring that didn't look yet to be completed. Izuku looked back at the teacher and Hatsum. Power Loader looked close to throttling the robot and his student while Hatsum just watched with glee. Izuku had a feeling that Hatsum wasn't exactly giving it her all to stop her baby. Looks like the robot would continue to go on its destructive path. Izuku looked down at Eri, who was watching the same scene he was. Rather calmly, he might add. "Hey, Eri, do you think I should help them out?" Eri looked at him and nodded her head. "All right, but first I gotta set you down, okay? I want you to stay by the door but don't come all the way in. I don't want you to get hurt," he explained, walking back to the door and setting Eri just outside of it. "Okay," Eri said, sending one last smile toward Eri. Izuku walked back inside and came up with a plan for how to stop the robot, and he waited for his opening. The robot had somehow managed to corner Hatsumi and Power Loader in a corner. Their arms were spinning quickly at its side, closing off any path for the two humans to escape. At that point, Izuku focused on teleporting right behind the robot. A second later, he was behind the hulking figure. He opened the panel more and saw that the robot had yet to realize his presence, so he looked at the mess of wires. Everything was plugged into its spot except 4 wires. According to what Power Loader had said, everything was done except making sure that the safety protocols were in place. And from the looks of it, those wires should be what puts the protocols in place. Izuku was lucky that the spots where the wires were plugged in were color coordinated. Quickly, he put each wire in its designated spot. Once the final wire was in, the robot froze. Its once swinging arms stopped moving and returned to its side. "No, my baby," Hatsum cried out. "Thank God," Izuku heard Power Loader say. Power Loader was the first to get out of the corner he had been driven in, while Hatsum clung to the front of her robot. After getting past the robot arms he had been eyeing warily, he noticed green eyes looking at him from behind the robot and the open panel that now showed all wired plugged in. A realization came to Power Loader and he smiled. "Ah, you must be Midoriya. And your Power Loader," Izuku said excitedly to the pro hero. Apparently, Majima was startled by the boy's excitement. "Yeah, I am. Anyways, thanks for getting this under control. I swear Hatsum is going to set you afire one of these days." At the sound of her name, the inventive girl appeared. Her eyes instinctively zoomed in on Izuku and his proximity to the open panel. "It was you. You were the one to imprison my baby just when they had the taste of freedom," she dramatically said. Izuku held back from laughing. Clearly, this girl was very enthusiastic about her inventions and would not take kindly to him laughing at her. Instead, he cleared his throat and seriously said, "I'm sorry for taking away your baby's freedom, but it seemed that with freedom, your baby decided on a path of destruction and I could not stand idly by as they could have ended up destroying themselves in the process." She brought a hand to her chin. "I see. In order to avoid a tragedy, you took it upon yourself to do the necessary evil," she said before looking back at Izuku. "I understand, and thank you for your actions." "I'm glad." Power Loader and the other students watched this interaction with growing confusion and also in awe at how this boy escaped the wrath that was Hatsum when someone did something to one of her baby. They kept staring at this boy with questions in their mind that only grew when the boy called in a little girl who he quickly picked up. "Are you okay, Mom?" Eri asked once she was back in Izuku's arms. "Oh, I'm fine, honey. I was just helping Hatsum here with her baby." Eri looked at Hatsum, who was smiling at the fact that Izuku kept referring to her babies as baby. Hatsumi decided that she liked this green boy. "Are you a mom too?" Hatsum diverted her attention to the little girl who asked her a question. Then she proudly puffed out her chest and put her hand on her hips in a power pose. Yes, I am. I am the mother and creator of all my wonderful babies." Off to the side, Majima-sensei brought a hand up to his head and sighed. Later on, if someone were to walk into Class 1H, they would see 2 teenagers and 1 little girl talking and looking over some blueprints. If they were to look at the rest of the room, they would see the teacher and students watching them warily, each of them waiting for an explosion to happen even though none would come. When that boy and the little girl would leave, there would be an explosion only 5 minutes later. Somewhere a furry principal cackled while watching the footage from the cameras. As time passed by, Izuku could see that Eri was getting a bit more comfortable around people. She of course still stuck to his side and rarely went anywhere without him, but he could see her opening up, especially around midnight. The rated R hero was very sweet with Eri, and Izuku had a feeling that the reason that Eri seemed so comfortable around the Midnight was how the woman loved talking about cute things. Midnight had brought more clothes and even some hair accessories along with an array of different nail polishes. Meanwhile, Izuku was doing a quiz for one of his classes. Although, it was a bit hard to concentrate when Midnight kept bringing up how adorable he was, and Eri agreed with her. "Don't you think your mom is so pretty, Eri?" the woman asked with a teasing voice. Eri quickly agreed, "MHM." Izuku could see that Midnight was holding herself back from scooping Eri into a tight hug. That woman really loved cute things, didn't she? When Izuku was finished with the quiz and some other assignment, he got up planning to go around UA like he usually did. But when he looked at Eri and Midnight, they looked so happy he didn't want to take Eri away. "Hey, Eri, would it be okay if you stayed with Midnight while I went around UA?" Eri looked between Midnight and Izuku. "I can stay." "Of course you can. I trust Midnight and you look like you're having a lot of fun." Izuku could see the struggle in those red eyes, but in the end, Eri said that she wanted to stay with Midnight. Izuku looked at Midnight with a serious look in his eyes and she nodded in return. On Midnight's face was a look that said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of her." With that, Midoriya headed out. "Goodbye, Mom." "Bye, sweetie, I'll see you later." And then Izuku left feeling a bit unusual without having Eri by his side. And for some odd reason, he felt the tiniest bit sad. Was this how his mom felt? Slowly the feeling went away as he visited classes and took a look around the campus. He even got some off looks from a couple of students that had gotten used to seeing Eri wherever he was. When he visited Class 1H, he even got a hug from Hatsum, and she said something about understanding the pain of being away from your baby. Surprisingly, that put him in a better mood, and he got down to business with seeing what Hatsum had in store. He didn't stay long though, and soon he found himself walking outside near where UA had their fake cities for training simulation. He was thinking about how cool Cementos was when he spotted the space hero. 13. He ran towards the hero. Hi 13. 13 turned around to face the boy who ran up to them. Oh hello Midoriya, what are you doing here? Oh, I was just checking out the fake city that Cementos made, but I was wondering if I could walk and just talk with you. Sure Midoriya, I'm actually heading towards the unforeseen simulation joint. You can come with me if you would like. Yes, thank you so much. 13 laughed at Izuku's enthusiasm. It's no problem Midoriya, now what did you want to talk to me about? Izuku walked alongside 13 speaking about topics that mostly focused on space. At the moment Midoriya was about to go on a heated rant. Did you know that ever since Quirks showed up, almost all space exploration has come to a standstill? Once, we were making plans to go to Mars and build a colony, but when Quirks started to show up, less funding went to the space programs and people started focusing on Quirks more, which made sense and all. But once things with Quirks were fine, they never did go back to putting their efforts into exploring space. 13 looked at Izuku, who was explaining this with a passion they had not really seen before. And the thing is, that now that we have Quirks we could apply it to space travel. But no one has thought of it, or if they have, they haven't implemented it for almost 200 years. Izuku paused to catch his breath. 13 There are so many things out there, but we were just here still stuck on Earth. 13 sighed. I agree Midoriya. Space is never ending, and we are still here on this finite planet with seemingly no care for its precious resources and environment. The two of them lowered their heads at the tragic loss of the opportunity for innovation in the depths of space, and they continued their walk. Izuku could see what he thought was the USJ building in the distance. When they got to USJ and walked inside, 13 gave Izuku a chance to look around and wonder, and even use his quirk to visit the different areas he saw. After a couple of minutes, Izuku returned to 13's side by the entrance. So what did you think? It's amazing. There are so many different areas where the students could train how to react and get used to adapting to the different environments they might find themselves in the future. 13 let out a chuckle. Yes, it does. In fact, Class 1A should be arriving shortly to use this place to train, as you said. That means that Eraserhead is coming too, right? 13 tilted their head and looked at Izuku with interest at his excitement to see that hero. Yes, do you perhaps like Eraserhead? Yup, he's one of my favorite heroes. Along with Present Mike, Power Loader, and even you too 13. Oh, 13 could feel that they started to smile at hearing Izuku's favoritism of them. That's nice, and I'm honored that I'm one of your favorites. Of course, I have always liked how you, even having such a powerful and possibly dangerous quirk, have always shown restraint and control while using it. Also, you have encouraged others to be careful with their quirks too. Izuku paused, thinking about how many times someone's quirk was used against him. I know how harmful quirks can be, so it always made me happy seeing you try to make people more careful, he finished softly. Izuku was afraid that he had said too much when he didn't get a response, and he lowered his head to look at the ground. But suddenly he felt a gloved hand pat him on the head. When he looked up, he saw 13 looking at him, and despite the helmet they had on, Izuku felt like the hero might have been smiling at him. After a moment, they both heard the arrival of a bus, probably carrying Class 1A, and 13 lowered their hand and walked forward to meet them. Izuku watched as a group of 19 students walked in, following their teacher Aizawa. When Aizawa walked up to 13, he made a comment about All Might supposed to be there, which caught Izuku's attention. All Might. He knew that All Might was supposed to be teaching at UA, but Izuku had yet to come across him. He wondered why the hero wouldn't be at USJ, and he noticed that 13 held up 3 fingers. But his attention quickly changed course when Aizawa and 13 explained why Class 1A was there. He loved the way 13 talked about how important control of your quirk was. He hoped that Class 1A was listening closely, that they were different from his past classmates. Izuku saw the moment when Aizawa realized he was there. The man had seemed to tense up and then just lifted an eyebrow. Izuku smiled and waved at the hero. Izuku also saw a couple of the students send him odd glances, including a boy with hair that reminded Izuku of a peppermint. Next, Izuku scanned Aizawa's students. They were an interesting group, some of them with obvious mutations and a couple that Izuku had yet to figure out what their quirk could be. 13 was saying their speech when Izuku's eyes landed on a familiar face he had hoped to not see again since Aldera. Katsuki Bakugo. It looked like the blonde had noticed him too, by the look at his glare and show of teeth. Honestly, Bakugo reminded Izuku of a rabid dog. But before Izuku could let it sink in that Bakugo was in UA, that Izuku wasn't able to get away from him, that Izuku felt a harsh tugging sensation in his gut, and he turned around. There is the middle where the fountain was a dark purple mist cloud, and then villains started pouring out. Great. Izuku could hear a couple of students ask if this was a part of the training. But he knew better. These were real villains and real danger. He watched as Eraserhead went into the fray of villains and Izuku clenched his teeth. He knew that this situation was not favorable for the hero. Eraserhead worked in the dark and depended on stealth and the element of surprise, not fighting numerous enemies in the open. But there was nothing the hero could have done other than go and fight the villains. He had to protect his students and give them the chance to escape. The class had tried to make a run for the exit but found themselves blocked by the misty villain. Izuku thought they were the one responsible for bringing all the villains there in the first place. He also thought that he should go. His quirk kept tugging and he kept fighting it. He could just leave right then and there. But he couldn't. He couldn't leave 13 and he couldn't leave the other students. Maybe he could help. Surely he could help, right? Izuku didn't have time to come up with an answer before he watched as 13's own quirk was used against them. In horror, he watched as the back of the suit was sucked in by a black hole. Then before he could even go run and help the fallen hero, he was swallowed up by darkness. The next thing Izuku knew was water. He was slowly sinking and opened his eyes only to see some aquatic villain quickly swimming his way. Izuku could feel the tugging in his gut, and then the next thing he knew, he actually felt like he was being pulled from the water. What? That's when he noticed the tongue wrapped about his waist and saw that there were 2 Class 1A students on a big ship. Apparently one of them pulled him from the water with her tongue. "Thanks," he said once he was set down on solid ground. The frog-like girl simply said, "Kiro, no problem." Suddenly Izuku felt something grab his legs. When he looked down, it was to see a small boy crying with balls on his head and wearing a diaper. "What the fuck? You gotta save us. I haven't even felt up the girl's boobs yet." The boy blubbered to Izuku while clinging to his legs. Izuku turned his attention back to the frog-like girl with a grimace. What is this?" he asked, pointing at the boy. The girl sighed. "That's Minta. I'm a Sui, but call me Tsuyu. I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Kiro. Are you a hero student?" "No," Izuku answered bluntly. At that answer, the boy who was clinging to Izuku's legs launched himself away like he was infected with something. "What? Then what the fuck are you doing here?" "Great, we'll die here and I haven't even copped a feel on Yaoyorozu's fine ass." Tsuyu smacked the side of Minta's head before the boy could finish that sentence. Izuku sent a disgusted look at Minta before asking the 2 of them about their quirks to see how they could get out of being surrounded by villains on a sinking ship. After a couple of moments to let the information sink in and go over their applications, Izuku came up with a plan. "All right," Yuri pointed at Minta, who glared at him. "Throw as many of those balls into the water and I'll go cause an explosion near the bottom of the boat." "An explosion?" "Yes, keep up. Anyways, with the explosion the blowback will send the villains back and then draw them back when the water rushes back in. So when that happens they'll get stuck together." Izuku happily explained. "Hero, okay, but how will we get off the boat?" Izuku smiled at her in a way that made her hesitate, trusting him. There was a sort of excited, crazy look in his eye. "Don't worry, I'll take care of that. For now, Tsuyu, I want you to throw things overboard and hopefully manage to hit 1 or 2 villains. They won't try to get on the boat because they don't know our quirks. But still, keep your guard up if one of them tried to get on board." "Got it. Great," Izuku smiled. "I'll go now. Once the explosion happens, I want you guys to be ready for me." Before Minta or Tsuyu could say anything, Izuku disappeared. Izuku reappeared inside the boat. "All right, time to make an explosion." He teleported to different parts of the ship looking for materials to create an explosion. Luckily, Yue had stocked up the ship with various materials, including explosive ones. A bit unsafe, he thought, but he couldn't fault them for it considering the situation he was now in. Within a couple of moments, he was able to gather the materials near the hull of the boat and where the villains were most likely gathered. He took a step back and smiled at his handiwork. In his hand were some broken electrical device he found and would use the sparks to cause the explosion. Despite the dangerous situation he was in, Izuku felt a bit giddy at the thought of causing something so destructive. He set the device near the material and watched as one of the sparks hit the material and teleported away right as the explosion went off. When he arrived back where Minta and Tsuyu were, the ship shook from the force of the explosion. He looked out onto the water. He watched as the villains were pushed back and then dragged back in with the water, each of them getting stuck to the purple balls that were floating in the water. He could see the villains get clumped together into a ball and he laughed. Minta and Tsuyu looked at Izuku with wary eyes at how excited the green-haired boy was and at how big the explosion had been. But before any of them could say anything or step away, Izuku quickly grabbed them with surprising strength. "All right, guys, let's get off this ship," he yelled before running towards the end of the ship where the railing was no longer in the way. Minta screamed as Izuku jumped off the boat while holding Minta from his diaper and Tsuyu was secured to his side. Tsuyu didn't scream, but she did suck in a breath in shock and looked at Izuku's face. She was surprised by the smile he had on his face. If she didn't know any better, she would have said that Izuku was having fun. He was. They were in the air for a few seconds and Izuku focused on an already determined location. He saw the dry land that was behind a big rock where he would be able to see more of USJ. Then he let his quirk take him there, along with the 2 he jumped with. When they were on dry land, Izuku quickly put his hand over Minta's mouth. Dude, stop screaming. You'll attract more villains. Minta shoved Izuku's hand away from him. Are you fucking crazy or something? We could have died, OMG. That explosion was so big and then you just jumped. God, who the fuck are you? Yo, you psycho. Calm down, ball boy. You're fine now, aren't you? Now be quiet and stay behind this rock. We don't know what villains are still there, Izuku told the boy with an unimpressed voice. Seriously, that was a hero student. Izuku looked at Tsuyu, who looked like she was doing better than the purple baby. Are you okay, Tsuyu? She nodded. Yes, Kiro. Just took me by surprise, but I figured you had a plan, she said calmly now that Izuku didn't have a manic smile on his face. Before Izuku could say anything, he saw movement from beyond the rock and told Tsuyu and Minta to get down. When Izuku looked out from the rock, he widened his eyes. It was Eraserhead. He was still fine, he was still alive. But he was surrounded by villains. And even though he was taking them down quickly, Izuku felt uneasy, especially with the hand villain watching the hero closely and the villain with an exposed brain just standing there. Then suddenly the hand villain wasn't just standing there anymore. Izuku watched as the hand villain and Eraserhead fought. At one point, Eraser managed to get a hit on the villain, but then suddenly the villain grabbed the hero's elbow. It started to disintegrate. Izuku wanted to cry out, but he held back and watched as before any more damage could be done, Eraser jumped away from the villain, dripping blood onto the ground of the plaza. But quickly the hand villain said something. Namu, grab him, and the creature with the exposed brain jumped to where the hero was and grabbed him in a painful grip. Before the villain could give the Namu another command, the misty villain appeared. Izuku noticed how it walked out of a misty cloud and thought, warp quirk? Interesting. Shigaraki, the hero 13 is down, but one of the students was able to escape. Izuku looked back at the entrance where he saw a couple of students but no villains. Within a second he grabbed Tsuyu and Minta and teleported to the entrance. He had barely let them stumble next to their other classmates at the entrance before he teleported back to the rock. He had wanted to make sure that Tsuyu and Minta were safe, but he needed to stay where the villain was. Eraserhead was still there in the Namu's grip, and who knows, maybe he could get some useful information. He made sure to hide behind the rock but kept his eyes on the villains and injured hero. Apparently what the warp villain said was greatly irritating to Shigaraki as Izuku saw the man scratch with fervor at his neck. If you weren't the way out of here, Kirigiri, I would decay you where you stand. I apologize, Kirigiri said, as if being threatened was a normal occurrence. Izuku had a feeling it probably was. At one point Eraserhead had taken out a knife and slashed to the Namu's wrist, severing it. With the limb severed, the Namu screeched and quickly used its other hand to grab the hero's head and smash it into the ground. Izuku could see blood coat Eraserhead's face as the man closed his eyes. Namu, I didn't say to kill him, Shigaraki yelled at the Namu. And Izuku could have sworn he heard the villain mumble something about he's such a cool guy and now he's unconscious. Stupid Namu. Shigaraki, I suggest that we retreat as the heroes will surely arrive soon. Ugh, I know that. But All Might was supposed to be here. Why isn't he here? Shigaraki scratched more at his neck, which made Izuku wince from how much that could hurt. He also stored the information about the villains, knowing that All Might was supposed to be there, in his mind before focusing back on Aizawa, who hadn't moved. Kirigiri and Shigaraki argued a bit more before Shigaraki spoke again more clearly. Then what? Do we kill Eraserhead? Namu. At the possibility that Shigaraki was about to order the Namu to kill Eraserhead, Izuku practically got whiplash from how quickly he teleported to where Aizawa was. Luckily, when Shigaraki had called out to the Namu, the creature had released its grip on Aizawa. With that small opening, Izuku grabbed Aizawa and teleported away from the creature. He then picked up Aizawa like one would do a bride. Damn, I should lift some weights, Izuku thought as he tried to get a better grip on the fully grown man that weighed more than he was used to carrying. Once he got a better grip, he looked up to see two villains just looking at him. What the fuck? Shigaraki asked. The attack was not going as planned. First, when they arrived, All Might was nowhere in sight. After Kirigiri warped the students to different areas, he had seen a big explosion off the side. Then Kirigiri told him that one of the students escaped and that the heroes would be there soon. Honestly, things were not going to plan. Then one of the heroes Tamura actually liked was unconscious because the stupid Namu got upset that their hand got cut off. It made Tamura's fingers twitch and his skin itch. His nails scratched painfully on his neck. Kirigiri always told him to stop, but when he got like this, it was hard to not scratch until he drew blood. He didn't know what to do. Sensei hadn't told him that things would go that way. He had said that the Namu would be useful, but at the moment Shigaraki would have to disagree. Tamura was going to tell the Namu to fucking let go of Eraserhead when suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the hero was gone. Then off to the side, he saw a green-haired boy carrying the hero. It reminded him of a knight carrying a princess. What the fuck? He had asked bluntly. Where the hell did this kid come from? You can't kill him. The kid yelled at him. What? Was this kid seriously telling a villain they couldn't kill some hero? Not that he actually wanted to kill Eraserhead. As if you can stop me, Hero Brat Tamura replied. But instead of pissing off the hero brat, the kid only tilted his head at him with a confused look on his face. I am not a hero brat though. You're a hero student hero at UA, aren't you? One of those brats that are trying to be like the All Might. Tamura spat out the number 1 hero's name like it was poison. No actually, the boy said bluntly. Then why the hell did you save that hero? Tamura pointed at the hero in the kid's arms, whose blood was staining the hoodie he was wearing. The boy looked down at Eraserhead and looked back at Tamura. He's a good hero and I like him. I couldn't just let you kill him. Tamura could almost laugh at how the boy answered him with a straight face, as if that wasn't an odd reply considering his situation. He turned to the Namu. Grab him, he ordered. The Namu shot off to where the boy was still carrying the hero, except when the dust cleared the kid wasn't there anymore and instead on the other side. Namu, grab him. Once again the Namu shot off, but the kid disappeared before the creature could even lay a finger on his pretty green head. When the kid reappeared to the side, Eraserhead was no longer in his arms. Hey, where's Eraserhead? Tamura yelled at him. Why the hell would I tell you? You just want to kill him. Tamura could have screamed and he gripped his hair. I'm not going to fucking kill him. I don't even want to kill him, he's too cool for that. The villain watched as the boy seemed to relax at his words and even smiled a bit at him. Oh, I think he's cool too. Tamura looked at the kid with a confused face that was hidden by the hand on his face. What the fuck? So you like Eraserhead too, right? Izuku excitedly asked Shigaraki. Happy to meet another fan. He rarely met anyone that actually know about the underground hero. The villain looked unsure but nodded their head. Kurogiri hadn't moved and was simply watching the odd interaction. Izuku continued. I've always liked him. Did you know that he's a good example that people can become a hero without really needing a quirk? I mean, the man practically fights quirkless. He's really skilled. Izuku realized that Shigaraki actually looked a bit unsure of themselves and a little perplexed from what he just said. Oh, sorry about that. Anyways, I have a question to ask you if you don't mind. Izuku said, hoping to relieve some of the awkwardness that was in the air. That seemed to do the trick. As a moment later the villain answered more surely than before. What is it? Why are you here? To kill All Might. Izuku sighed. I know that part, but why? Shigaraki scowled. I hate hero society. Everyone is walking around as if nothing can touch them. They are all blinded and oblivious because of heroes. But they are all wrong. All it takes is one person and chaos will reign, he said, progressively getting louder. Clearly, he had strong feelings about it. Shigaraki looked back at Izuku expecting to see a grimace or a face of horror, but instead, it was to seeing Izuku deep in thought before green eyes looked back at him. You're not wrong. Shigaraki froze as Izuku continued. You're really not wrong. Other than deciding to kill someone and attack a bunch of kids at school. But I can see where you're coming from. Did you know that before quirks were a thing, people in society regularly held things like protests? And were very active with getting things done to right wrongs and make things better for themselves. Now, I don't think there has been any sort of protest or movement on that level in the last 50 years. People have gotten complacent, even to the point that if they walk by someone getting attacked, they don't even get help because they automatically assume that a hero will show up. But they're wrong. The heroes don't always come, and when they do, it isn't in time to save that person. Izuku thought about the countless times he was getting beaten up and attacked while bystanders simply walked on without making an effort to call someone or even step in. So you're not wrong, Izuku finished saying. Shigaraki stared at him dumbly before speaking. Yo, you get it, he said, almost sounding like he didn't believe it. Izuku huffed. Well duh, it's kind of obvious if people just pay attention. At that, Shigaraki finally laughed. You're not so bad, brat. What's your name? I don't think it would be smart to tell you my name, dude. Understandable. They looked at each other, none of them making a move. It actually seemed like neither of them know what to do, much less the Namu and Kurogiri that were still just standing there. But there was suddenly a loud crash and Shigaraki looked up to see All Might in all his glory standing at the entrance. Do not fear, for I am here. Damn, he's loud, Shigaraki heard Izuku mutter. Yeah, then he turned to the Namu. Go kill that guy, will you? He said with less enthusiasm than he would have a couple of minutes ago. With that, the Namu shot off to fight All Might. Instead of watching the fight, Shigaraki turned back to Izuku. So you're not a hero student? Nope. Then why are you here? He asked, confused. Due to unforeseen circumstances I am here at UA. I actually do online school and just sort of hang around UA. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Also, there's a lot more to UA than just the hero course, you know. They have a really cool costume and support department. The management and the general ed courses are really good too. Oh, I guess that's cool, Shigaraki said, a little taken aback by how this boy seemed to be scolding him at the last part. He looked to see how his Namu was faring only to see that some actual hero brats were getting involved. TCH. Izuku turned around to see what seemed to get that response from Shigaraki and saw that some redhead kid, the peppermint kid, and Izuku grimaced back. Yugu were trying to help All Might fight the Namu. He saw that the Namu was about to hit the redhead with what was most likely lethal force, even if he had a hardening quirk. Izuku turned to Shigaraki and quickly said, "Just one moment," before disappearing, reappearing right beside the redhead kid who squealed in surprise when Izuku grabbed him. Then Izuku teleported himself and the boy off to the side just as the Namu swept its arm where the redhead kid just was. Tamura found himself impressed and shocked by the casual display of skill when the green boy returned back to where he was. Except instead of being 10 feet in front of him, the kid teleported himself to only within 2 feet next to him. He looked to the side and saw that the kid that still hadn't told him his name was just standing next to him, watching the fight between the Namu and All Might, and he seemed not at all concerned that he was so close to a villain. Tamura was so confused. "Aren't you going to help?" he asked, wondering why the kid hadn't intervened with the Namu as he had with Eraserhead. The kid had the audacity to look at him like he was crazy. No, All Might is the #1 hero and your Namu seems to be a powerhouse like he is. No way in hell am I going to try to get between the two of them. Anyways, I wouldn't really be able to do a lot to help All Might. Also, I'm keeping an eye on the kids who did decide to get involved. You saw how your Namu was about to hit that redhead kid, didn't you? Yeah. Well, that would have killed him from how fast your Namu was, and his hardening wouldn't have been able to protect him enough from the hit and from probably being thrown back into a tree or something. The boy reasoned, so I'm just going to stand here. If you want me to I don't know, step away, I could. I just wanted to keep talking to you while keeping an eye on the fight. Tamura heard how unsure the kid sounded at that last part and shifted uncomfortably on his feet. No, it's fine, you can stay there. The greenie smiled at him, thanks, even with the hand on his face. Tamura felt like he had to squint from looking at that smile. Damn, did the kid have the sun inside of him or something? Hirajiri appeared at his side. Tamura advised that we go back while we still can. All the other villains seem to be defeated and All Might is currently distracted by the Namu. The other heroes have not arrived yet. Also, I am unsure as to how to feel about the boy who is standing next to you. TCH, Greenie here is fine and the Namu is doi. At that moment, Tamura watched as All Might went on an all-out barrage of punches into his Namu and it was sent flying into the sky and out of the USJ facility. But guess Sensei was wrong about All Might being weaker. Wow. Tamura turned back to the greenie whose eyes were still on the spot where the Namu was sent flying out of the building. He then looked back at All Might who was staring at him with a fist at the ready. Your creature failed. You are finished, villain, the hero declared. Kurogiri opened a warp. At the order, Kurogiri opened a warp back to their base and stepped inside. Meanwhile, Tamura put one foot in before looking back at Greenie. The boy was still closed, so Tamura put a hand on top of the fluffy green curls, one pinky up. He saw how All Might and the hero brats froze with fear, and he smirked at how the hero wouldn't be able to do anything if he just put his pinky down. Meanwhile, Greenie just looked up at him questioningly. Looks like I'll be going, Greenie. It was nice talking to you, Tamura found himself saying. Surprisingly, he did like talking to Greenie. The kid was smart and funny. Once again, the kid smiled at him. Oh, it was nice talking to you too, Shigaraki. Tamura let out an amused puff of air, his hand still on the boy's head. He looked back at the heroes before back at Green Eyes. Make sure they don't turn you into a hero brat. The kid chuckled. I won't. Behind Father Tamura's mouth quirked up into something resembling a smile, and he patted Greenie's head, still keeping a pinky up. Bye, Greenie, he said before stepping back into the portal. Izuku looked at the spot where the portal just was and he thought about the gentle pat on the head he received from Shigaraki. He knew that he could have been decayed, but funnily enough, his quirk hadn't pulled him away when the villain's hand ended up on top of his head. The tugging in his gut hadn't even been that bad when he stood next to the villain. After a second, he turned back around to see All Might, Redhead, Peppermint Boy, and Bakugo staring at him with wide eyes. He didn't bother saying anything to them before teleporting away and back to the entrance where he knew Aizawa and 13 were. He hoped they were okay. And just as he got to the entrance and to the fallen heroes' sides, the entrance burst open, and in all their glory were some of the other heroes. Izuku wanted to laugh at the expressions on their faces at the lack of an actual villain attack. There were a couple of villains that got up, but they were easily secured within seconds of the new hero's arrival. And for some reason, Cementos had put a cement wall down where All Might had been. Weird. But Izuku went back to paying attention to the two heroes on the ground. Eventually, Aizawa and 13 were being put into stretchers and being put into the ambulance that came. Izuku let out a sigh of relief when he heard that they would be getting the necessary medical attention at the hospital. When he turned around, he saw that some of the hero students were staring at him, but he pushed that to the back of his mind when he suddenly remembered something important. Izuku frantically looked among the heroes and breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't spot Midnight, meaning that she was probably still with Eri. But just to make sure, Izuku went up to present Mike. He tapped the man on the back. Wow, Midoriya, are you okay? I heard you were here. Oh my. I'm fine, Izuku cut in bluntly. Where's Midnight? Is she still with Eri? Where are they? Present Mike put a hand on Izuku's shoulder reassuringly. They're fine, little listener. Kayama stayed with Eri at your dorm when we were notified of the attack. Eri doesn't even know that there was an attack, so she's fine too. Izuku released all the tension he had in his body. That's good. Thanks, Yamada-san. Mike smile. No problem, little listener. But hey, keep it down with my real name. It's a secret, he said, whispering the last part to Izuku while he looked side to side as if there was someone spying on them. Izuku laughed. All right, I'll be more careful next time. Izuku felt light with relief. No one was killed. Aizawa and 13 would be okay. Eri was fine with Kayama-san. All in all, a good day. Wait, Izuku froze. His mom. Oh god, he was going to have to tell his mom what happened today. Fuck. Nezu was quietly sipping tea as Midoriya was pacing back and forth in front of him while discussing the events that occurred that day. Oh, I was there with 13 when Class 1A arrived and they were just doing their speech, which I hope Class 1A actually paid attention to when my quirk went off and I saw a portal appear down at the center of the plaza. Next thing you know, a whole bunch of villains walking out and Aizawa tells everyone to get out and he goes and fights the villains. We try to escape, but the warp villain, Kurogiri, stopped us. When 13 tried to use their quirk on them, Kurogiri redirected it to suck up the back of 13's suit. A couple of the students tried attacking Kurogiri, but everyone was swallowed up by portals, including myself. The principal continued to listen as Midoriya explained how he got out of the flood zone with 2 other students. And he noticed how Midoriya's eyes lit up at the mention of the explosion he created and jumping off the boat. Anyways, I was able to teleport Tsuyu and Pervert Boy away, but I went back to the plaza. I saw Aizawa get his head smashed and he was unconscious, so I wasn't about to leave him there. When I got the chance, I grabbed Aizawa and took him to the entrance where the others were, and I went back down to the plaza. Nezu stopped drinking his tea. Why did you go back? Midoriya was silent as he kept pacing before he spoke again. I'm not really sure, but I wanted to keep talking to Shigaraki. Turns out he didn't want to kill Aizawa. Oh, and I wanted to kind of distract him to buy some time. I see, and it looks like you were successful if I am correct. Yeah, guess so. All Might showed up and all that. Izuku waved his hand at that comment. Suddenly Midoriya turned on his heel to face Nezu. Wait, you need to talk to the hero students about when is the right time to get involved in a fight. All Might, as you know, is the #1 hero and is a powerhouse, but this Namu was almost on the same level as him with what looked like multiple quirks. But a couple of the students got involved. Peppermint Boy did alright with the ice, but those other 2 could have gotten killed with how close they were to the Namu. Did you know I actually had to grab the redhead out of there before he got smacked by the Namu? Nezu grew amused with how Midoriya was essentially scolding him and his hero students. Are they alright? Midoriya sighed. Ugh, yes, but that's not the point, Nezu. Nezu set down his teacup. I apologize, Midoriya, you are correct. I will see to it that the hero students do have lessons about analyzing the situation they will find themselves in. Midoriya turned around and kept pacing. Thank you, he said curtly before pausing. I'm sorry for snapping at you. With that, Nezu simply nodded and watched Midoriya walked back and forth despite the boy no longer saying anything. Intrigued as to what was causing the boy anxiety, he spoke up. Midoriya, if you don't mind me asking, is there anything else on your mind? Midoriya stopped mid-step and sighed, letting his head slump into his chest. I have to call my mom and tell her what happened. She's going to find out anyway and I'd rather she heard it from me, but I am worried about what she might do. Midoriya finally admitted. Will you get punished? No, she wouldn't do that. But I have no doubt in my mind that once she hears about the attack, she will be on the next plane back to Japan. Nezu hummed, I see. Midoriya sat down in one of the chairs in front of the next and sighed. Both individuals didn't say anything else, both unsure as to what could be done to stop Midoriya's mother from what she was most definitely going to do. After a few more minutes of silence, Midoriya got up and said he would be going back to the dorm to see Eri. So he left, still with no idea on how to stop his mother, and from the looks of it, neither did Nezu. When Izuku returned to the dorm, he wasted no time in scooping up Eri and squeezing her tightly. Kayama watched as Izuku petted Eri's hair and she nodded at him before leaving. He mouthed thank you before she left. Once alone, Eri asked a question. Mom, are you okay? Of course, sweetie, especially with you here, Izuku said before lifting Eri in the air. After taking a well-deserved nap with Eri curled up next to him on the couch, Izuku decided it was time to call his mom. Hi, honey. Hi, Mom. Honey, are you okay? She asked, noticing how tired Izuku still seemed, even after a nap. Today has been a day. It's actually what I wanted to talk to you about. Oh, just so you know, Eri and I are completely fine, safe, and sound. I'm not hurt at all, just tired. Izuku, I don't like the sound of that. Please tell me what happened. Alright, Mom, so this is what happened. Izuku could hear his mom gasp as he told her the events that took place. So I was able to buy some time by talking to Shigaraki. But Mom, he was actually weirdly cool to talk to. And afterward, he even said it was nice talking to me. I think he liked me or something. Izuku finished explaining, thinking that he did a better job of minimizing just how dangerous a situation he had been in. Inko let out a long breath on the other side of the line. God, I am so happy you're okay. And I do think it is interesting that this Shigaraki was nice to you. Izuku, you are such an intelligent and kind boy, so it doesn't surprise me that you managed to get a villain to like you. Anyway, sweetheart, I'm happy to hear that you were able to help out and that everyone will be alright, but you do know what I'm going to do, yes? Izuku sighed. Yeah, Mom, I do. And I know there's nothing I can say or do that will stop you, he said as if admitting defeat. Yes, his mom chirped on the other side. I expect I will be back in Japan in a couple of days. I can't wait to see you again and meet my granddaughter. Izuku sputtered, Mom. Inko laughed at her boy. Don't be embarrassed, honey. I'm just surprised my boy has grown up so much since I left. As Izuku began to whine more at his mother, she simply laughed and felt the weight on her shoulders disappear, knowing that her precious baby was okay. After the phone call, Inko let her bosses know her situation and her need to return back to Japan. She was sure that they would let her go back. She was wrong, and she was pissed. She had been working for that company for more than 15 years and always did her best at her job. And over the years she had hoped that she would get a promotion, or at the very least her bosses appreciated her. But they never gave any sign of it. Being sent away on the trip had almost been the last straw, but she needed the job. And she was sure that they would let one of their most hardworking and loyal employees go back home to see her son. But they didn't. Her boss even had the gall to insult her son. And no one insulted her son. As her boss continued to berate her and tell her about what she still needed to do on the trip, she interrupted him. Excuse me, but I quit. What? You can't, yo. I wasn't finished speaking. I quit. I have worked for you for more than a decade and I am absolutely appalled with your treatment of me. And I will not stand for you to insult my family. I will be going back to Japan on the earliest flight and I will not be working for you any longer. In fact, I have gotten a job offer from a different company during this trip. And while I was going to decline since I am a loyal employee, I am going to accept it. I hope you have a day that a heartless man like you deserves. Goodbye. Then Inko hung up. Katsuki Bakugo didn't know what to think. He wasn't even sure of what he saw. But he saw him. He saw that useless Deku that was supposed to be nothing but a pebble to step on. He saw that boy who he always was able to push down until he couldn't. Bakugo remembered how Deku started to avoid him. How Deku started to look at him without the shine in his eyes that he had when they were little. He remembered when Deku looked at him from the edge of the window and called him by a name he hadn't heard in years. He saw that boy that didn't hesitate to jump out of a window after he told him to. But why did he see him? Why was that shitty nerd at UA? Why did Deku have longer hair and looked so comfortable standing near the rescue hero 13? When did he get that new scar? Why did he wave at Aizawa-sensei and the man didn't say anything about that useless nerd being there? It didn't make any fucking sense. Bakugo was supposed to be the only one who managed to get into UA, so why was he there? Why the fuck was he talking to villains? Why did he look so calm standing so close to a villain that could decay him? How the fuck was Deku able to save shitty hair when he couldn't? And why the fuck did that hand fucker pat Deku's head? Why didn't he kill him right there? And why did the green loser not look scared? Why didn't he say anything to him or even to All Might when he turned around to look at them? Why was Deku still looking down at him? Class 1A didn't know how they should feel. They were just supposed to go to USJ for some rescue training. Everything was going all right when they arrived at the building and listened to the rescue hero 13's speech, although they were a little curious as to who the boy with green hair, freckles, and a scar was. At no point did Aizawa-sensei or 13 introduce him, and the boy didn't introduce himself or talk to them at all. Which was fine, they were there for training, but suddenly there were villains. Lots of villains. They watched as their teacher went ahead to fight them. And they watched as their own way of escaping was blocked by a misty villain. They watched as the hero that was there was almost killed by their own quirk. And they watched as their classmates were swallowed up by darkness. Then they were all on their own, each of them having been thrown into one of the areas in USJ and each of them already having villains there to face. So they fought. They fought to not get killed and tried to find each other. At one point they heard a huge explosion coming from the flood zone and they hoped that whichever classmate was there was fine. They continued fighting. Of course, not everyone in Class 1A was teleported away. There were still a couple of students at the entrance with 13 and the mist villain. Somehow they managed to give Ida enough time to get out of there and get help. They just hoped he was fast enough, that they were fast enough with letting him escape. Because down in the plaza, their teacher was fighting against what looked like the leader of the villains. In horror, they watched as the hand villain made their teacher bleed and he was grabbed by the villain with an exposed brain. They couldn't do anything. The mist villain had suddenly left them and they saw them go to the hand villain. But then two of their classmates popped out of nowhere right next to them. It was Tsuyu and Mainta. Where did they come from? Wait, was that the green-haired boy? When they blinked, they didn't see him anywhere. When they asked Mainta and Tsuyu, they said that it was the green-haired boy, and that he got them out of the flood zone. They told them that his name was Midoriya. They wanted to ask more questions, but their attention was drawn to something else when they saw a cloud of dust in front of the plaza. What they saw was even more confusing. Midoriya was carrying their sensei. It was odd considering how small the boy seemed to be. They held their breath when the Namu went after Midoriya. and their teacher again. Then they almost screamed when suddenly, Midoriya was there with them, gently laying down Aizawa-sensei next to 13 before he disappeared again. Uraraka walked up to Tsuyu after Midoriya disappeared. Is he a hero student, Tsuyu? No, Kiro. He said he wasn't. And he didn't say what course he was in either or what his quirk was. Uraraka looked with confusion back to the plaza, where it looked like Midoriya and the villain were having a standoff. It looked like they were talking. She wished she could hear what they were saying. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Shoji was listening with an ear attached to one of his dupli arms. He almost thought something must have been wrong with his quirk when he heard Midoriya and the villain basically agree that their teacher was cool. He only grew more confused when he heard Midoriya agree with the villain, making very valid points that Shoji himself couldn't help but agree with. It was a standstill with everyone waiting for something. Something did happen. All Might showed up. Class 1 was sure that now everything would be alright, wouldn't it? All Might gritted his teeth in frustration at the fact that he had already reached his time limit earlier. He could feel that he was slower as he made his way to USJ, his way to where his students were being attacked by villains. How could he have been so foolish? He had to save them. When he arrived, the first thing he saw was some of his students surrounding two heroes who were both on the floor and not moving. The racerhead had blood on his face. Then when he looked down at the plaza, he fought back the scowl that wanted to appear on his face. There, only a few feet away from the villain, was a young boy. But before All Might could rescue the young boy, the villain ordered the exposed brain villain to kill him. All Might met the Namu head-on and was shocked to see that the creature had no reaction to being punched by All Might. Shit, this was going to be a hard fight. And it was. He even got help from some of the hero students. Although there was a point where All Might felt his heart stop when he saw young Kirishima in the path of the Namu's hand. He knew he wouldn't be quick enough to save him. All Might suddenly felt the overwhelming weight of all the deaths he took responsibility for, weighing down on him, and he wanted to scream at how there was yet another weight going to be added. But then he saw the green-haired child, just for a moment, appear right beside young Kirishima and grab him. For a moment, All Might thought it would be two weights added until his eyes saw young Kirishima unharmed only yards away from the Namu. He was able to continue his fight with the Namu. At one point he looked back to the hand villain that wasn't even looking at him. Instead, the villain was looking at the green-haired boy who was right beside him. All Might didn't understand. That boy needed to run. He was going to be killed. He kept punching the Namu with all his strength, but it seemed that it wasn't enough. He was going to have to go beyond with this creature. He had to. So he punched the Namu more than 100 times until the creature started to give in, and with one more punch, it was sent flying. In hopes of intimidating the villains to leave since he was about to poof back into Small Might form, he held up a fist at them and said, "Your creature failed. You are finished, villain." With relief, he watched as the hand villain ordered Kirigiri to open a portal. Good, they were leaving. But then he froze and almost stopped breathing when the hand villain laid their hand on the green-haired boy he had hoped to save. He waited to hear the screams of the boy, to see him killed. Instead, the villain said something and the child chuckled. Then the villain just left, and the boy barely looked at him before he was gone. Todoroki was interested in the random boy that was by the hero 13. As he looked at the boy's features, he was reminded of a rumor he had heard in the hallways about a green boy who was seen around UA with a little girl at his side. Could this boy be the one from the rumors? He only grew more intrigued by the mystery boy when he saw him manage to pull Kirishima out of the way from the Namu. It was an impressive display of quick reflexes and good timing. He wondered if he was a hero student or maybe a personal student for one of the faculty. Maybe one of their children. Possibly Aizawa's. He had seen how the boy had waved at his sensei, looking happy to see him when they first arrived at USJ. When he saw the villain talk to him in a friendly manner, Todoroki felt the need to come up with more theories. Shouta wanted to fight someone and go to sleep, but he couldn't. Instead, he had to stay awake because the doctors wanted to monitor him for any signs of complication from the trauma he got. Made sense. He did get his head smashed into the ground by some weird bird creature. Apparently, he had even gotten a new scar as well because of that Namu. His elbow was also in a cast from where the hand villain had partially decayed. According to the doctors, he would have a scar there too. Shouta wasn't thinking about that though. He was more focused on finding out what had happened to his students. What happened to Midoriya? What else did the villain do after he got knocked out? He was able to get his questions answered when Hisashi walked into his hospital hero. Before he could say anything, the blonde man was already speaking. "Don't worry, Shu. All of your students are alive and well. None of them were badly injured on the degree you were. All right." Shouta slumped down in the hospital bed. "And Midoriya is perfectly fine too. I didn't see a scratch on him," Hisashi said when he saw Shouta about to ask another question. "Are you sure? He isn't a hero student, so he hasn't received any training to deal with villains. Not that I'm saying the kid isn't skilled, but this was on a whole other level, and at least my students are learning how to deal with being in those situations." Hisashi hummed with a growing smile. "I think he did pretty alright if I've heard correctly." Shouta didn't like the look on the other man's face. Care to explain? Hisashi leaned forward. A little birdie told me that Midoriya managed to 1. Create an explosion in the flooding zone which effectively captured roughly 20 villains. 2. Took Tsuyu and Minda to safety. 3. Went back and carried you in his arms like you were a newlywed bride and brought you to safety. 4. Kept the villain talking until All Might showed up. And 5. Got patted on the head by said villain before the villain left without so much of a threat to return and kill us all. He finished counting each of the numbers with his fingers. Shouta stared at the man waiting for him to say joking, but Hisashi never did. You can't be serious. As serious as Nezu is about drinking tea. Shouta brought up his uninjured arm and put his hand over his eyes. I can't believe that a child that we are letting live at UA in order to be protected by villains just happened to be at USJ when it was attacked by villains. And then he managed to save 2 of my students, me, and bought time for All Might to show up. Oh, he actually saved 3. Shouta uncovered one eye and looked at Hisashi, who explained, I heard that he managed to save Kirishima from getting hit by the Namo. Apparently, 3 of your students got involved in All Might's fight and Midoriya grabbed Kirishima out of the way before he got hit by the Namo. Wow, that's even better, Shouta deadpanned. I am going to have to talk to my students about analyzing risks and when it's the right time to join a fight. At the silence, Shouta looked at Hisashi again, who looked like he was about to explode with laughter. What else it is? Shouta managed to grit out. Midoriya actually already scolded Nezu about those 3 students, so Nezu said he would make sure all of the hero students get lessons like what you just said. Hisashi quickly said before bringing his hands up to hide a smile behind them. Shouta stared at Hisashi, processing the information he was just told. Call in the doctor. I'm pretty sure I have brain damage. No, you don't. Shouta sighed. So you're telling me Izuku Midoriya did all of that stuff in USJ and scolded our principal to the point where hero students will have lessons so that they make better decisions in the future? Yup, Hisashi chirped. I have to say my favorite part is imagining you being carried by the little listener. The voice hero got a glare in return for that comment. I want to go to sleep. No can do. Gotta stay awake so that the doctors can check up on you. I hate you. Yeah, and I hate music. Just shut up and lay there, Shouta. Don't worry, you'll see your class again and your problem child. Shouta grumbled for a bit before falling silent. He couldn't wait to get out of the damn hospital. After the attack, classes were cancelled for a couple of days. The faculty went over every aspect of security and added some more safeguards. They even checked the faculty dorm building and made sure it was secure. It made Izuku feel a bit more at ease, especially since his mom would be arriving later that day. He was a bit nervous to see her after everything that had happened, but he was excited to have her meet Eri. Will she like me? Eri had asked him when he helped her put on her shoes. Of course she will. She even told me she was excited to meet you, so don't worry. Izuku held her small hands in reassurance. Even if I have this curse, Izuku sighed. He hadn't asked Eri too many questions about Overhaul and what he did, which made sense, as it probably wasn't healthy to bring up a little girl's trauma right after she had gotten out of the situation and wasn't even settled in somewhere safe. But Izuku was able to piece together that Overhaul had told Eri that her quirk was a curse and that she should be ashamed. He obviously did not agree with it at all. He had yet to see Eri's quirk firsthand, but he was sure that it was anything but a curse. She's going to love you no matter what your quirk is, he said, avoiding using the word curse. Slowly but surely he'll help her realize it isn't a curse. That day Izuku caught up with assignments and watched a video lecture about the possible fall of society if one day quirks simply disappeared. His teacher made a good point that society placed an unhealthy amount of value on quirks and relied too much on quirks to solve problems. There were many problems that were left to grow and worsen simply because government, organization, and society was waiting for the people with the most suitable quirks to do something about it. Izuku was writing about how if people would go back to how they would address problems in the pre-quirk area and also use quirks, that problems would be solved much more efficiently. If quirks were to disappear, there would be a system already in place. He had just submitted his discussion post when he got word that his mom arrived at UA. Almost stumbling, he got up and quickly went to get Eri. He received no resistance from the girl when she saw his wide smile, and he teleported them outside of the building and continued to teleport himself all the way to the entrance of UA. He was out of breath, but he didn't care once he laid eyes on his mom. She was nervously looking around with 2 suitcases at her side. When she saw him, she smiled wide. Mom, Izuku. Izuku teleported right in front of his mom, and before he could even set Eri down, Inko had wrapped the both of them up in a hug. Oh, I'm so happy to see you both. I'm happy to see you too, Mom. She let go of them and her eyes scanned them from top to bottom, as if looking for any sign that they were hurt. Izuku could see her eyes linger on the scar he had though, and he gave her a smile as if to say it's okay. Once she finished looking them over, she turned her attention to Eri, who was looking at her with bright wide eyes. You must be Eri. Eri nodded. It's lovely to meet you. Eri kept staring at Inko before asking a question that made Izuku blush. So you're my mom's mom? Inko held up a hand to her mouth to suppress the giggle that wanted to come out. Yes, sweetheart, I am. I think that makes me your grandma, doesn't it? Before Izuku could say anything, Eri had nodded quickly. Inko smiled at her. You can call me grandma or a nickname you come up with if you would like. Eri looked down and fiddled with her fingers before looking back at Inko with a twinkle in her eye. Okay, grandma. Izuku could have died from embarrassment, but when he saw how happy Eri and his mom looked, he just accepted his fate. After a couple of more moments, Izuku took his mom's suitcases and they headed their way towards the dorm building. Izuku offered to teleport them, but his mom had said that she liked the chance to stretch her legs for the flight and also just walk with her son and new grandchild. After Tamura had walked into the portal, he was back at the bar. For some reason, Kurogiri was looking at him oddly, despite the fact that the man barely had any facial features other than those glowing eyes. What? He asked, although with less bite than he usually had, which only seemed to make Kurogiri look at him more oddly. Before Kurogiri could respond, a voice came from the television set that was set towards the back of the bar. Tamura, how did the attack at UA go? How was the Namu? The voice asked. Tamura took a seat at the bar before answering. All Might defeated the Namu. Seems like you were wrong about him being weaker, he said bluntly. Silence. Tamura could see how Kurogiri cleaned an already clean glass anxiously. I see. Anything else? The voice responded. Tamura felt his mouth twitch upwards like it did when the greenie had said I won't to Tamura's request that he not be turned into a hero brat. I met someone. Interesting, he said. Interesting, you say? Yes, sensei. It was some green kid who was there. They said they weren't a hero brat and they even agreed with me. He made some pretty good points too. Sensei grew more intrigued with how Tamura spoke of this kid, someone who even agreed with a villain. Very interesting indeed. Anything else? Do you know why he was there? Sensei asked. No, he said he wasn't a UA student and was there for some other reasons. But he didn't say. He didn't even tell me his name. Tamura huffed in amusement. I see. Do you think he would be a good addition to the league, Tamura? Sensei asked, thinking about the benefits of having another person to help Tamura and one that the Tamura seemed to like. Greenie didn't seem like the one to be a villain. He saved one of the teachers and hero brats from the Namu. At this, Sensei wanted to know more, but getting details from Tamura would be difficult. Instead, Sensei decided they would have Kurogiri give them a more detailed report. How unfortunate, Sensei said before addressing Kurogiri. Kurogiri, I would like to discuss something later on with you. Yes, sir, the misty villain said. With that, the light on the TV turned off. TCH, a villain, Tamura said, thinking about Greenie and how the kid had been adamant about not letting Eraserhead die and even the redhead brat, as if Inko had settled into the dorm building like a fish to water. She was given her own dorm right across from her son's. She was even able to turn the sitting area into an office area for her to work. After she had explained her situation to the new company she was working for, they were more than happy to accommodate her. Until it was safe, she would be working from home, or in this case, the dorm at UA. When she wasn't working, she was in Izuku's dorm with Eri. When Izuku was doing schoolwork, she spent more time with Eri, which of course she loved. She had always dreamed about being a loving grandmother, and although she didn't expect to become one at such a young age, she had no issue with it. If anything, it made her so happy hearing Eri call her son Mom and her grandma. Eri had even come up with the name Mimi, which made Inko burst into tears of happiness. One other thing she was doing along with work was getting a foster license. Technically speaking, Eri was supposed to be in foster care since she had no guardian, but due to the situation she was in, Eri stayed with Izuku. Even when everything was resolved, Inko knew that Eri would not want to leave Izuku, so she planned to become eligible to be able to adopt Eri. It was a long process, but she was ready and more than willing to put the work in. Also, she knew that even though legally she would be Eri's mother, that Izuku would always be Eri's mom and she would be Eri's grandma. She couldn't wait for the day where Eri legally became a part of their family. Other than Eri, Inko saw that Izuku was doing very well at UA. He had told her about how the principal offered him to become a student, but he had declined. And she had a feeling she knew why. But Izuku was doing very well with his online school, and she got to listen to him as he excitedly discussed various topics he went over in class with her. Her son's bright mind always brought a smile to his face. She wasn't sure if he would be so happy if he had decided to go to UA. Except Izuku was actually going to UA, though not as a student. Apparently, the principal had asked Izuku and given him permission to go around the school and observe the classes and the way the teachers taught. Inko knew that this was under the guise of convincing Izuku to become a student there. While she wanted to put a stop to it, she couldn't with how Izuku would tell her what he saw at UA that day. He told her about how interesting the departments were and how the teachers were very kind. But she saw no sign that Izuku wanted to transfer. Her son was sure of his decision. And while he liked observing in the discussions he had with Nedzu, he was not about to officially become a UA student. One thing, though, that Inko sadly noticed was how Izuku had yet to mention what he had seen visiting the hero course. Izuku was walking past the teacher's lounge when he spotted a familiar face, or face with bandages on it. Aizawa, you're here? How are you feeling? he asked once he walked into the room. Aizawa looked up from the papers he had. Midoriya, he greeted. I'm fine. My injuries were less severe than what they could have been, thanks to you it seems. Izuku smiled. I'm happy to hear that. You had me worried for a bit. And it wasn't exactly easy to carry you. I think I actually should lift some weights. You're a lot heavier than Uri, you know. Aizawa leveled Izuku with a deadpan stare. Seeing as I am a fully grown man and Uri is a 6-year-old girl, I would think I would be heavier. But if you would like to start lifting weights or just exercise, there is a gym on campus I believe Nenzu would have no trouble letting you use. Really? Izuku asked in disbelief. Aizawa was surprised by how Izuku reacted to the offer. Yes, Midoriya, he said, trying to put weight into the words. Quite honestly, it's the least I could do. You saved me and my students from villains. You do know that is not a small thing, don't you? Izuku shuffled his feet where he stood. It isn't a big deal. I'm not even a hero student. Aizawa sighed and brought up a hand to his forehead. That's exactly why it's a big deal, Midoriya. Stop trying to downplay what you did. And don't even get me started on how you managed to get Nenzu to agree to add additional lessons for all the hero students. That last comment seemed to set something off in Izuku. Well, obviously they needed it. That redhead could have gotten killed even with his hardening quirk, and the other one was going to make himself a liability by getting so close just to create explosions that virtually had no effect on the Namo. Honestly, how Bakugo thought he could effectively help All Might in a fight against a creature that withstood punches from All Might is mind-boggling. I knew he was an idiot and full of himself, but that was on a whole other level, he ranted to Aizawa, not noticing how the man caught on to how Izuku seemed to know one of his students. You know Bakugo? Aizawa asked, interrupting Izuku. Izuku froze and Aizawa saw how the boy clenched his fists, and how his face seemed to contort into what looked like anger. I have to go, Izuku said coldly before he disappeared, and Aizawa was left with, yet again, more questions about the green-haired problem child. Since he wasn't in danger, he couldn't let his quirk pull his back to his dorm, which he had tagged. Instead, he had to settle for teleporting to somewhere else in the school. It was just his luck that he found himself in a hallway where he could see that blasted one a sign above an open classroom door. But at the door there was a crowd of students that Izuku recognized from being in other classes. He even saw a couple of second years. What the hell were they doing there? As he walked closer, he managed to hear what one of the students was saying. The great Class 1A, I bet you are all sitting high on your horse after that incident with all the attend. Oh my god, you can't be serious. Izuku's voice rang out in the hallway, cutting off the blonde student who had been talking to Class 1A who were still in class. Everyone's eyes turned in the direction of the voice, and some students moved out of the way so that they could see Izuku through the crowd. And who just might you be? The boy with the blue eyes that had been talking asked in a condescending tone. Izuku walked towards the boy and looked at him with eyes that others would describe to be unnerving with how they seemed to be dissecting him. He crossed his arms and replied, The name's Midoriya. Who are you? Ho ho, I'll have you know I'm Monoma from the overlooked Class 1B. Clearly, Class 1A has B. Monoma was interrupted by the sound of Izuku's laughter. He looked at Izuku and the other students who also looked concerned by the sudden laughter. He scowled and tried to speak up again. Now just wait a minute, what do you think? Once again Monoma got cut off by Izuku. Izuku had seemed to calm himself and pretended to wipe a tear away from his eye before leveling Monoma with a smile that was anything but nice. In fact, it looked more like a smirk. He let out a sigh. Now Monoma, I'm sure that Nenzu won't be happy to hear that one of his hero students was essentially harassing a class that had just been involved in a villain attack when they were simply supposed to do rescue training. Now would he? The blue-eyed hero student sputtered for a moment, but Izuku continued. Izuku said, waving a finger, I wasn't finished. I can't believe you thought it was a good idea to go to students who had just been through something so dangerous to insult them, to even imply that they were happy with the unwanted attention they were getting from the attack. Did you know that they could have died, that their sensei could have died right in front of them? How the hell would you know? Monoma yelled, frustrated he was being spoken to like that in front of so many people. Everyone watched as the smirk on Izuku's face disappeared and his eyes turned to stone. Because I was there. And because, even if we all manage to get out there alive, I know how being attacked can leave you feeling like there is something behind every corner, waiting for you to let your guard down. I know how it feels to have been hurt in the place that was supposed to be safe only to continue going there as if nothing had happened. Izuku thought back to how before he even got his quirk, his classmates made him bleed and cry. How many times he knew going to school would result in people trying to do things that could make him end up in the hospital. Even with his quirk, he knew that all it took was something as simple as tripping someone as they walked down the stairs that could kill you. Of course, he never got hurt again so severely because of his quirk. But that didn't take away the fact that it could have happened and that those things were being done to him. He actually didn't feel bad after the attack. But he was not about to let Monoma talk to Class 1A like that when the experience must have been traumatic for them. Izuku continued speaking. So yeah, I don't like that you and he turned around at everyone who was still gathered outside in the hallway. Everyone else here decided to go look at Class 1 like they are a bunch of zoo animals and decide that now was the time to insult them and cause issues. He saw as some of the students wince at his words and looked down at the ground in what he hoped was shame. He continued to stare at them as the crowd slowly dispersed after he stopped speaking. Seemed that no one had anything else to say. Monoma himself was dragged away by a girl with rather large hands. When he stopped watching the boy being dragged away, he looked back at the open door of Class 1A. Red eyes were glaring at him. Just what the fuck do you think you're doing here, Deku? Bakugo growled at him. Izuku didn't bother to answer him. As usual, Bakugo got pissed off, and despite the yells to stop, Bakugo launched himself at Izuku with his quirk. Izuku easily teleported away and actually into the classroom. Coincidentally, there was a window open, so he made sure to teleport so that he was standing on the window ledge. Bakugo had realized that Izuku wasn't in the hallway anymore, and he whirled around, running back into the classroom trying to get at Izuku. Surprisingly, he was stopped by a boy with red hair, which intrigued Izuku to stay just for a second longer. Come on, Bikabro. This isn't manly at all. Why are you trying to kill him? The boy asked while holding Bakugo's arms back despite the explosions he kept letting off. Let me go, shitty hair. Fucking Deku. Suddenly a boy with a particularly robotic arm started to scold Bakugo as well. Bakugo, this is highly inappropriate behavior. Then he turned around to Izuku. And I must insist that you come down. That is highly dangerous to be standing so. The boy was rudely interrupted by Bakugo yelling again. Diku, why the fuck are you here, you shitty bastard? Bakugo yelled at Izuku. And Izuku, well, he just started at Bakugo with those cold eyes and didn't say anything. Then he turned away, stepped off the window ledge, and let himself fall. Class 1 didn't know what to do. One moment Bakugo had opened the door and there were suddenly a group of people looking into their classroom and looking at them. They could feel as if they were being judged with all those eyes on them. Then a boy from Class 1B started talking. He was saying things about how Class 1A must have been loving all the attention and that they must be feeling like they were above everyone else. Before Ada or Yaoyorozu could cut in, another person spoke. Those in Class 1A could see as the crowd departed, revealing a boy with green hair. Midoriya. It was Midoriya, the one that was with them at the USJ attack. Tsuyu made eye contact with Uraraka. Shoji was reminded of Midoriya's words at USJ. The others recalled seeing Midoriya with 13 when they arrived at USJ. Then they watched as Midoriya effectively shut Monoma up. They saw as he looked at Monoma with eyes that made them want to look away. And the way he spoke made them wince. They could tell he was angry. But even if he was angry, he still made his point. It didn't seem that he let his anger get the better of him. Instead, it seemed that he used it as a weapon to shame the students who had gathered there. He used it to show how messed up it was that they came there in the first place. Nobody was able to argue with him. He didn't leave any room for anyone to say he was wrong. So those students who had gathered left. Even Monoma. No one had said anything. They didn't know what to say to the boy who defended them with those eyes. But then Bakugo spoke. Bakugo knows that kid. Kaminari asked Shiro, who was standing beside him. I don't know, man. Why is he calling him Deku? Before they could get a response, they watched as Bakugo used his quirk and how Midoriya disappeared. He's at the window, someone said. All eyes went to the window where they saw Midoriya comfortable standing there, watching as Bakugo was being held back by Kirishima. The boy didn't seem at all worried that he was so close to falling and possibly breaking a leg or two. Ajiro and Takoyami stepped forward as if to get Midoriya from the window, but before they could get any closer, Bakugo had yelled something at Midoriya. Then they froze as they saw Midoriya step off the ledge and fall. It was only a second that no one moved, but the next second 18 students were in a mad scramble to the window. Even the usually stoic Todoroki. Oh my god, someone get him. Oh fuck, see, he's a psycho. What the? Except when they looked out they didn't see anyone. Midoriya was gone. TCH. Everyone turned around at the sound of Bakugo, who was gritting his teeth. Fucking Deku, what the hell is that bastard doing at UA? He mumbled. Bro, forget why he was here. He just jumped out of a window. Kaminari yelled at Bakugo. Bakugo glared at him, like I fucking care about that weak-ass nerd. Uraraka spoke up next. Bakugo, how do you know Midoriya? Why did you yell at him? Everyone else looked expectantly at Bakugo for an answer about what just happened. It's none of your goddamn business, you extras, he said before grabbing his book bag and leaving the classroom. Class 1 had just looked at each other confused. Dude, what was that? Shiro asked. I don't know, Ada said. Perhaps we should inform Aizawa-sensei of the incident. Uraraka hummed. Probably. Midoriya did just jump out of a window. Why did he jump anyways? Why didn't he answer Bakugo? Tiro. Midoriya did jump off the boat in the flood zone. I think he's used to jumping, Tsuyu mentioned. Yeah, mind to cut in, he's crazy. And he's not even a hero student. Several eyes widened at Minta's statement. He's not a hero student, Ajiro repeated. What department is he in? If he's in support, he might just have an item that would let him jump out of buildings. Or maybe it's his quirk. Maybe, Kiro. He didn't say what department he was in. Everyone thought for a second before Shoji spoke. I think I heard him say that he didn't actually go to UA. At that, there was suddenly a bunch of questions being thrown at the masked boy. What do you mean you heard? When did he say that? How come he was at USJ? How did he save Kirishima then? How the hell did he not get killed? Questions on top of questions were asked, and Shoji tried to tell them what he knew. I think I heard him say that. There was the fight going on after all, so it was kind of hard to hear. Oh, alright, but did you manage to hear anything else before that? Mina asked. Shoji thought back to the odd conversation he heard Midoriya have with the head villain, and he wondered whether or not he should even tell them since they might not believe them. Well, you guys might not believe me, but he was just talking to the villains. Casually. I see. Midoriya is familiar with conversing with those who are affiliated with darkness, Takoyami said while bowing his head down. Shoji continued as if the display was normal. Yeah, they actually talked about Eraserhead and how cool he was. Someone snorted. You're joking. No, I'm not. And then it gets weirder. Shoji paused. Midoriya even asked for the villain's reasoning to be there, and then he agreed with them. Except he did say that they were wrong with trying to kill someone and attacking kids. Oh my god, Kaminari whispered. Who the hell is this guy? And none of them had an answer. Izuku wanted to jump off 10 more buildings when he teleported back to his dorm. He was just so drained. First, Aizawa had asked him about Bakugo, which made him panic. Then he ended right at class 1, and when he heard what Monoma was saying, he just got so mad. It pissed him off hearing what that kid was saying. He was reminded of all the times he had been attacked when he was little and how everyone would act as if he had been asking to get bullied and harassed. Then Bakugo was there. That asshole still called him Deku and just demanded to know why he was there, as if he would ever actually answer him. When he saw the open window, he was ready to just fling himself out of there, but was surprised by seeing someone actually stop Bakugo, even scold him. But still, he didn't want to be there. He didn't want to continue hearing Bakugo call him Deku. He just wanted to go back to the dorm, so he let himself fall and his quirk pull him back to where his mom and Eri were. When he arrived, it was to the side of his mom and Eri cuddled up on the couch. Eri was actually asleep. His mom was awake and raised an eyebrow when she saw him. Hey sweetheart, are you okay? She whispered to him. And Izuku broke. He broke when he heard his mom talk to him so gently with concern in her eyes. He felt tears started to flow down his cheeks, over the scar on his right cheek, and he finally let himself cry. Then, as the wonderful mother she was, Inko smiled at him and opened her arms, a clear offer for her boy to come. Izuku practically collapsed in his mother's arms, quietly crying, and she held him tightly. Eri didn't even stir at the movement. She kept on sleeping. Oh honey, it's okay. I'm here. I got you. It's okay, she softly said as he cried. She kept holding him and brushing her fingers through his hair, even when he stopped crying and his breathing evened out. When she looked down, she saw that he had fallen asleep, but she made no effort to move him. She was more than happy to let her son rest and provide him any comfort he needed. So there she sat with the little girl happily sleeping by her side and her son asleep in her arms. At one point she fell asleep too. After the incident, Izuku didn't go to UA for 3 days. Instead, he stayed at the dorms with Eri, his mom, and his online school assignments. He felt heavy as if something was dragging him down, and he only felt a little lighter when Eri would grab his hand and drag him to come color with her. It must have been visible how he was feeling because one of his online teachers told him to take care of himself. Hello, Midoriya. I just wanted to check up on you. You don't seem to be doing so well. Do you need a break or some extra time for your assignments? It's fine if you do. I'm sure your other teachers would have no trouble with accommodating you. You are after all one of our favorite students, Akagi-sensei said to him one day in a private video conference. Thank you, but I'm doing fine with the assignments. Doing them is actually making me feel better. It's something not related to school that has me feeling I'm off. I'm sorry. I don't really know how to explain and it's kind of complicated. That's perfectly all right, Midoriya. I will let your other teachers know you are working through something in the meantime. As you know, you are actually ahead in essentially all of your classes. So please take some time to focus on yourself and feel better. And if you need any help with assignments, please let me know. Izuku smiled tiredly at his teacher. Thank you, Akagi-sensei, I will. After a few more minutes of talking about future assignments and exams, he was finally done with the call. He let out a heavy sigh. He thought about how he had been isolating himself for the past 3 days. Seeing Bakugo reminded him of what he went through. His head ran through all the memories of when he was pushed, cut, burned, and taunted. Seeing those red eyes glaring at him from that class full of future heroes made him feel bitter and tired. He didn't want to go into the school knowing that a bully managed to get in there. But damn, he missed going around UA. He wanted to go visit Hatsume and maybe check out the third years. He wanted to talk to Nenzu about ways society could collapse. He wanted to go check out the gym Aizawa had mentioned to him. At the moment, his mom and Eri were hanging out with Lunch Rush making cookies. so he was alone in the dorm. He could stay in that room, just thinking about how things went wrong when he turned 4. But he didn't want Bakugo to ruin what good he had been able to create. He was happy, even despite the danger of overhaul. Hell, he was happy even after the attack at USJ. Alright, stop being a depressed potato. Let's go see the ever-creating genius that is Hatsume, he said to himself. Visiting Hatsume turned out to be the best thing to lift his spirits. Her enthusiasm about her babies and possible creations was contagious. He could feel the heaviness melting away as he told Hatsume why it would be a good idea to have a hidden compartment for heroes in their costumes if they were ever in a situation where their most obvious weapons were taken. Ah, I like your thinking. Now how would you feel about boots with a hidden compartment and even a knife or two? And it being able to sustain high impact like, let's say, falls from great heights. Izuku smiled in a way that made him look a bit unhinged. Oh Hatsume, I thought you'd never ask. At his desk, Power Loader sighed in defeat. Looks like Midoriya wouldn't be the voice of reason during this visit. After a bit more time with Hatsume creating and planning support items for him, despite that he wasn't a hero, he decided to leave and go see the third years. It was funny seeing the looks of confusion on their faces when he walked by them, clearly not wearing a uniform or looking anywhere close to being a third year. He was walking by a class when he spotted Midnight. When he popped in his head through the door, Kayama-sen quickly stopped her lecture. Midoriya, come inside and take a seat. I'm so happy you finally decided to visit the third years in my class. Izuku smiled at her. Well, how couldn't I? You were always going on about art and things with Eri. I had to see for myself. Oh, you're such a smooth talker. Now sit, she said before pushing him to sit next to an anxious-looking teen with purple hair. Izuku sent a smile towards the teen who blushed but managed to smile back at him. Izuku just looked back at Midnight. He knew anxiety when he saw it, but he thought the teen was nice. Maybe he could talk to him later. Izuku actually ended up staying for the whole class, mostly because when he tried to walk out, Midnight didn't hesitate to grab him and make him sit back down. Yeah, he wasn't going to be able to escape her, so he sat and listened as she went on about art history. It was clear that she knew her art and the different art movements and techniques that were used by artists. At one point, Midnight handed out a worksheet that they were supposed to work on with a partner. She even paired Midoriya up with the boy he had sat down next to. His name was Amajiki, and although he avoided meeting Izuku in the eye, he found the boy was really fun to work with on analyzing their art piece. Apparently, Amajiki happened to know a lot about the particular art piece, and he ended up doing something similar to Izuku's rants, except it was much quieter and not as rapid as Izuku's own rambling. When he was finished, Izuku didn't give Amajiki time to feel unsure about the sudden information dump. Wow, that's some great information. Thanks for sharing it, Amajiki. It's really not that cool, the older teen mumbled. Izuku just smiled at him. No, I think it is. It's actually nice hearing someone else know a lot about a particular subject for a change. Usually, I'm the one that ends up rambling and sometimes creeping someone out, he said, rubbing the back of his neck, a bit embarrassed thinking about some past reactions he had gotten. Amajiki looked at Izuku and didn't see any sign that the boy was joking or teasing him, so he relaxed slightly. Oh, okay then. Should we answer the next question? Izuku could have blinded Amajiki with his smile. So bright, he mumbled, looking at the younger boy. When Izuku was able to escape Midnight the next class he went to belong to Cementos. The man actually taught modern literature, so Midoriya was excited to hear what the man would say. Izuku was right to be excited. Cementos was very skilled at going over the material in an interesting way and was even to make connections to some literature works in the past. At the end of that class, Izuku actually stayed behind to speak to Cementos. Hello Midoriya, how did you like my class? Oh, I really liked it. I actually wanted to suggest something to you. Cementos lifted an eyebrow. And what would that be? Izuku brightened up. It's actually a pre-Quirk era book. It's called The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. It's one of my favorite books I've read and has an interesting message. I could actually lend you my copy if you would like, he offered. Ishiyama looked touched by the suggestion, an offer made by the child he had trapped in the dark with cement walls when Izuku first arrived at UA. Thank you, Midoriya. And while I am grateful for your offer, I could not take something so precious from you. I will find my own copy and read it. If you would like, we could discuss it once I have read it. Izuku shook his head yes so fast that Ishiyama had been worried it would fall off. When Izuku left the classroom, Cementos started searching online for where he could get the book. Izuku eventually met up with his mom and Eri. They were still with Lunch Rush, who didn't seem at all bothered but the two people watching him cook. When Izuku showed up, Eri was quick to greet him. Hi mom. Hey sweetheart, you had fun baking cookies. Mimi even helped me put the chocolate chips on them, Eri said. Izuku sent a teasing smile at his mom. Is that so? Oh shush Izuku, I used to do the same thing when you were her age. Izuku laughed. Okay, you're right. Now what are you doing? We are watching Lunch Rush cook. It really is a sight to see, Enko said, motioning to the chef of UA. Izuku watched in awe at Lunch Rush in action. They were really impressed with his cooking skills. "How you doing, lunch rush?" he asked. The man simply sent him a thumbs up. Guess he's a man of few words," Izuku mused. After just watching Lunch Rush, the three of them eventually got some food to eat as well, and they were not disappointed. Izuku complimented Lunch Rush, the man sent him another thumbs up. Meanwhile, Shouta was heading to Nedzu's office. Apparently, they wanted to discuss something with him. Nothing good ever came from that. But of course, Shouta still went to the damn rat's office. "Hello Aizawa, I have something to show you," Nedzu said with his ever-present smile from his desk. Does it pertain to my class?" "Yes, indeed it does, and also to Midoriya as well. I believe that it is important you see this." Then Nedzu turned the computer he had open around and pressed play on a video. Shouta saw security footage of the hallway by his class. But in the video, there was a bunch of students. When he looked at the timestamp, he realized it was just moments after he had talked to Midoriya. And the boy disappeared from him. "What is this? Just watch and you'll see," Nedzu said. In the video, Shouta recognized one of the students from Vlad's class was at the head of the group of students. He heard some of what the child was saying before Midoriya interrupted him. What he heard from Midoriya surprised and concerned him. Midoriya sounded angry. He listened to as Midoriya ripped into Monoma with eyes that were not filled with the familiar warmth he was so used to seeing. The Midoriya that was in that video was not the same one he had seen regularly talking sweetly to her. He listened as Midoriya shamed the students that had come to look at his class and how the boy spoke about the after effects of the attack. The way he said it, though, made Shouta think that it went deeper than just the attack at USJ. When he watched the students leave, Shouta went to say something but Nedzu interrupted him. "Wait, there's more." When he watched his student, Bakugo, call Midoriya Deku and try to use his quirk on him. Just what the hell is Bakugo doing? What the hell was his student doing? And Midoriya. Shouta could see that Midoriya didn't say a word to Bakugo. He just simply watched as Bakugo continued to use his quirk and yell. Then he saw Midoriya fall out the window. The video stopped there. "As you can see," Nedzu spoke, breaking the silence, "Midoriya's behavior is concerning, along with the other students as well. I will have to speak to Vlad about Monoma's behavior." Shouta nodded his head in agreement. "Some of the things Midoriya said has me wanting to ask him questions." He said, "Did you know that before he showed up there, he had just been with me? He actually mentioned Bakugo. It sounded like he knew him. When I asked, Midoriya got quiet and left. He looked angry." Nedzu clasped his paws together. "I see. Well, that may explain Midoriya's demeanor towards the others in the video. It does seem that Bakugo and Midoriya know each other, most likely not in a friendly manner from the evidence we just saw." "Yeah, clearly. I don't think you would call a friend useless," Shouta snarked. "Indeed not." After the meeting, Shouta headed back to his class. In his mind, he went over what he had seen and what it could possibly mean. Why had Midoriya gotten so mad? How did he know Bakugo? Were they friends? Rivals? The damn teen was an enigma for Shouta, and probably for a bunch of other people too. When Shouta returned to class and informed them about the upcoming sports festival, he found out that Midoriya was an enigma for his class as well. He saw Bakugo scowl when Ida brought up Midoriya. "Sensei, can you please tell us about the boy named Midoriya who was at USJ? He was also here a few days ago when some students came by. Is he a student at UA?" "Who is he?" Shouta looked at his class with no emotion. "I don't see how that information is relevant at the moment. You should all be focusing on preparing for the festival and your studies." He watched his students look at each other, obviously wanting to disagree. Then one of his students spoke up. "But sensei, couldn't this Midoriya dude be involved with the villain attack?" Shoji said that he heard Midoriya talking to the villain, even agreeing with him. Shouta's eye twitched. "That is illogical," he answered. At the sign of other students going to speak, he continued. "If Midoriya was a villain, he would have left Tsuyu and Mainta at the flood zone. He would have left me to the hands of the Namo. And he would have let Kirishima die from getting hit by the Namo." A couple of his students winced at his words. "Under no circumstances am I to hear an accusation that he is a villain. Am I clear?" Shouta asked, eyeing each of his students, his eyes giving them the same feeling they felt whenever he used his quirk on them. A chorus of "Yes sir" rang out. Now, along with preparation for the sports festival, there will also be additional lessons about analyzing when is the right time to join a fight. So, a while after Aizawa had left his office, Nedzu was sipping tea when a certain tall, serious-looking hero finally arrived. "Sir Night-Eye, nice to see you." "You as well, Principal Nedzu. I do believe we have something to discuss." "Yes." Nedzu set down his cup of tea. "Yes, I believe we do. So what can I do for you, Sir Night-Eye?" Sir readjusted his glasses before he explained. "A while ago, a student that works with me witnessed as a little girl run from a known villain and disappeared with a boy. This same student has heard rumors about an individual here that fits the boy's description. I believe it is possible that they are one and the same. And if they are, I need to speak to them immediately." "You must be talking about Midoriya and Eri," Nedzu simply said. "They arrived here a while after being attacked by two of Overhaul's men at their apartment. They have been living here ever since. I believe Midoriya's mother is here as well. They are living here, the hero asked, leaning forward in his seat. Yes, then I must immediately speak to them. The girl may have important information. Nezu picked up his teacup. I don't see why you may not speak to them, although I warn you that it will not be easy. The Midoriyas are protective and will not take kindly to a stranger coming asking questions. Protective. Nezu smiled sharply and nodded. After talking a bit more, they started to make their way to the dorm so that Sir could talk to Midoriya. The mammal and lanky man walk into the dorm building and to where the dorms for the Midoriyas are. They see 2 open doors. When they look into one, they see a woman at her desk typing away. Her eyes focused on whatever was on her screen. They see no sign of a boy or little girl. Then Nayade looks into the other open dorm room and spots a little girl sitting on the couch. He started walking towards her. However, before he can take no more than a few steps, there was suddenly someone in his path. He stopped. A boy stands in front of him with their arms crossed. Excuse me, but what exactly do you think you're doing? Sasaki looked at the boy who suddenly appeared in front of him. He took note of the green hair, green eyes, freckles, and a scar that had not been in the description that Tagata had given him. You are Midoriya, the man stated. And you are Sasaki Murai, also known as Sir Night-Eye, Midoriya replied with a straight face. Sasaki actually was surprised for a moment when he heard his name. Night-Eye prided himself on not having a lot of people have a lot of information on him. But here was Midoriya who stated his name like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Midoriya spoke when Nick-Thigh remained silent. So now that we have gotten introductions out of the way, I ask you again. What exactly do you think you are doing? He asked, leveling Night-Eye with a bored expression but eyes that were the opposite. These eyes reminded Murai of his own for a moment. Night-Eye pushed up his glasses. I am doing an investigation and it seems that you and that little girl over there play a role in it. So I was going to speak to her and you. Okay, but next time knock and announce that you're here. I don't exactly enjoy people randomly walking into my home. Midoriya said curtly. Now what is this investigation? Do you really need to speak to her? It is about Overhaul. And considering my source stating that she had run from him, I will need to speak to her. A look of realization came across Midoriya's face. That's right, Lemillion was there. Alright, come with me. Then Midoriya turned around and walking to the seat that was across the couch. Murai looked to his side where Nezu had appeared. Of course, the mammal had not said anything to Midoriya to explain or address Midoriya's attitude towards the hero. Instead, the principal was smiling amusedly. Once Sir Night-Eye and Nezu sat in the seats across the couch, Midoriya sat next to Eri, who looked up at him with a confused face when she saw Night-Eye. Mom, who is he? She asked, pointing at Nick-Thigh shyly. Midoriya could see a flash of a questioning expression cross Nick-Thigh's face before he continued. He's a hero, Eri, and he wants to talk to us about the bad man. Eri froze. Is he going to make me go back? Midoriya was quick to reassure Eri. Of course not, sweetheart. He paused and looked at Night-Eye with a sharp look. No, he is not. Nezu's ear twitched and Night-Eye was reminded of the look on an old friend's face when they were ready for a fight. No, Eri, nobody will be going back. You will still stay with Midoriya. Sir Nick-Thigh just needs your help so that the bad man can be stopped, Nezu said. When Eri calmed down, Midoriya looked back at Sir Night-Eye. All right then, ask your questions. For a while, Night-Eye asked Eri and Izuku questions. In an emotionless tone, he asked Eri to tell him about what she had gone through, and in a soft, shaky voice, she did, the whole time holding Izuku's hand tight. With the details this sweet little girl described, Izuku felt the growing urge to jump off a building and possibly drop a certain villain off the building as well. What he heard was horrible. From what Eri described and what Sir Night-Eye told him later after Izuku left Eri with his mom, Overhaul was trying to use Eri to make quirk erasing bullets. He fucking disassembled and reassembled Eri countless times. He had people stick needles in her to take her blood. He had doctors take pieces of her to try to use. When she had no more to give or he thought enough time had passed, that man used his quirk on her. It made Izuku want to scream. He wanted to scoop Eri up in his arms and never let her go. When Sir Night-Eye and Nezu left, Izuku didn't bother to say goodbye or even a polite smile. Instead, he wasted no time in going to Eri and simply held her close. The little girl silently cried. After Eri finished crying and calmed down, she asked Izuku to be able to listen to music. For a while, both of them just sat together on the couch listening to music from Izuku's phone. Eri didn't say anything else and she played with his fingers. She would fold each individual finger with her smaller ones until folding all of them with her hand. Izuku remembered her doing the same in one of the classes he visited with her and he felt a bit of tension melt away at the action. He wondered if Eri knew what she was doing or if she was simply trying to distract herself from what Night-Eye had asked about. If it helped, Izuku would let her do it anytime she wished. At one point Eri paused and was just looking at the remaining nail polish that Izuku still had on his nails from the trip with his mom. Could I do this? She said while holding onto his index finger. Izuku looked down. Paint your nails like me. Yeah, I want a match with mom. He smiled at Eri. I can paint your nails if you want me to. Oh, how about we both paint our nails? Yeah. Yuri's eyes sparkled and she nodded her head yes. What color would you like? He asked. Pink. Okay, pink it is. That night after he found a pink polish that his mother had, he felt relief that Yuri wasn't sad anymore. Although, he had an inkling that maybe it was because Yuri wasn't allowed to be sad for long. He hoped that in the future that would change because he planned to be there to wipe her tears away whenever she needed. The next day, Inko walked in on her son painting Yuri's nails. Mimi, look what Mom did. Yuri held up the hand with small nails painted light pastel pink. Oh, it looks so cute, Inko said. Izuku looked at his mom. I could paint your nails too, Mom, if you want, he offered. Inko could feel tears forming in her eyes, but quickly wiped them away. I would love that, Izuku. A bit later, Inko joined them sitting around the coffee table, with her son focused on painting her nails while Yuri watched closely with wide eyes. It was an adorable scene, and Inko was sneaky enough to take a photo with her free hand. She planned on sending it to Kayama later. The woman would love it. When Izuku was done, he started to paint his nails, but Yuri stopped him. Mom, wait. Mimi has to paint your nails. You're my mom and you painted my nails, so Mimi has to paint your nails. The logic of her argument was truly genius, and as so, Izuku could not deny that his mom was indeed supposed to paint his nails. He stopped. Oh, you're right, Yuri. Once Inko finished giggling and her nails were dry, she began to paint Izuku's nails. And when they all went to bed that night, it was with matching pastel pink nails. The next day he went around UA again. Yuri was with him. She held his hand as they made their way through the empty hall. He made sure to avoid Class 1A, as he did not want Yuri to deal with an angry Bakugo. Actually, if Bakugo ever did something to Yuri, Izuku decided he would see how he could use his quirk to scare someone. There were quite a few things he could do. Maybe he could bring it up with Nenzu. He figured the principal would be happy to help him come up with intimidation techniques. Izuku was brought out of his thoughts when he heard his name called. When he turned around, he saw that it was Vlad King walking towards him. Izuku remembered that Vlad King was the homeroom teacher for Class 1B, meaning the teacher of Monoma. I'm not apologizing to Monoma. What he did was wrong, Izuku bluntly said, making Vlad falter in his steps. The man coughed awkwardly. Midoriya, I wasn't going to ask you to apologize or scold you. I actually came to apologize for Monoma's behavior. Oh, Izuku said. Why do you need to apologize to me, though? He was talking bad about Class 1A. If anything, an apology should be made to them, not me. Izuku watched as Vlad scrunched up his eyebrows. Midoriya, you also deserve an apology. You were one of the people involved in the attack after all. Izuku shuffled his feet. I know, but I'm fine, he said, waving his hand. And I might have been a bit angry when I was talking to Monoma. I get why he was upset and stuff, since some people seem to think 1B is inferior, but it really isn't. Despite Vlad's wide eyes, he continued, you have some really great students that will be great heroes. Yeah, they might not get a lot of attention since the attack, but that's a good thing because they aren't under the pressure of being watched and asked questions. I'm sorry for being a bit harsh, but you need to talk to your class and reassure them that Class 1A isn't above them and that it doesn't need to be a competition. A second after Izuku finished speaking, he froze. He realized that he had ranted to the teacher. Before he could apologize to Vlad about speaking out of turn since he barely knew the man, he heard laughing. Vlad King was laughing and then let out a sigh. I think I see why all the teachers like you, kid. Thanks for saying that about my students, and I have to admit I do view Class 1 as sort of rivals for my class, he said awkwardly. Izuku lifted an eyebrow at that. Well, that's good for motivation, but too much can lead to your students comparing themselves too much with Class 1 and mess with their development. Remember, these are students with very different quirks, and they need to focus on improving themselves, not on how their rivals are improving, he said, this time not at all feeling embarrassed for speaking that way to a teacher. When Vlad King didn't say anything, Izuku decided it was probably time to go. All right, well, I'll be going now. He turned around. Don't forget what I said. With that, Izuku walked away, still holding hands with Yuri, who had watched everything while listening to music with Izuku's earbuds. The two of them left the frozen Class 1B homeroom teacher alone in the empty hallway. Later on, Vlad King walked into the teacher's lounge with a pensive face. Hey, Kan, what's got you looking like that? Mike asked from his desk. Kan looked at Mike and simply said, I just talked to Midoriya. I apologized for one of my students' behavior, and then I think he criticized my teaching and gave me advice. I'm not sure. It was very unusual, and I don't exactly know how to feel about it. Yamada had a big smile on his face and quickly got up to throw an arm around Kan. Kan, welcome to the club. That listener is quite the kid, isn't he? I'm sure Aizawa would have no problem with being confused by him with you. He wouldn't. Yup. Did you know the kid knew Aizawa was a racerhead? Do you know what Midoriya did during the attack? Aizawa almost didn't believe me when I told him. Kan was taken aback. What did he do during the attack? I'm glad you asked, Yamada said and dragged Kan to sit down. Now let me tell you what he did. After Yamada was done telling Vlad everything Midoriya had done, The man instantly asked questions. Why the hell isn't this kid in the hero course or something? Is he even a UA student? Nope. The little listener is actually doing online school. And apparently pretty advanced classes if what I heard from Nedzu is correct. You know they actually have discussions. It's terrifying. Once I walked in on them talking about how maybe one day humans won't resemble humans because of mutations, since there are even mutations that aren't related to someone's quirk and that will only increase in each generation. Yamada said with a serious face. Do you know how terrifying that sounds, especially since it makes sense? It hurts to think about. Kan awkwardly patted Yamada's back as the voice hero seemed to be having a mental crisis. A second later, Aizawa walked in and froze when he saw Vlad and Mike. Then very slowly he turned around and walked out of the lounge. After Izuku had talked to Vlad King, he and revisited Hatsume. Eri had wanted to see the mom of the machines. Funnily, when he arrived, Power Loader seemed to slouch in on himself until he saw Eri. Then Izuku made his way to Hadasme, managed to stop her from sparking an explosion, and the pink-haired girl showed him the boots that she had talked about last time. These babies will absorb the force of the impact from falls and also have a couple of compartments where you can have knives, smoke bombs, regular bombs, and even a snack or two if you get hungry. They are steel-toed, so if you want to kick someone it will be a doozy, the girl said with fervor while shoving the boots in Izuku's face. Izuku gently took the boots from her and looked them over. They weren't clunky and reminded him of the shoes he regularly wore, except these were a bit heavier and darker. He liked them. Hatsume, you do know that I probably won't have to use most of the features, right? I mean, I'm not even a hero student or anything. Also, why do I see the other items you talked to me about last time? He pointed towards the table with support items that Hatsume had come up with for him. Hatsume waved her hands in a flurry. It doesn't matter if you aren't a hero student. Any fellow mother will have some of my babies. Izuku noticed the air quotes she used around the words hero student. But he didn't say anything, seeing as Hatsume would have made him those items no matter what he said. Anyways, Shu, go with the shoes and tell me what you think. Oh wait. Hatsume stopped pushing Izuku out and went to rummage through some drawers and came back holding something small in her hand. Here, this is for your baby. Izuku blushed when Hatsume called Eri his baby and she handed Eri something. When he looked closer he could see it was a small rabbit figure. Eri looked at it in wonder. And there's more. Just press the tail and it will start to move, Hatsume said, pointing at the tail of the rabbit. Hesitantly, Eri pressed it and let out a gasp when the eyes of the rabbit lit up a pretty green and it started to move around her hand. Hatsume, is that a moving small rabbit robot toy? The pink-haired beamed. Yes. Awesome, he whispered as he watched the rabbit lean up to softly put a paw on Eri's nose. In the corner, Power Loader took a photo and sent it to a group chat. Nedzu's slaves. Power Loader, image. I swear Midoriya had some power over Hatsume. He came in and she hasn't exploded anything, and now this. When the hell did she even make that? Midnight. OMG, they look like two parents and their kid. So cute. Eraserhead. No. Midnight. What do you mean no? Don't you know that Eri already calls Midoriya mom? Eraserhead. He is too young to be a mother. Mike. Shu, I think it's too late. The listener already acts like a mother. Do you know Eri already calls MS Midoriya grandma? Vlad King. Ectoplasm. Yes, I have heard her call her Mimi as well. It was quite sweet. Eraserhead. I can't believe we have a teenage mother on campus. Power Loader. Don't forget Hatsume. She is, and I quote, the mother to all her creations. She even called Midoriya a fellow mother. Vlad King. The girl calls Midoriya mother. Mike. Yup, get with the program, Can. Midnight. Reminder, you don't need to be a woman to be a mom. Mike. Yeah. Ectoplasm. Yeah. Power Loader. Yeah. Eraserhead. Yeah. Vlad King. Yeah. Cementos. Yeah. Mike. Oh hey Ishiyama. Glad we are all on the same page. Eraserhead. Majima, is the problem child still there? Power Loader. No, he left a few minutes ago. Cementos. I believe I heard him say that he was going to go to the gym. Eraserhead. Alright, thanks. I gotta go. Eraserhead has left. Midnight. Gaius. Ectoplasm. Yes. Power Loader. Vlad King. What is it? Midnight. He called Midoriya a problem child. Mike. Yup. Vlad King. What does that even mean? Mike. It means that Shu likes the little listener, sort of like his favorite student. Cementos. But Midoriya is not a student. Mike. Semantics sh mamsticks. Doesn't matter. Ectoplasm. Why isn't Midoriya a student at UA? I would have thought that Nedzu would have enrolled him by now. Midnight. He's trying to. Power Loader. Trying to. Nedzu doesn't try anything. He just does it. Mike. The little listener refused to enroll in UA, but Nedzu gave him permission to go around UA and come talk to him. Their discussions are about us teaching and just topics. Scary topics. Vlad King. Power Loader. Ectoplasm. Cementos. Midnight. Wow, I feel so safe with these brave heroes. Power Loader. That's just scary Kayama. Just who is this kid? Mike. Haha. The green mystery continues. After putting his phone in his pocket, Shouta started to head towards the gym where hopefully Midoriya would be there. He resisted the urge to scratch the scar under his eye. He had gotten the bandages taken off, but it still felt a bit odd. When he arrived at the gym, he saw Eri off to the side watching a small rabbit jump around her and Midoriya stretching. How exactly did you get that flexible? Shouta asked when he saw that Midoriya could do a split. Midoriya looked up and smiled. There were several times where I had to fit in tight spaces, so I took it upon myself to be flexible so that it would easy. Yeah, Shouta didn't like how that sounded at all, but the kid didn't make any indication that he was going to elaborate. After a second, Midoriya got up and looked at him, then his smile grew bigger. We're scar buddies. What? Scar buddies? Yeah. Midoriya pointed to his scar on his right cheek. Look, I have a scar on my right cheek and you have a scar too under your right eye. Ergo scar buddies. Midoriya took a step closer to look at Shouta's scar. Yours is higher and smaller though, but still, we are now scar buddies, Eraserhead, he said, crossing his arms but still smiling. Shouta resisted the urge to smile at the new designation. Alright, but I expect that you don't have other scars other than the one on your face? He said. He really didn't want Midoriya to get hurt again. When he said that, he saw Midoriya's smile drop a little bit. Yeah, sorry to disappoint you, scar buddy, but I already got more scars. Old ones, and I'm not sure I could promise I won't get more with my luck. Midoriya shrugged. What do you mean? Shouta went to ask before Midoriya interrupted him, clearly changing the subject. Anyways, wanna exercise while you're here or something? I'm trying to get strong enough to be able to carry you next time I need to, he said cheekily. Shouta huffed. Fine, Midoriya, but don't push yourself, he said while he started to stretch himself before doing some light exercise. He was going to focus more on what Midoriya was doing. The teacher in him wanted to help and measure how much Midoriya could do as he would do with his class. Who knows, with Nezu trying, Shouta wouldn't be surprised if Midoriya ended up as a student, although the kid was pretty adamant about being happy with his online school. So Shouta worked out a bit. He didn't do anything too rigorous considering he had to patrol later that night as usual. He kept an eye on Midoriya. From what Shouta could tell, Midoriya was already strong. He seemed to be smart too, with doing various exercises that would help with strength but also wasn't too much muscle. No way Midoriya was going to be muscular like All Might. More likely Midoriya would still be on the smaller side but with lean muscle. Also, the kid was quick. Shouta thought about how Midoriya had dealt with the villains who broke into his apartments and quickly getting to UA, and how he had apparently saved 3 of his students with quick teleportation. Yeah, Midoriya was quick with good reflexes. For a moment, Shouta started to think of the ways to help Midoriya improve and ways to fight before he remembered he's not your student. Shouta looked back at Midoriya, who was checking up on Eri. The teen had so much potential though. That wasn't the last time that Midoriya would go to the gym. In fact, there were more times where Izuku would go to the gym and Shouta show up and do some exercises along with him. When Izuku wanted to lift a weight, Shouta was there to spot him. It was a bit funny to Shouta considering his students were preparing for the sports festival and Midoriya also training in a way. Sports festival is coming up, you know, Shouta said one day to Midoriya while the kid was doing a handstand. I know, how's your class coming along? They're doing fine. Each training trying to get better before the event. Midoriya transitioned into a bridge position from the handstand. That's nice. I hope you've told them about how the festival is broadcasted. Don't want them to reveal all their moves on national television. Shouta could have laughed at the fact that Midoriya seemed to have no trouble talking from his position and about security much less. Yes, problem child, I will be talking to them about that. Good. I think I'll talk to Nezu about something that could be done about the broadcast. Now watch this, Midoriya said before suddenly trying to walk quickly to Shouta from the bridge position like some eldritch horror. If anyone was walking by the gym, they would have heard a certain underground hero yell what the fuck, while a green-haired boy cackled. A certain principal took video and sent it to a group chat. Proud friends of a father with a green child. Unknown, video, power loader, respectfully Aizawa, what the fuck is wrong with your child? Ectoplasm. That was both funny and unsettling. Midnight, wow, that takes some flexibility. Mike, KJFSKH Faxahahaha Shu. Vlad King. Is no one concerned about the unknown number? Cementos. Oh, that's just Nezu. He always finds a way to get into the chat from a new number. I think he just likes confusing us. Mike can confirm he does. Eraserhead. What the hell is that group name? Midnight. Simply the truth. Eraserhead. I am not a father. Mike. No, you're right. Mike, you're a grandfather too. Eraserhead. You do know that makes you one too. Eraserhead. Or did you forget that we are literally married? Mike. But I quote am too young. Vlad King. You both are the same age though. Mike, excuse you, but I am young at heart while Shu is like an old man. Midnight. Still doesn't change that you're also a grandfather now. Mike, oh come on. If anything, I would be a cool aunt or something. Midnight. Excuse me, but that position would go to me. Mike, oh really? Midnight. Yeah. Power loader, please call me. No. I can't deal with the disaster that happens when you two fight. Why don't you both be the cool aunt? Mike, fine. Midnight, fine. The students of class 1 were suspicious about something. Usually, after the day was over, Aizawa-sensei stayed in the classroom for a while. except that had changed recently. Instead, they had noticed how he would leave earlier. The man's students were curious about the sudden change from their homeroom teacher. "Hey guys, where do you think he goes after class?" Kaminari asked one day in lunch. "I don't know." "Oh, do you think he found a girlfriend or something?" Mina said. "Minta came out of nowhere at the mention of a girlfriend. Girlfriend? Ew, a real woman I wanna." "Nope," Zero said before putting a thing of tape on Minta's mouth. "Nasty, don't talk about people like that, dude." Zero looked back up at the others. "Anyways, I don't think so. Maybe he's doing something for the sports festival. He goes to the gym," Hagakure so kindly informed them while walking by. "Wait, what? The gym?" "I actually went to one of the gyms, cause there are like 6 different gyms in different parts of the campus, and I saw Aizawa-sensei there. There was also some boy with green hair I think, so I just walked away cause." Mina grabbed Hagakure quickly. "Wait, green hair? That has to be that Midoriya kid." Before anyone could say anything else, there was the sound of an explosion down the table. All eyes turned to Bakugo. He was clenching his teeth and smoke was coming from his hand. Fucking Deku. When they returned back to class, Bakugo kept glaring at anyone who looked at him, which wasn't exactly out of the norm, so they didn't pay much attention to it. However, everyone did pay attention to how Bakugo kept muttering. He kept saying Deku, nerd, bastard, and an array of other words that would not be a nice way to describe someone. At one point, Ida scolded Bakugo for his foul lang, but the blonde boy simply growled at him and Ida sighed in resignation. Then when class ended, Bakugo was one of the first ones out. He went outside, and instead of going home, he waited. When he saw Aizawa-sensei walking towards the gym, he followed. And a couple of students from class 1 followed Bakugo. "Hey Scar buddy," Izuku called out when the man walked into the gym. "Problem child, Eri," Aizawa greeted, and the little girl waved at him. Then he got down to his regular business of light exercise. It was odd that he had gotten into the routine of coming to the gym while Problem Child was here, but it was nice. Although, he was considering stopping just to avoid the face Yamada kept making whenever he got home and the jokes in the group chat. They kept changing the group name to different versions that basically said that Izuku was his kid and that he was a grandfather now. At age 30, Aizawa never expected that to happen, but somehow he was not exactly surprised. At one point, Aizawa received a phone call. "Midoriya, I'm going in the hall for a quick call. I'll be back." "Alright," Izuku called back, once again from a handstand position. He was practicing walking around while he balanced his legs in the air. After a minute or so, Izuku heard footsteps and tried to look at who he thought was Aizawa. "Look, I can." That wasn't Aizawa. "The fuck are you doing, you shitty Deku?" Bakugo asked, glaring at him with those familiar red eyes. When Bakugo stopped at the entrance of the gym, the other students did too. Bakugo turned around and scowled at them. "The fuck are you doing here, extras?" Kirishima, Mina, Kaminari, Zero, Minta, Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, and Hagakure just looked at him. "Well, cause you were acting all weird and we want to see what Aizawa-sensei is doing here with Midoriya too." TCH, annoying. Just don't get in my way. I have some business with Deku. "Now Bakugo, I insist," Ida started to say before Uraraka shushed him. After a few minutes, Bakugo finally decided to walk in and everyone else followed. What they all saw was Midoriya doing a handstand and walking while in the position. They heard Midoriya start talking and turn so that his upside-down head could see them. But when Bakugo spoke, they saw the smile disappear off of Midoriya's face. They saw as Midoriya's eyes moved from Bakugo and looked at the rest of them. Midoriya sighed. "What are you all doing here?" he asked before letting his legs drop and twisting his body so that he ended up standing up again normally. Then he crossed his arms and jutted out a hip. It reminded Uraraka of her mom when she was upset. "The fuck, Deku?" Midoriya cut off Bakugo by suddenly appearing right in front of him. "Bakugo, I need you to not curse for once in your life. I will not ever listen to the trash that comes out of your mouth." Bakugo looked to the side and saw a little girl watching them with a nervous expression on her face. When he looked back to Midoriya, he saw that Midoriya had gone back to his original spot a few feet away from them. Meanwhile, everyone else had wide eyes at what had just happened. Nobody in their class has spoken to Bakugo that way. Yet here was this boy that just did that and Bakugo didn't explode or curse. Maybe he wouldn't do it cause the little girl was there. "Wait, what's this little girl doing there?" Before any of them could ask questions, Bakugo was saying something again. "Why are you here, Deku? I thought I told you that it was pointless trying to become a hero. I was the only one going to go to UA. So why are you here?" Midoriya's eyes darkened and he opened his mouth to say something, but a voice cut him off before he could. "Bakugo, what do you think you're doing? Why are you all here?" Aizawa-sensei asked with red eyes and hair floating up. Bakugo snarled at him. "Just what are you doing? Why is Deku here? Why are you here? Are you helping him train or something? He can't ever be a hero. All that quirkless bastard knows what to do is run." Aizawa-sensei eyebrows went up in surprise at the anger in Bakugo's words. Bakugo just, "Oh my god," Midoriya said in disbelief. "Why does it even matter to you?" Bakugo scrunched up his face. "You shitty Deku, stop looking down at me. Mom! Everyone froze at the small soft voice that sounded scared. Instantly, Izuku was suddenly by Eri's side talking softly to her. "It's okay, sweetie." Then someone snorted. All eyes went to Minta, who sneered at Midoriya and Eri. "Mom, he can't be her mom. Doesn't she know that he's a boy?" What kind of dumb kai? Minta's sentence was cut off by the sound of him choking. The boy's tie was too tight when he was suddenly grabbed and held up in the air by the front of his shirt. There were green eyes that looked down at him like he was a bug. And he felt as if he couldn't speak from the pressure that those eyes gave off. "Don't you even think about finishing that sentence, Minta. You don't know what you're talking about, so don't you dare talk to Eri like that. If you even think about laying a single hand on her or talk like that to her again, I will throw you out of a window." Midoriya let the threat sink in before he let go of Minta's, and the boy fell. Then Midoriya went back to Eri, picked her up, turned back to look at everyone. They all flinched at the look on Izuku's face. His eyes were like how they were when he had confronted Monoma. "I'm going home," was all they heard before Midoriya disappeared. It was silent except for Minta coughing and cursing. Who the fuck does he think he is? Is he even a boy, or is he some disgusting tran? Once again Minta was cut off, but this time by Aizawa-sensei's capture weapon. "You're done," the underground hero said in a cutting tone. "I'm kicking you out of my class. You have continued to show disgusting behavior. Others thought it possible for you to improve, but your time is up. You will be transferred out of the hero course." Aizawa-sensei's eyes moved towards the other students in the gym, making them flinch. "Bakugo, I will be talking to you about your punishment tomorrow. Everyone else better get out of here now." In a flurry of movement, Aizawa's students left the gym. Shouta had just finished the phone call when he heard voices, and to his surprise, he saw that several students from his class were in the gym talking to Midoriya. Midoriya did not look happy. When Shouta came and asked why they were there, Bakugo simply yelled at him. He even called Midoriya quirkless, which didn't make sense. Why was Bakugo so insistent that Midoriya couldn't be a hero? Shouta barely got a word in before the problem child replied, and Bakugo got angrier. Then Eri had spoken up and the boy quickly went to her side. But of course, that wasn't the only thing to go wrong, since Minta had decided to open his mouth, and Midoriya was pissed. The look on the boy's face as he held up Minta by the front of his shirt was scary. Shouta was somewhat shocked at the change and even the threat Midoriya had said. He could tell that Midoriya meant it too. He didn't think the problem child would have any trouble throwing someone out of a window, especially if it was for Eri. Then as quickly as Midoriya had grabbed Minta, he had let go and left the gym with Eri. Honestly, Shouta should have already gotten used to sudden disappearances from Midoriya. Shouta ended up finally kicking Minta of his class. He had wanted to from the start, but some of the other faculty had insisted the boy be given a chance. Well, that didn't work out, and Shouta would be glad with the sight of an empty desk in his class. In class the next day there were some questioning looks at the empty desk, and when Aizawa-sensei arrived he was quick to inform them that their classmate was kicked out for his disgusting behavior. Later on, Aizawa-sensei asked Bakugo to come with him. Once the two were out of the classroom, a certain group of students began to speak. "Oh my god, guys, what do you think is gonna happen to Bakugo?" Kaminari asked. Zero scratched the back of his neck. "I don't know, man. He was pretty mean to Midoriya for like no reason. Dude, did you see how Midoriya got? He was scary. It was kind of manly. But the girl called him mom. Why'd she do that?" Mina asked. Kaminari spoke up again. "No, the real question is why Bakugo was saying something about Midoriya not being a hero and quirkless. Like, what did he mean? I don't think Midoriya is quirkless." Uraraka and Tsuyu walked up to them. "What do you think his quirk is?" Kaminari brought up a finger. "Well, I think that it could possibly." A hand chopped down quite literally into their conversation in the group that had gathered together. "As class president, I do not think it is appropriate to be gossiping about Midoriya and what his quirk is, considering the situation. Clearly, we do not know important details, and it would not be good to speculate and assume facts," Ada declared. The others had the decency to look a little ashamed. "Sorry, Ada." Ada nodded at them before he went to go sit back down. Mina sighed. "I just wish we knew what it all meant already. It's driving me crazy." Kaminari slung an arm around her shoulder. "Well, why don't you just focus on what you're doing for the sports festival? It's almost here." Shouta was not looking forward to the meeting he was about to have. Of course, Nedzu knew what happened, and the rat wanted a meeting with him and Bakugo. He also wanted the meeting to be with Midoriya, but Shouta hadn't caught a glimpse of green hair yet. Shouta glanced back at his student, who seemed to have a permanent scowl on his face and slouched shoulders. Out of all his students, it just had to be Bakugo. Bakugo Katsuki so far has been a stressful student. The boy had issues. He was angry and didn't seem to know how to interact with others. He was more often than not violent. Shouta noticed how easily the boy decided to use his quirk despite its destructive and dangerous qualities. There were many times where it seemed that Bakugo completely disregarded how severely his quirk could hurt his classmate. It made the man wonder about Bakugo's upbringing and past education, but it also made him wonder how exactly did Bakugo know Midoriya. Why on earth did Bakugo call him quirkless? Hopefully, the meeting would result in some answers. As usual, when Shouta got to the door, he already heard Nezu telling him to come in. Shouta kept standing, but Nezu told Bakugo to sit down in one of the chairs in front of his desk. You must know why you are here, Bakugo, Nezu said, holding a cup of tea. The boy simply scowled. Stupid Deku, why is he even here? He turned to Shouta. Why were you there with him? Nezu set down his cup. Calm yourself, Bakugo. What Aizawa was doing is none of your concern. Although, I must say I am curious as to how you know Midoriya. Care to explain? Bakugo looked away and crossed his arms. Oh, come on, Bakugo, why don't you just tell them? A voice not belonging to any of the three individuals said. Bakugo whipped around in his seat and saw none other than Midoriya sitting on the couch. Ah, Midoriya, so nice of you to join us, Nezu said. After essentially being ambushed in the gym, Izuku had quickly gone back home and watched a fun movie with Eri in an attempt to calm down. Seeing Bakugo left him in a foul mood, and he really wanted to do something worse to Mida than just holding him up by his shirt. He didn't want anyone talking to Eri like that. She didn't deserve that. Later on, he received an email from Nezu about a meeting with Bakugo and how he wanted Izuku present. It surprised Izuku that there was going to be a meeting. Was Bakugo going to be punished? At the very least, he was going to go to see how it went. The next day, he had stopped by Class 1 and saw that Bakugo was missing. Guess they are already in the meeting with Nezu. A moment later, Izuku teleported in the office on the couch to hear Nezu asking Bakugo to explain himself and his relationship with Izuku. He could have laughed at how quickly Bakugo's head turned when he spoke. Ah, Midoriya, so nice of you to join us. Well, it would have been rude after you so politely sent me an email. Also, I was curious as to how this would go. Izuku turned to look at Aizawa. Hey, Scar buddy. He could hear the man sigh and see Bakugo looking like he was about to explode. Shitty Deku, what the hell? Izuku could feel the tugging sensation in his gut that was always there whenever he was around Bakugo. It calmed down a bit though when Aizawa restrained Bakugo and used his quirk to prevent the explosions that were bound to go off. He still felt a bit anxious and gladly accepted Nezu's offer for some tea. When Bakugo finally stopped snarling and shaking like a feral dog, Aizawa led him out of the capture weapon. Nezu clasped his paws together. Well, now that everyone is here, we can finally answer the question that has been on our minds. And what question would that be? Izuku asked. Aizawa finally spoke. Your relationship with Bakugo. How do you know each other? Why does he call you Deku? Izuku gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. It's cause he's Deku. Always has been, always will be useless, Bakugo so kindly explained to them. Bakugo, I must ask you to stop speaking about him in such a rude manner, Nezu said, his smile faltering. Midoriya is anything but useless. TCH, as if. The quirkless bastard always followed me when I was little and only ran away when we were older. So just how the hell is he here at UA? You've known Midoriya when you were little? Before Bakugo could reply, they heard Izuku laughing. But it wasn't a happy laugh. It didn't sound anything similar than to what they have heard come from him before. No, this laugh sounded bitter and resigned. God, Izuku sighed. You'll get nowhere asking Bakugo questions, Nezu. It's not like he'll admit all the stuff he's done and why he calls me that name. Izuku took a sip of the tea and set the cup down before turning his eyes towards Bakugo. Come on, Bakugo, why don't you just tell them? Tell them about all the times you burned me and gave me scars at school. Shut up. Just why are you here? Bakugo yelled. I don't have to tell you. Izuku stood up from the couch with his fists clenched together, his fingers digging dangerously into his skin. I don't have to tell you shit. You've put me through hell since I turned 4 and now you have the audacity to ask me questions. Well, guess what, Bakugo? Me being here has nothing to do with you. I'm not trying to be a hero if that's what you're worried about. That dream is long gone. Your efforts made sure of that. I'm just trying to live my life and I want nothing to do with you, so just shut the fuck up already. Bakugo didn't say anything. His eyes were wide and he looked confused, no doubt by being confronted with a Deku who yelled at him instead of cowering in fear. Then Izuku looked at Nezu and Aizawa, who were looking at him with wide eyes. Might as well explain, Izuku thought. He sighed and let the tension out of his body. When I was 4, I was diagnosed quirkless. And as any statistics can tell you, I was treated like trash. Bakugo here used to be a friend until he became my bully. And what a great bully he was. Gotta say, no one has managed to leave me with so many burn scars, Izuku said with a smirk before he started to walk around Nezu's office. His steps were slow and seemingly pointless. There was a loose sort of air around Izuku as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. But his words were anything but that. Anyway, turns out the doctor was wrong. I did have a quirk, but that didn't change anything and actually made things worse for me. I lost count of how many times my wonderful classmates tried to ambush me or push me down the stairs. Izuku finally walked to the window and brought a hand to touch the glass. He thought about opening it and just jumping, even if it was just to feel like he could breathe compared to the weight he felt in his chest at that moment. But he didn't. Instead, he continued speaking. Even got suicide baited a few of times, a couple of spider lilies here and there. most memorable one was from Bakugo here, who told me to take a swan dive off the school roof and hope for a useful quirk in my next life. Izuku could see the way Bakugo tensed in his seat, but he continued. The roof was a bit far, so I just jumped out of the window. Izuku watched as the leaves in the trees outside moved with the wind, a couple of them falling down. When he looked back at the two adults in the room, he saw that Nezu wasn't smiling and that Aizawa looked angry. Neither of them were saying anything. It made Izuku pause and his fingers twitched. Nezu was the first one to speak. Midoriya, I will have to ask you to step outside for a moment. I need to speak to Bakugo. Alright, just send me a message when you want me to come back. With that, Izuku disappeared from the tense atmosphere in Nezu's office. When he showed up outside, he looked up at the UA building and where Nezu's office was supposed to be. Izuku said to himself, never thought I'd see Nezu not smiling. When Midoriya left, Bakugo still hadn't said a word. Instead, he was having everything he's ever known thrown into disarray and new things trying to put themselves into those empty spaces. Bakugo never had to face the consequences of his actions. But now, he was facing the consequences of things he's done before he could even fully comprehend the language he used so naturally. He had never seen Midoriya act that way before. Usually, Deku had been silent, looking at him with dull eyes when that damned shine went away. Except for just moments ago, that same Deku yelled at him and said he wanted nothing to do with him. That Deku had aired out everything he had ever done to Aizawa-sensei and the principal. Unlike last time, the adults got mad. Once alone in the room, the principal and his teacher wasted no time in telling him how disappointed they were. But Bakugo could see the tension in Aizawa-sensei's body and the peak of claws from Nezu's paws. He could tell that they were holding back. Aizawa had said how his actions could get him expelled. They told him that there would be a meeting with his parents to discuss his future at UA. His future at UA. He couldn't move, couldn't say anything. Everything seemed to be falling apart. All cause he was mean to Deku. He had never gotten in trouble before, so why was he now? Why was it wrong? So many other people were mean too, even the teachers at tldr. It was so normal for his classmates and teachers to make comments and faces at Deku. No one ever said that it was wrong. None of his teachers had told him that they were disappointed in him. Why were things so twisted? First, Deku was just supposed to be some pebble in his path. But instead, he was there at UA, the school that only he was supposed to go to. Somehow Deku knew the teachers and principal and they wanted to know about their past relationship. And when they learned it, they said that he was going to get punished. Bakugo was so confused. Everything was wrong. It was never supposed to be like this. After a while, Izuku finally got a text from an unknown number letting him know that he could come back. A second later, he was in front of Aizawa and Nezu. Nezu still wasn't smiling and Aizawa was rubbing his forehead. What's up with you guys? Apparently, that wasn't the right question as Aizawa just groaned and closed his eyes with his hand on his face while Nezu's ear twitched. Midoriya, the fact that you're even asking that question is concerning. Oh come on Scar buddy of mine, what's got you all? Izuku gestured to all of Aizawa like that. Nezu spoke up. Midoriya, I must say that I share Aizawa's sentiment. You just revealed distressing information to us about Bakugo and your relationship with him. It was unexpected. Izuku sat in one of the chairs in front of the desk with his legs crossed. Well, I thought UA did background checks on their students. But considering tldr is the way it is, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys didn't find anything, he said bluntly. Still, I was a bit pissed to see him there at USJ. Why didn't you say anything to us after you saw him? Aizawa asked. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Wasn't sure you guys would actually do anything and I am tired of dealing with Bakugo. You saw how he was yelling at me, calling me Deku. I'm so tired of hearing that damn name. So I figured I'd just avoid him. And I was doing alright until he decided along with some other of your students to come to the gym while Eri was there. Izuku's eyes narrowed. I was ready to throw that pervert across the room for how he spoke to Eri. How did he even get into the hero course? Aizawa chuckled. Well, he's been kicked out of the hero course. Izuku brightened up at that. Really? He looked at Nezu. Nezu nodded. And the mammal smiled when he saw Izuku quickly turn to Aizawa. It was you, right? Come on, please tell me it was you who did the honor. Yes, it was me. This is why you are my favorite Scar buddy. Midoriya, I am your only Scar buddy. Doesn't matter, still my favorite, Izuku said, smiling at Aizawa from his spot in the chair. The small smile that was on Aizawa's face faded away after a moment. You do know that Bakugo will be punished, right? Izuku looked down at his hands and was silent for a moment before speaking. Really? Nezu and Aizawa looked at each other when they heard the tone in which Izuku had spoken. It sounded as if the boy didn't believe them, as if he was asking for confirmation for something that should have been obvious. Yes, Nezu said, there's going to be a meeting with his parents to discuss with them what will happen to Bakugo. UA does not take bullying lightly. But that was in the past, and I'm not a UA student. Suddenly there was a hand being put on his shoulder. Izuku looked up to see Aizawa crouching in front of him. That doesn't matter. Actions have consequences and Bakugo is going to have to deal with them. Also, if we do nothing, the problem will only grow. It doesn't matter if you're not a UA student. You're living here and Bakugo is our responsibility. Izuku simply looked at Aizawa with wide eyes. He looked at every part of Aizawa's face, looking for any signs that what the man was saying was a joke or a lie. He was waiting for the man to sneer like his past teachers and tell him that he had been overreacting since, well, you're fine now because of your quirk. Honestly, Midoriya, you're just doing this for attention. Izuku never thought Aizawa would do that, but there was that doubt lingering in his mind. He was happy to note that he didn't find any of those signs in the underground hero's face. Aizawa waited patiently as he watched Midoriya look at him closely as if he was searching for something. He wondered if it was something good or bad. He wondered if Izuku found it. But whatever conclusion Izuku came to after looking at his face must have been the confirmation he needed, because a moment later Aizawa could feel Izuku take a deep breath and release the tension that was in his small frame. He could see vulnerability on the kid's face when they gave him a sad smile. "All right," the boy said. When Midoriya had left, both Aizawa and Nezu let out a sigh. "I am disappointed in myself," Nezu said, breaking the silence. Aizawa simply turned to look at him and let the principal continue. "By all means, Bakugo should have never been accepted into UA. But he was," Aizawa replied. "Yes, he was, but we will fix this. Bakugo will deal with the consequences and hopefully he will change for the better." Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure of that, Nezu? You humans are interesting creatures, Aizawa. Midoriya being a prime example. I think with the punishment I have in mind, it may be possible for Bakugo to overcome his shortcomings and be better from it. I cannot, in good mind, expel him due to the villain attack, and also because Bakugo will only worsen if expelled. Something has to be done about his mentality and behavior," Nezu explained. Aizawa scowled. "Fine, I can't fight that logic. I'm not happy about it though." Nezu smiled at him, as expected. The meeting with Bakugo and his parents was ... loud. Unsurprisingly, Mitsui Bakugo was not happy to hear about what Nezu and Aizawa had to say about her son. "What do you mean? Katsuki wouldn't do that. All his teachers at tldr said that he was a great student," she yelled. "Bakugo-san, I have found evidence that supports that Bakugo-kun was a bully at tldr and that he has continued to go after someone at UA violently. UA does not stand for that, and so he will have to deal with the consequences, which is what I wish to discuss with you," Nezu explained. "Well, who is it?" "They're lying," she said as her husband tried to calm her down. "Mitsuki, please, you can't say that about someone," Masaru said before turning to Katsuki, who was still quiet in his seat looking down at his hands. "Katsuki, who was it?" he asked in a tone that Katsuki had never heard come from his usual quiet, gentle father. There was a moment before Katsuki finally said something. "Midoriya." At the name Midoriya, Mitsuki widened her eyes and turned to Katsuki. "I thought I told you to leave him alone." "I swear to God I..." "Mitsuki," Masaru said, stopping his wife mid-rant. "Now is not the time nor the place. When we get home we will have a discussion." He turned back to Aizawa and Nezu. "Now please tell us what the consequences will be for what Katsuki has done to Midoriya-kun." For the next few minutes, the Bakugas were silent. They listened as Nezu explained to them that Katsuki would not be expelled but be transferred to General Ed, be put on probation, and need to be put into mandatory anger management and therapy. Additionally, that he would have to complete an online course about bullying that included a large section about quirkless individuals. Nezu said that due to there only being 3 chances and some interference from the Hero Commission, that Katsuki would still be participating in the sports festival. However, he would not be doing the speech he would have originally done, and that he will be under heavy scrutiny during the event. Additionally, Bakugo-kun is not to go after Midoriya anymore, Nezu added at the end. "Wait, what do you mean anymore?" Mitsuki asked. "I never knew Midoriya was a student at UA." Aizawa answered her question. "He isn't a student, but he is at UA. I cannot disclose any more information than that." Mitsuki was about to ask more when she was stopped by her husband putting a hand on her arm and shaking his head no. Mitsuki sighed. "All right, we have no issues with these consequences and I apologize for his actions. The apology should be made to Midoriya and his mother." "Yes, you're right. I'll be sure to do that when I leave," Mitsuki said. The rest of the meeting was a bit tense and Aizawa let out a sigh of relief when the Bakugos left the office. "I need some coffee." "I could use a bit of tea myself," Nezu replied. That night when Shoto was home, he was met with the concerned look on his Ashi's face while the man was sitting on the couch. "Shu, what's wrong? Usually, you look all serious and glum, but today and the other day were on a whole other level." Shoto collapsed into the couch, and his head on his Ashi's lap, and just groaned. "Ugh, it's something to do with the problem child. I found something out and I gotta say, Hisashi, it isn't great." Hisashi looked at Shouta in disbelief. "Oh come on, I'm sure Midoriya didn't do anything horrible." He paused. "Unless someone hurt her, now that would be scary." "Yeah, it would be. But that's not it." Shouta looked at Hisashi with a serious face. "The other day, Nezu and I had a meeting with Bakugo and Midoriya since they seemed to know each other. And not in a good way." He paused as if preparing himself. "Bakugo bullied Midoriya since they were 4. What? Hazashi yelled, and Shouta winced at the quirk use. Without using his quirk, Hazashi continued, but why? Why would he do that? Midoriya is such a cool kid. Midoriya was originally diagnosed quirkless. That seemed to explain a lot for Hazashi, who just said oh softly. Yeah, how? For years he was bullied, even after he got his quirk. And you know what Hazashi? Midoriya said that he got suicide baited multiple times. Bakugo told him to jump off the roof, and Midoriya said that he instead jumped out of the window. Hey, Shouta stopped, bringing up a hand, and rubbed his eyes in frustration. He just said it like it was nothing. Hazashi didn't know what to say, and Shouta just continued. I mean, this kid just keeps acting like the stuff that he's done is nothing. He did the same thing when he came here after getting attacked. He forgot about the cut on his face. He thought it wasn't a big deal that he helped out in the USJ attack, and he talked about being suicide baited like it was the weather. Then he even asked what had me and Nezu so upset. He paused. He never said anything about Bakugo because he thought we wouldn't do anything about it. The kid probably doesn't have a good history with teachers if Bakugo was able to bully him for so long. Yamato reasoned. But yeah, he shouldn't have had to go through that. And even if he is not a student, we can help him shoo. I hope so, Shouta said. But with the way he thinks about himself, it won't be easy. Hazashi sighed. These things never are. Couldn't I just put him in front of Hound Dog and be like, hey, tell the kid he's actually worth something, and to talk about his problems? Hazashi just looked at Shouta without changing his expression. No, Shu, you cannot just do that, even though I want to do the same thing too. Midoriya has to want to go to therapy. Pushing it on him isn't going to help. Didn't Nezu offer him therapy? Yeah, and he said no thanks, Shouta grudgingly admitted. Hazashi patted Shouta's head before leaning down, giving him a kiss on the forehead. See, we just have to wait until he's ready. And when he is, we'll be there to give him the support he needs. Hazashi paused before smiling at his husband. After all, that is what we should do as loving fathers, is it not? When Shouta didn't say anything to deny it, Hazashi laughed. Not long after class 1, I had gotten used to the empty desk that used to belong to Mineta, where they met with another empty desk. This time, it was the one that belonged to Bakugo. As they slowly trickled into the classroom, glances continued to be sent towards the empty seat. When their homeroom teacher finally walked into class and just started like nothing was wrong, there were several hands raised. Without calling on someone, Aizawa explained, Bakugo is no longer in Class 1A. He was transferred to general education, he said bluntly, only to be met with exclamations and protests that died down with a glare. But sensei, why? I thought he was doing fine in class and Bakugo is really strong. Sato asked. If you think those are the only qualities needed to be a hero, or much less in the hero course at UA, then you are mistaken. Aizawa-sensei replied, I cannot say much, but I will say that there is a logical reason as to why Bakugo is no longer in your class anymore. If you wish to know more, you will have to ask him yourself. At their teacher's tone, no one else spoke up about the matter, although that didn't stop them from discussing it during classes and lunch. A certain group of students had an idea as to the reason why Bakugo was transferred. They thought of how Bakugo had went after Midoriya so aggressively and how angry Midoriya had seemed when Bakugo spoke to him. They went over how Bakugo insulted the green-haired boy. They knew that Bakugo's transfer had to do with the punishment Aizawa had mentioned. They still wished that they could know more. But with the sports festival fast approaching, they focused on preparing for the event. With the sports festival only a day away, UA was full of activity. And so, Midoriya stayed away. Meanwhile, Class 1 was still trying to get used to the fact that Bakugo was transferred to Gen Ed. While Bakugo was never present in any of their classes, the Baku squad was still prominent during lunch and after school. Kaminari, Kirishima, Mina, and Siro would make sure to sit with Bakugo. They, of course, asked Bakugo to explain the specifics as to why he had been transferred and why he couldn't always hang out with them after school, but they were met with scowls and insults. They knew that Bakugo had been mean to Midoriya, but was it really that bad to transfer out of the hero course? Certainly, there had to be more to it, right? Though, Kirishima had a sinking feeling that maybe, just maybe, Bakugo had been a bully to Midoriya. He thought about it during lunch, but was brought out of his thoughts when Kaminari accidentally shocked him while laughing. He missed the worried look Mina shot his way, so his troubling thoughts were pushed back to his mind until he was home alone. He laid in bed trying to reason that no, he couldn't have been a bully, but as he slept, doubts floated around in his mind. They floated and kept popping up all the way until the sports festival, where Kirishima decided that afterward, he would just ask Bakugo outright. He hoped that the answer he got was different from the one he came up in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, other members of that friend group had come to the same conclusion as well. They would get their answers after the sports festival. A day before the sports festival, Izuku got yet another email from Nezu. This one was letting him know that he would be able to attend the sports festival, and that he was allowed access to where the students participating would be. In the email, Nezu also said that Eri and his mom were of course included in the offer. Izuku thought it was a bit funny how the principal seemed very determined to treat him like a UA student. even going as far as giving him permission to go observe classes and have meetings with him. Of course, Izuku really did enjoy it, but he still hadn't changed his mind about staying in his online school. His online school had been one of the first good things he had in his life. He wasn't about to exchange it for a school that actually didn't even offer some of the classes he was taking. Also, he liked the flexibility and freedom that came from online classes. Most importantly, he liked how there was nobody trying to explode him in his online school too. So Izuku sent Nezu an email saying thank you. But in his mind, he simply reiterated the fact that he would not become a UA student. In the email, he also checked with Nezu about what extra security measures were in place. After pressing the send button, he went to his mom to ask if she would like to go. "Oh Izuku, it's okay if you're just with Eri," she said. "You know how I am with such big crowds and I feel like I would faint watching all those kids competing." Izuku chuckled and kissed his mom on the cheek. "All right, Mom, I'll let Nezu know that it'll just be me and Eri." With that, he went to where Eri was playing with the toy rabbit Hatsum had made for her. It was jumping and twisting in the air with such grace that Izuku had to feel impressed with the pink-haired girl's ingenuity. "Mom," Eri called out when she saw Izuku. "Isn't it pretty?" she asked, pointing at the rabbit. Izuku sat down next to her. "Yup. Do you want me to tell Hatsum that you like it?" Eri nodded her head. "Yeah, she's really nice too, like you. But she has more babies than you do." Eri paused and looked at Izuku with a questioning look on her face. "Mom, are you going to have a baby?" Izuku could have been the personification of a stop sign when he heard the question. He had to let his mind reboot for a second before he could answer the little girl who was just too cute for her own good. "No, I don't think I will," Izuku said in a shaky voice before clearing his throat. "Why not?" Izuku simply smiled and scooped Eri up into his arms as he stood up and he said, "I think you're the only one I need." He spun around while still carrying Eri and the little toy rabbit ran around them. Then he heard Eri laugh. It wasn't loud, but he heard it, and when he looked down at Eri, he saw her smiling. She was smiling. Izuku beamed and he held Eri close as she laughed more at the action. His laughter soon joined Eri's as they twirled around with a small rabbit at their feet. Off to the side, Inko cried as she stopped the video she was recording. Inko knew that Eri hadn't been in a very happy place before and that she hadn't smiled at all since she met Izuku. But just then, she finally saw her grandchild laugh with her son, and it just made her so happy that she was able to witness such a thing. Inko made sure to save the video and send it to a certain teacher at UA who Izuku always talked about and was very kind when welcoming Inko to UA. Shouta had been battling a headache as he graded his students' papers on an assignment. The fact that the sports festival was the next day was clear in how unfocused the papers were, but he was looking forward to how his class and the other first years would perform. He was just about to look at Shoji's paper when he got a notification on his phone. When he saw that it was from the Midoriya-kun's mother, he quickly opened it in case it was about the kid. His mind went over what could have possibly happened to him. Instead, he was met with a video of Midoriya-kun and Eri sitting on the floor and talking. The man chuckled when the teen blushed at Eri's question. When he watched as Midoriya-kun picked the little girl up with grace and spun her around with a smile on his face, Aizawa felt like smiling. The underground hero did when he heard a little girl's laugh in the video that was joined by the boy's laughter as well. So alone, at his desk, a smile appeared. It was soft and one that felt a bit unfamiliar on Shouta's face, but it was just the right smile at that moment. Eri had always thought that she would never get away from the bad man. She thought that all she would know was pain and men with bird masks on their faces. But one day that all changed. It was on the day she tried to run. Her feet hurt as they scraped against the ground, but the next moment she ran into something. When she had looked up, she saw someone that didn't have a bird mask, someone who looked so gentle and kind. It was a boy who had quickly crouched down and spoke to her with such a gentle voice that it made her want to cry. When she told him about the bad man, she saw no hesitance on the boy's face before he picked her up and held her close. His grip didn't hurt. She felt warm and protected. When she saw the bad man come from the shadows, she expected the feeling of safety to disappear. She waited for the boy who was so gentle to let her go and make her go back. But instead, he never let go, and when she opened her eyes, she saw that they weren't the bad man anymore. Then the boy who said his name was Midoriya told her that she was safe. She stayed with him. She never took her eyes off of him, in fear that he would disappear and the bad man would be there instead. But he never did. Izuku never yelled, never grabbed her too roughly, and never got angry at her. He was nice and he smiled at her a lot. Eri wondered if she could ever smile like he did. She hadn't been able to, especially when two bad men came and tried to take her back. But Izuku didn't let them. He took her away and held her close and they jumped. He stayed close as they were somewhere new. Pretty music played in her ears and she kept her eyes on Izuku as he talked to the men and animal that had come. He comforted her as she was examined by someone in a white coat. The next thing she knew, they were living somewhere new. Izuku was still with her and he still smiled at her. She called him mom because from what he said, that was what he was. He was her mom and she felt warm every time he responded to the name. She felt warm when his mom came and hugged her and smiled like he did at her. Eri never thought she'd get away from the bad mad. She never thought she would ever feel warm and safe. And she never thought that she could smile or laugh like her mom did. But when her mom held her close and told her she was enough with that smile on his face, she couldn't help but smile and laugh too. The arena was big and Izuku knew his mom had made the right decision with staying at the dorm instead of coming. Eri, on the other hand, seemed to be fine. But Izuku had a feeling it had to do with how he was holding her hand and that she was listening to his music again. She looked cute holding his hand with matching pink nails and braided hair. When Eri had asked Izuku to braid her hair, he was more than happy to do it for her. When she asked if he could braid his own hair, he could not refuse, although he had to ask his mom for help, which she did with a smile and excitement to finally braid her son's hair. So here the both of them were, walking hand in hand, with matching pink nails, each with one French braid, and a lanyard pass showing that they were allowed access. They were also looking for the different classes to wish them luck in the festival. Izuku had always felt a bit odd when he saw the sports festival broadcasted and how some of the departments and classes were glossed over in favor of the hero course. So, he decided to go to each of them and wish them luck. Izuku had plenty of time too, since he was early, and the fact that he could teleport to different areas quickly. Eri didn't seem to mind too much and would smile at him when he picked her up to teleport. He could of course do it just by holding her hand, but it was fun to be carried. It was also fun seeing the different reactions the students had. A few of them he recognized from earlier, and he saw the looks of realization in their eyes when he popped up with Eri. A few others would jump in surprise when he wished them luck. He ever stayed long though, ready to go to the next class and not give any of the students enough time to trap him in a conversation. Except he did see many quirks he wished to ask about, but like the reasonable single mother he is, he held back, painfully so. One thing that Izuku did though, was rightfully avoid the Gen Ed class that Nezu told him that Bakugo was in. He didn't even chance walking past the door that the class was gathering behind. So on he went, surprising students and a few faculty members he ran into. Each of them gave him an odd look when they saw him and a little girl, but no one said anything once they saw the lanyards the both of them had. Izuku and Eri did however get caught up in Class 1H by a familiar pink-haired inventor. "Come on Midoriya, tell me how those babies I gave you last time worked out," Hatsum said, stepping close to Izuku, who unfortunately hadn't the chance to test out the boots that she had given him. "I'm sorry Hatsum, I haven't been able to test them out yet, but I'll make sure after the sports festival," he said before grabbing Hatsum and spinning her around to go back to her class. "So go back to focusing on the festival. I expect you to have an amazing plan as to how to advertise your babies." The looks on Hatsum's classmates turned into ones of fear from the glint in Hatsum's eyes and the smile that took place on her face with Izuku's comment. She turned back to him quickly. "Oh, just you wait, the audience won't know what hit them." Izuku laughed before finally leaving poor Class 1H with an enthusiastic Hatsume. When Izuku finally made it to the door where Class 1B should be behind, he was happy to note that he still had quite a bit of time until the festival was actually supposed to start. So with a look at Eri who nodded at him, he pushed the door open. "Hey Class 1B. Class 1B was a bit anxious with the sports festival about to start. Monoma was not helping, as he kept spouting how they would show Class 1A before getting cut off by a smack from Kendo. The boy was about to say something again when suddenly they heard the door opened and a voice that didn't belong to anyone in their class spoke. "Hey Class 1B. Everyone turned to see a boy, most likely in their year, with green hair and a braid, freckles, and a scar on his cheek. There was also a girl with whitish hair, a small horn on her forehead, a matching braid holding the boy's hand. "Hey, it's you. You're the one," Monoma began to say before getting cut off by Kendo's hand covering his mouth. "I'm sorry about him," she said. "I'm Kendo Itsuka, the class president of Class 1B. It's nice to meet you." She watched as the green boy, who when she last saw scolded Monoma, smiled at her and began to introduce himself. "Nice to meet you too. I'm Midoriya Izuku," and he motioned a hand to the little girl. "This is Eri." Kendo let out a sigh of relief when Midoriya didn't seem to be upset with how Monoma had yelled, and the rest of Class 1B were a little less tense. "Don't worry about Monoma though," Midoriya suddenly said. "I actually met him before and we both didn't exactly have the best first impression. I met him when he had went to go see Class 1 after the USJ attack along with some other students from different classes." Some of Monoma's classmates tensed in realization. They remembered how Kendo had come back with a frustrated Monoma and told them about how a random boy had come and scolded everyone for going to see Class 1A. She told him how angry the boy seemed to be and how he shamed everyone for thinking Class 1A had been happy about being attacked. If Kendo's description of the boy was correct, then it had been none other than Midoriya Izuku who stood before them. Seeming to notice the tension in the room, Midoriya laughed. "Guys, I'm not here to fight or anything. I admit I was already angry when I met Monoma that day and the situation just made it worse. But," he paused and looked at Monoma in the eye who froze, "I understood how you were feeling to a degree." "What do you mean?" Rin asked, and Midoriya looked over at the boy that had his hair in a low ponytail. Well, it seems that you all seem to think on some level that Class 1 is better than you. They winced at Midoriya's words. But, Midoriya continued, they aren't. You guys are your own class with your own amazing quirks. And you guys are going to be great heroes. Honestly, comparing yourselves to Class 1 is stupid, as I already told Vlad. Everyone was looking at Midoriya with a bit of shock at what he had just said in such a blunt way. Then they realized the last part he said. Wait, Takage cried out. You told Vlad King what? They waited to hear what Midoriya had said to their homeroom teacher. Midoriya tilted his head. I told him that you guys were going to be great heroes and that you should all stop comparing yourselves to Class 1 since they literally are just different people with different quirks. I told him that he should stop trying to use rivalry as a motivator and to focus on just helping you improve yourselves, because that's who you should be focused on. Midoriya brought a finger up to his chin. I think I actually scolded him a bit for it. There was a moment of silence before a few of them started to laugh. Tetsu, Monoma, and Awase were laughing. Monoma in particular was clutching his stomach, and they could hear as he tried to speak while laughing. Yo, you mean to tell me you scolded our teacher? Kami, that is perfect. Well, I couldn't not step in. Obviously, you guys are talented and in the hero course for a reason. It's stupid to think otherwise simply because your class has the letter B. Kendo watched as Monoma managed to collect himself and looked Midoriya in the eye. But instead of the anger she had seen earlier, she thought she saw what could only be respect. It seems that you're smarter than you look, Midoriya, Monoma said with a smirk. Kendo was shocked to see Midoriya take on the same smirk. I'm glad that you were able to acknowledge a fellow intellectual. The two looked at each other while the rest of Class 1B simply were silent, as they had never seen Monoma be like that with anyone outside of class. For some reason, it looked like Monoma liked Midoriya. Then, as a fellow intellectual, I apologize for my previous behavior and what I said to Class 1 and to you, Monoma said, much to the shock of his classmates. They had rarely heard him apologize, much less to someone who he had affiliated to Class 1A. But Monoma's apology was sincere. He meant it. Before, he had been too angry at being scolded like a child and feeling ashamed to acknowledge it. But now that he had a chance to see Midoriya again and actually heard what Midoriya thought and did, he knew that he should apologize. He also kind of liked Midoriya. They seemed interesting and someone he would want to be friends with, especially since the Midoriya didn't seem to have any issue bantering with him. You could never miss an opportunity to be able to have someone who was skilled at the exchange of words and quips. It was also fun to see the look on his classmates' faces as he apologized. But he looked back to Midoriya to see how he would react. He was pleased by the smile that took up the boy's face. Apology accepted, Monoma. Now, Midoriya turned to face the rest of Monoma's class. I'm hoping to see some cool things from you guys during the events. So like I originally came here to do, he chuckled. I wish you all good luck. Various genuine thank yous were sent towards Midoriya as he looked down and picked her up. Before he could leave though, Awase called to him, Wait, Midoriya. What class are you in? Midoriya simply turned to him, None of them. At Class 1B looks of confusion, Midoriya laughed. With a shit-eating grin he said, I'm not even a UA student. Then in a blink of an eye, he was gone. The next stop was the class that Izuku has had several wonderful instances with, Class 1A. Even though he knew that Bakugo would not be in that room once he opened the door, Izuku still felt a bit hesitant. In the end, it was actually Eri squeezing his hand that made him finally open it. When he opened it, they were all a bit distracted to notice him, except for a certain bird-shaped shadow. Dark Shadow went in front of Izuku and Eri. Izuku was worried for a moment that Eri would be scared since Overhaul had worn a mask in the shape of a beak. But when he looked down at the girl, he found his worries were for nothing. Instead of a frightened face, Eri's eyes were wide and staring at the shadow. Hi, Birdie, she said. Izuku smiled when he saw Dark Shadow's eyes light up in amusement and smiled in response. I'm Eri. I'm Dark Shadow, but you can keep calling me Birdie if you want. Eri giggled at how enthusiastic Dark Shadow was. He saw Dark Shadow look between the two of them. You two match, they said. Eri nodded her head. MHM. This is my mom. Cool. I don't think I have a mom technically, but over there, Dark Shadow pointed to a boy with a bird head who looked shocked, is Takoyami. He's sort of a dork, but alright. Izuku laughed at Dark Shadow's blunt statement and laughed when he saw how Takoyami's eyes widened even more. We'll be sure to remember that, Dark Shadow, but I think Takoyami wants to talk to you. Huh. Alright. Bye, Birdie, Eri said, waving as the shadow retreated back to Takoyami, whose feathers looked a little ruffled. Once Dark Shadow was gone, Izuku noticed how all eyes were on them. The boy who scolded Bakugo last time and had glasses on approached them in an almost robotic manner. Izuku could see that the boy had a stern look on his face. So before he started to possibly scold them for something, he spoke. Hello, I'm just here to wish Class 1 a good luck with the festival. I'm looking forward to seeing how you all do. His polite smile turned to one more mischievous. I'm hoping that you make my Scar buddy proud. Anyways, good luck and hope you guys have fun. With that, Izuku picked up Eri, gave one more smile to the shocked and frozen one before he teleported away. When Midoriya and the little girl left, there was a commotion in the room with Class 1 students. He left again. What is he, a ghost? Nina cried. Biwahaha, oh my god, Ida, your face was so funny. Kaminari, that is not polite. I was simply shocked. Ida reprimanded Kaminari, who was still smiling. Gyro snorted before speaking. Hey Takoyami, didn't Dark Shadow talk to them? Care to share? Takoyami barely had a chance to respond before Dark Shadow shot out of his body. The little girl was super cool. She even gave me a nickname. Dark Shadow turned to Takoyami. Hey, why didn't you ever give me a nickname or something? Takoyami looked absolutely affronted by Dark Shadow's question. What do you mean? When I was young, I tried to bestow a nickname to you, but you continued to call me childish insults, so I gave up on that endeavor. Dark Shadow just looked at Takoyami for a moment before saying, oh yeah, you did. I guess Eri was just cuter than you were. As Kirishima and Zero burst out laughing while his classmates tried to hold in their snickers, Takoyami sighed. What an infernal beast you are. But Dark Shadow, Sato said, did you find out how Midoriya knew Eri or anything about them? Everyone waited in anticipation for Dark Shadow's answer. Oh yeah, I did. Midoriya is Eri's mom. There was an explosion of noise that could be heard in the hallway. Izuku made it in time to the commentator's box to see the students go out into the arena. As Mike introduced each of the classes, the man sent Izuku and Eri a bright smile. He also saw Aizawa there, who sent a small smile to Eri. She quickly went up to him and showed him the toy rabbit that she had taken to bringing with her everywhere. Izuku took up a seat and sat it next to Aizawa. He smiled at the man who was now carrying a green rabbit that was putting a paw on his cheek. Hey Scar buddy. Midoriya, the hero greeted. Izuku pouted. Oh come on Aizawa, he whined and poked the man in the arm. We're Scar buddies, stop being so formal. Aizawa sent him a deadpan stare that was not at all intimidating, with the toy rabbit poking his cheek. Then the man sighed and rolled his eyes. Izuku practically beamed when he heard Scar buddy being said in a gruff voice. He didn't stop smiling even as he watched Aizawa wrap his capture weapon around Yamada's face when the man started to laugh. Izuku whispered, don't worry Aizawa, you'll always be my favorite Scar buddy. Izuku could hear Yamada's muffled laughs get louder. Watching the sports festival from the commentary box was really fun for Izuku. He got to have an eagle-eye view of the arena and all the screens that showed different camera views. Also, Yamada was super happy to have him there to talk to. It's great that you're here, little listener. Shu over there had barely said a word before you came in. Aizawa glared at Yamada, but the voice hero simply blew him a kiss. It was very amusing to see Eraserhead burrow deeper into the capture scarf, which now had a toy rabbit nestled in it as well. Aizawa looked to the side at the rabbit and back to Eri, who was sitting next to him. Eri, do you want your toy back? She turned to look back at the man and shook her head. No, it's comfy with you and it can see everything, she said, pointing at the arena outside the glass. Izuku smiled when Aizawa looked at him, as if looking for an excuse to remove the toy from his shoulder. All the hero got was a shrug and smile in response. He also got a shit-eating grin from Yamada as he took a photo that would most certainly end up in a group chat that Izuku was yet unaware of. Oh, by the way, Midoriya, Yamada said, drawing Izuku's attention away, don't worry about the students. Nedzu talked to me about being very vague about their quirks, and the camera people were told to not be so detailed about the students' moves. There might be some complaints about the difference this year, but I think it's worth it for some extra security. That's good. Yamada patted Midoriya's head. It's all thanks to you, little listener. Nedzu seemed to really appreciate you bringing the topic up with him. Midoriya blushed a bit at the praise. I'm glad it was helpful. Yamada smiled at Midoriya and ruffled his hair. He chatted with Midoriya until he had to start commentary again. The first festival event was about to begin. It was fun seeing how everyone used their quirks during the obstacle race. The interesting part was that the winner now had 1,000,000 points, painting a big fat target on their back. Izuku winced at the thought. He would hate that sort of attention. Of course, Izuku couldn't help but take some pleasure in seeing Bakugo get relentlessly attacked by the other team. He was too preoccupied to see the looks Yamada and Aizawa shared. The men both saw a twisted glint of pleasure in the boy's face. The scars are genetic. Mike, image, oh yeah, for sure Shu's child. Power loader, wow, it's a spitting image. Vlad, looks exactly how he looks when he's watching others in pain. Ectoplasm, I have to agree. But what exactly is Midoriya looking at? Eraserhead. The problem child just smiled when Bakugo's headband got taken. Power loader, lol. Eraserhead. He just frowned when Bakugo got another headband. Mike, Shu, should I be worried that he's actually your kid? What woman took you away from me? Cementos, shouldn't you be commentating? Mike, no comment. The cavalry battle ended in an explosive manner, and Izuku frowned when he saw that Bakugo was still in the running. Although, he was happy that Kirishima and Zero went ahead with him. Izuku hoped that Bakugo would be beaten in one of the upcoming matches. Mom, are you okay? Izuku turned towards Eri, who was staring at him with a concerned look on her face. He realized how he might have looked and laughed, which only confused her. Oh Eri, I'm fine. Just thinking about who might win and who I want to win. When she heard that he was fine, Eri smiled. "Oh, I want Peppermint to win." Izuku smiled when he heard Yamada's snort and how Eri ended up calling the same nickname he had called Todoroki in his mind. "I do too." Eri's smile grew when she heard him choose the same one, and she turned back to the ongoing match. Before Izuku turned back, he caught Aizawa looking at him. They stared at each other before Izuku just smiled at him, making the man huff and look back outside the commentator's box. When the current match finished and Izuku heard the next pairing, he leaned up a bit further in his seat. Maybe he would see the heavily anticipated loss of Bakugo. His hand itched to let out an explosion as he waited in the participant tunnel, but he tried to rein it in, grudgingly trying to follow the assignment he was given in anger management. No way in hell was he going to fail the assignment he was given. But fuck if it wasn't hard. Now he was going to face some purple extra. Bakugo had seen Shinsu's face earlier, but nothing about the dude stood out other than his dark circles. He planned to blow the purple fucker out of the ring. When they stepped into the ring and the match started, Shinsu started talking and didn't stop. Bakugo could feel as he reached the end of his patience for the stupid shit Shinsu was spouting. And when the purple fucker said the one thing that was bound to make him go off, he finally responded. Then everything went blank. Izuku couldn't help the pleased smile that appeared on his face when he saw Bakugo walk out of bounds. He had just gone against a student named Shinsu Hitoshi, and if Izuku was correct, got defeated by someone with an awesome quirk. He had seen the way Shinsu had dodged a couple of blasts from Bakugo and apparently did not seem fazed, since the purple-haired boy had kept talking the whole time. He could see how Bakugo seemed to be losing his patience. Then he saw as Bakugo yelled at Shinasu and suddenly went blank-faced. It had to be a brainwashing quirk. Izuku felt his fingers twitch for the need to write something down. He also wanted to ask Shinasu so many questions. Most importantly, what did Shinsu say to get Bakugo to finally respond? It had to be good. He also just wanted to thank Shinsu for taking Bakugo out of the running in the best way possible. After a few more matches, Izuku saw that it was Shinsu's turn again. He was a bit sad to see that in this match the purple-haired boy didn't win. But Izuku finally had the chance to possibly go talk to him. After asking Eri if she would like to stay and she said yes, Izuku gave her a quick kiss on the head before leaving the commentator's box. He failed to see the smile that appeared on Eri's face along with the smiles on the two heroes' faces as well. Shinsu wasn't surprised that the guy with the explosive quirk had told his next opponent about his quirk. It was obvious that he wouldn't have been able to keep his quirk a secret for long, especially with how angry the dude was when Shinsu released his hold. But even then, he still felt a little bitter that he was out of the running. He was stuck in those thoughts walking in the empty hallway when he suddenly collided with someone. When Shinsu finally took in his surroundings, he saw the person he bumped into, someone he was sure wasn't in the hallway a second earlier. "Sorry about that, oh, you're just the person I was looking for," a green-eyed boy said to him with a smile, although he didn't know why someone would be looking for him. "You were looking for me?" Shinsu asked, eyeing the boy warily. "Yep," they said, popping the P, "especially after you won against Bakugo. I have so many questions, but the most important one was what did you get to get that asshole to respond?" Hitoshi was thoroughly confused by how interested the boy seemed to be in what he had said, but he gathered his thoughts and responded, "No offense or anything, but who even are you?" Except when the question left his mouth it suddenly felt dry and he waited for the look that the boy was bound to give him. "Oh, the name's Midoriya." Shinsu stared at Midoriya for a moment. He couldn't help being shocked after getting a response to a question so easily. And Midoriya's eyes, they looked at him in a way that made Shinsu feel so light for some reason. Here was someone who most probably knew what his quirk was but actively sought him out and easily answered his question, despite the possibility of becoming under his control. It was a new experience, to say the least. After coming to terms with that hey, not everyone is an asshole about your quirk, Shinsu and Midoriya walked back to where Shinsu's class was waiting. Shinsu could feel the weight of everyone's eyes on him as he walked with Midoriya smiling brightly and ranting about some of the quirks he had seen. Within just a few minutes of meeting Midoriya, Shinsu came to the conclusion that 1. Midoriya was super nice, 2. was really smart and of course, already knew about his quirk, and 3. had to have a good lung capacity to go on a rant for so long. Also, Shinsu came to the conclusion that he liked Midoriya. Midoriya had been quick to tell him about the possibilities of what he could do with his quirk and none of them involved something a villain would do. When he had mentioned the villainous aspect of his quirk, Midoriya had been quick to shoot that idea down. Shinsu was sure he would never forget what Midoriya had said to him. "Shinsu, unless you decided to go control people to commit crimes like robberies or murder, then your quirk is not a villainous quirk. And even then, it isn't your quirk that would be evil, but you. So whoever has been saying that to you is full of shit." Yeah, Shinsu liked Midoriya. It was nice sitting next to someone and talking to them as they watched the matches in the arena. Also, Shinsu got to learn a bunch of interesting things about the people who were fighting. He wondered if Midoriya had an analysis quirk with the number of details the guy was saying. When there was going to be a quick intermission, Midoriya had quickly turned to him asking what he would want as a snack. Shinsu had tried to tell him that he was fine, but Midoriya did not give up. When he finally gave an answer of what he would like, Midoriya's smile looked like one of victory. Shinsu couldn't help smiling a little bit. "All right, I'll be back with snacks," Midoriya said before standing up. Then he was gone. Quite literally gone. No longer standing there, gone in the blink of an eye. A couple of Shinsu's classmates screamed at Midoriya's disappearance. Maybe he didn't have an analysis quirk, Shinsu thought. Izuku was humming a tune as he walked away from the vending machine with 2 snacks, water, and a canned coffee for Shinsu. He was just thinking about how nice Shinsu seemed when he heard a loud voice. "You will use your fire. Stop these childish antics. You are my legacy, and you will not tarnish it on national television." Izuku looked down the hallway and saw the hulking flaming figure that was the number 2 hero, Endeavor. And the man was looking down at his son, Todoroki Shoto. Izuku could see the tension in Todoroki's body as Endeavor kept speaking. Now Izuku had complicated feelings when it came to heroes. But one thing he knew for sure was that he did not like Endeavor. The man was arrogant, power-hungry, too aggressive, and honestly just a dick. And the scene before him only supported his opinion, along with his thought that Todoroki did not like his father. So, he was not simply going to stand by while Endeavor had the audacity to have himself on fire like flaming garbage and speak to his son like the boy was nothing more than a tool. Izuku eyed the structural beam that was positioned above Endeavor's head and smiled. With a plan in mind, Midoriya moved the 2 snacks and coffee under one arm and unscrewed the water bottle cap. There was no sign to show that Izuku was now crouched on a beam right above Endeavor's head. The man continued to speak, although Izuku caught Todoroki's eye and smiled at the boy. And he continued to smile as he titled the water bottle and let the clear liquid fall. Todoroki's eyes were wide in shock as he watched Endeavor's flames get snuffed out by water being poured on top of his head. The man himself started sputtering in anger at the water getting in his face. Then Izuku suddenly appeared beside Todoroki, grabbing his arm. "Oh, Endeavor, are you okay?" he asked with obvious fake concern. But before the man could even respond, Izuku smiled and continued to speak. "Oh, by the way, I need Peppermint for a while, so I'll be taking him with me. Goodbye." Thus, a wet, angry number 2 hero was left in an empty hallway. After teleporting away to a different hallway that had no sign of an angry hero on fire, Izuku started cackling. He wished that he had been able to take video, or at least a photo of what just happened. Maybe Nezu would have video footage. The principal was sure to have cameras installed. When he finished laughing, Izuku looked to his side to where Todoroki still was, as Izuku hadn't let go of the boy's arm. He let go inside, still smiling. "So Peppermint, you good?" Izuku couldn't tell if Todoroki was confused that he was seeing him again, by the nickname, or by the fact that he just watched him pour water on the number 2 hero. "You just poured water on Endeavor," Todoroki bluntly stated. "But I did. Rather proud of myself, in fact," Izuku responded. Todoroki narrowed his eyes at Izuku as if trying to figure him out. "Why? Why not? Did it bother you?" "No, it did not." Izuku smiled. "Good to hear, Peppermint. Now where do you need to be right now? Your next match is coming up soon, isn't it?" Izuku could see how Todoroki's head tilted at the nickname. "Yes, it is. But there is still time," Todoroki said. "All right, then I guess I can leave. I'm sure you want to go back to your class and I have to get another water cow's." "Midoriya, are you perhaps Aizawa-sensei's secret love child?" Todoroki asked, effectively cutting off what the boy was saying earlier. Izuku stared at Todoroki with a blank expression before laughing. "No, I don't believe I am. Although he and I are scar buddies and he's sort of like a father figure. For sure a positive role model right now, in a way." He looked back at Todoroki to see the dual-colored boy seemingly shocked by his response. Do you have any more questions, Peppermint?" Seemingly to gather his thoughts, Todoroki took on a serious expression once again. "Yes. Is Bakugo the father to the girl that called you mother?" This time Izuku couldn't help his reaction, and Todoroki watched as Izuku's face twisted into one of disgust and offense. As Izuku was very much offended by the idea of Bakugo being Eri's father or in any way in a relationship with him. "Excuse me, but I have way better taste than that, Bakugo. Thank you very much," Izuku replied, shuddering a bit at the thought. Apparently, this answer wasn't as shocking and seemed to confirm something in Todoroki's mind, as the boy hummed and nodded. "Yes, I thought as much. I don't believe there is anyone who would want him to father a child at the moment." At Todoroki's explanation, Izuku couldn't help laughing. After checking that Todoroki did not have any more questions, the two of them walked to where Class 1 should be. Unlike with Shinsu, where Izuku did most of the talking, Todoroki had explained to Izuku the reasoning behind his question. Izuku could not keep from smiling when he heard Todoroki's logic behind his theory that Aizawa was his dad. It was even funnier since Izuku could see how it sort of seemed to make sense. Also, he liked the way that Todoroki seemed pleased to have someone to discuss his theories with. However, as they got closer to where Class 1 was, Todoroki grew silent and stopped walking. What's wrong, Peppermint? Izuku asked when he saw Todoroki's expression. You saw my father and what he was saying, correct? Todoroki asked. Well, yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? I feel the need to explain what you heard. In the past with my moth, Todoroki began to say before getting cut off. Todoroki looked down to see Izuku pushing a snack bag against his mouth to stop him from talking with a tense expression. Peppermint, I don't think now is the time to tell me what is obviously private information about your family and the trauma you most likely experienced. This isn't the time and most definitely not the place. Izuku paused, taking the snack bag away from Todoroki's face. If you really do wish to tell me this, then do it later when there isn't a sports festival going on. Alright. Anyways, you should really be focusing on how to beat your next opponent's ass. Todoroki looked at Izuku with wide eyes until he quirked his lip into what could almost be a smile. Alright, I will tell you later on. Seeing as Todoroki was not upset, Izuku smiled and started to pull Todoroki into the area where his classmates were looking down at the arena. Hey guys, Izuku chirped, drawing the attention of Class 1A. He pulled Todoroki from his side and presented him to the class with his hands on the boy's shoulder. I need one of you guys to talk trash about Endeavor with Peppermint here, he said with a cheery tone. After a second, Izuku smiled and teleported himself and Todoroki near a boy with black hair and a smile that reminded him of Aizawa. The boy's name should be Shiro if he remembered correctly. Izuku practically pushed Todoroki into Shiro's arms when he teleported to him. He smiled when he saw Shiro's arms secure themselves around Todoroki to keep him steady from the sudden change of location. So here, talk shit about a flaming pile of trash and make him feel better before he faces his next opponent. And with that and a two-fingered salute, Izuku left a confused-looking Todoroki in Shiro's arms. Todoroki hadn't made a move to remove himself from Shiro's embrace, and Shiro simply looked at him and smiled. Well, I'm your next opponent, but I'd be more than happy to talk trash about Endeavor with you if you want. After a few seconds of looking at Shiro's face, Todoroki let out a huff of air. All right, he said, sounding a little bit amused. A few minutes later, several students of Class 1 were in shock as Shiro managed to make the usually stoic-faced boy smile when he called the Endeavor a flaming dick. Ada was off to the side, too horrified to scold them. After finally getting another water, Izuku returned to Shinsu. When Izuku plopped down into his seat and apologized for the wait, Shinsu looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Then Izuku explained, had to deal with some trash on fire, stop someone from trauma dumping on me, and then go back to get another water since I used it earlier to put out the fire. You good? Shinsu asked, honestly a little concerned and confused by what he had just heard. Izuku didn't hesitate to answer, hey, I'm getting there. He looked to the side at Shinsu, how about you? Shinsu snorted at how honest Izuku's response was and how he redirected the question at him. He thought about it and how things seemed to be turning out for him at UA, even meeting Izuku today. Then Shinsu responded, about the same I think. Izuku smiled. Izuku watched the rest of the matches with Shinsu. At some point, he received a text showing a selfie where he was smiling at the camera with a scruffy underground hero who was also smiling while a small toy rabbit was still settled in the man's capture weapon. Izuku made sure to send the photo to his mom. In the end, Todoroki won the last match and therefore first place in the sports festival. Izuku had just been taking a sip of water when he saw Endeavor coming out of one of the entrances into the arena seats not too far away. He could see the possessive expression on the man's face when Todoroki was declared the winner, and how the man seemed like he was about to yell, yeah, fuck that, wasting no time and startling Shinsu once again. Izuku teleported to the railing right above where Endeavor was standing, and just like before, he dumped the contents of his still mostly full water bottle on the man's head, effectively cutting off the loud SHOUTO that the man had begun to yell. All everyone heard was "show." And as the cameras panned to the wet, angry Endeavor, Izuku made sure to teleport back into his seat next to Shinsu. He looked at his now empty water bottle in his hand and sighed. Damn it, I'm still thirsty, he said, seemingly unaware of the look of absolute shock and awe Shinsu was sending his way. That is until he looked at Shinsu. What? Izuku asked. What do you mean what? You just poured water on the number 2 hero on national television, Shinsu said frantically, and all Izuku could do was laugh. All Might had just finished speaking to Endeavor when the man walked up the stairs to the stadium entrance to the seats and then was suddenly doused in water. Yagi had almost choked when he saw a familiar green-haired boy pour water on the hero. The boy looked just like the one he had seen at USJ, the one that the villain had patted on the head and not killed. All Might never really did get answers about the child he saw that day. Even when he asked Nedzu, the mammal simply smiled at him and told him not to worry about the boy. It was greatly confusing to him. And so were the rumors he heard about a boy and little girl seen around UA. He had yet to see either of the rumored individuals. But now he was left with another question. In a dimly lit bar, Tamura watched the sports festival. More specifically, he watched the first years and kept his eyes on the students he had seen during the attack on USJ. Red Eyes searched for green hair among the crowds. He wondered if Greenie was there. Shigaraki noticed how the description of the quirks were vague and the cameras weren't trained so closely on what the participants were doing. He huffed in amusement thinking about the extra precautions the heroes seemed to be taking. He could respect that. He watched in interest as a Bakugo Katsuki seemed more violent than the others even though he was in the general education class. Shigaraki remembered that explosive brat being in the Wanna class at USJ. The rest of the sports festival was rather boring, but Tamura laughed when he saw Endeavor somehow get doused in water. Tamura smiled. He had seen green hair. Stain was on a roof when he heard someone from below mention the sports festival. He snarled. The sports festival was nothing more than a publicity stunt training new fake heroes. Although he smiled when he heard a scream. Someone had just come across his latest victim. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.